Legend locks on in. Big Storm takes perfect PUBG. I don't think there is such a textbook, but if there's ever one, a lot of teams will not contribute to that. Yuri is going to be picked up. Up comes Legend. We're staying a little bit more making sure that they don't get caught out. And those surviving so far. Logic has been found inside of Elevate, but look at Target just
he needs to go against Astra Creative, and I'm not sure if they know this location. It's like moving
out behind them. That is
in. They do not have anyone taken out just yet. Baby, it's a quarantine game, but they are thinking it through. Two stories very much close to them. They are making their move. They're trying to go to that RGC, but Shiva.
RJC though still holding to try and pick up that victory, but as you can see, Shiva
they are finally living up to their name. They're trying to get as many points as they can.
Off their name, KENY. Just press now onto the bumper car, onto the bumper car. Showdown, beautiful strategy here. Oh, from the side. I like the spacing coming through from those slow right there. It was all a surprise. William, gonna get the ultra kid. The last one left going up against Glitch.
We'll wait and see how that goes. That's Slime 4KT already. One of their teammates is down.
Looking at them only having those two players up, they are essentially considered trying to turn the tables on Astra on Ruthless rather.
But somebody's praise on Devil that
you're gonna give some respect on the side there of BERSERK.
Just play by the zone, I think will have an advantage. But still have 50 by 50 as we see now. Fisher charging every day. That's the corner. He's almost getting an angle far through. Bopuela goes down. That might launch up to the corner there. But Kage goes down. Faker trying to trade off on our corner. Away. MVP in trouble right now. They feel it. Ogre trying to escape the danger. But no luck for it. Very, very valid position to force these moves. Comfortable grenade is perfectly cooked for him. It will be launched perfectly. And that's trying to get those elimination them out with a word to say. He doesn't can they take it back to the lobby. Can they go back to the lobby? With that, he ate some good gameplay as they are trying to create a good elimination. Logic went for the push. They want the win and they want it right now. As the team. Honestly, earlier than expected. They had the numbers. They don't have the. As for you, are trying to gamble.
And that's two bodies called right now. For RJC, Reverb 4 Beekeeper had no idea that after going to Infinity, they get him dropped away. But
the adaptation has been really quite the only person surviving, but the nades are coming, the barrage of nades.
For the left hand side, this UMP against UMP, but who's done the sharper?
He's Faker, faking everything, but not the fight, not the. They're trying to get a chicken at the RJC Reverb. What is with the eliminations already for Reverb? Who is this man?
The 2026 PUBG Mobile Africa Esports ecosystem will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. In 2026, PUBG Mobile will be upgraded to 2026 PMGO qualifier region, opening a new path to the global stage for African teams. Divided into two seasons S1 and S2, with one champion team determined in each season to advance to the top-tier global tournament PMGO. After the tournament officially launches, it will start with online qualifiers. Successfully qualified teams will proceed to their respective countries' standalone PMNC. Through the 2026 Africa PMNC, teams will advance to the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals. The champion of the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 1. The champion of the PMGO Africa Finals Season 2 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 2. So which team will advance to the 2026 PMWC and 2026 PMGC? This depends on the ranking points earned by the teams across the year. The team with the highest total points in the PMGO Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMWC, while the team with the highest total points across the PMWC and 2 seasons of PMGO will qualify for the 2026 PMGC. The entire world will jointly witness this thrilling moment. Let's wait and witness.
Africa rises. From 4 battlegrounds, the best have battled, the strongest remain. Now, one final stage, one champion. Be the #1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
Hello everybody and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa Finals. My name is Crownscast and today I am joined with none other but Mitch Gaming. We already started these finals yesterday, but we will be concluding them today. How are you feeling about going into this final day today, Mitch?
I mean, it is the last day. I am almost scared for the teams, but at the same time, I'm pretty much excited. I cannot wait to see the team that will be going to PMGO in Indonesia to represent Africa after today's games.
For sure, and it's been actually fun. It's been really fun. We've been seeing a team that is looking like they're running away with it. However, we're still seeing that competition coming in through from the entirety of the lobby, and to be honest, I am pumped. I am excited. I'm really looking forward to what today is actually going to bring. It's going to be 6 games today where we'll be starting everything up from Rondo, and to be honest, what are you expecting to see from today generally, Mitch?
Well, you've mentioned something really important actually, where people are already making assumptions and saying that we already know that team that is going to make it to that final stage. But of course, it is the last day. Tables turn all the time. The unexpected always happens. So for today, I'm basically vouching for the unexpected, just to see what the teams are up to at night when others were sleeping. What were they doing? Were they cooking up a strategy? Were they looking for weaknesses in these teams that they're going against, the teams that people think are going to lead? You know, that is what I'm expecting today. I hope we get surprised as well, especially in Rondo. I hope people, unlike yesterday, I hope people take advantage of Rondo. I really do.
Yeah, to be honest, that would be one very good way to give yourself that boost to get your way into the day, to be honest, because when you start to look at it, if you're able to cover the gap with your Rondo eliminations, you know, go all out in Rondo, try to see if you can get those eliminations and those points. That would definitely play a huge part in catching up to the top and maybe even securing that #1 spot for yourself. But before we talk too much, let's go into the tournament structure, show you how things have been coming through all season long.
Yeah, we need to see what really happened. I mean, they had a long journey here, Crowns. They started at a very easy stage, I can say that, where they started the qualifiers, where they played against themselves in their own regions. Then the top 32 teams advanced into that group stage where we had 16 teams. They were all divided into 2 groups. They played 6 matches for 2 days, and then finally we are here for their chance to make it to PMGO with 4 teams from South Africa, 3 from Kenya, 3 from Nigeria, 5 from Wildcard, and then we have the 2025 PMSC champions, X-Force Rejects, who are already making it really hard for the teams here, Crowns. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, we are finally in the last stage.
Yep, exactly. We are in the last stage, and just like you said, Xbox Rejects, they are really showing everyone, or RJC really are showing everyone that, like, you know what, we made it to PMGC for a reason. And today they are showing, oh well, this tournament they've been showing that they are fighting for a reason, and another thing they're fighting for is that $10,000 prize pool. And the Muddy first place goes on with 2,500, second place with place with 1,000, fourth place with 800. And I have to put it this way: if you finish in the regional final, you're getting $800. So right now, to get that equivalent, if you didn't have the chance, you could start to go your fight and see if you can, battle for this one. And that MVP money, $300.
Yeah. I mean, MVP race is actually really looking really good. We'll see how that turns out. But of course, for the point structure, we have been here time and time again. Where you want to be is on that first place slot, where you have 10 points just from one game. Second place does give you 6, with third at 5. But when you land into the 9th to the 16th place, that is where you get nothing from that game. You basically did not earn anything from all your effort. And for any tiebreakers in the games, there will be 4 points that will be looked at. That will be the total number of chicken dinners, the total number of placement points. That will be the second one. Third, we'll have total number of eliminations, and then the last tiebreaker rule will be the total number of best placement rankings. Of course, this is not something you want to see happening here, Crowns. I mean, no one wants to be in the tiebreaker bracket.
No, to be honest. However, I would like to see it because it's fun, keep everyone on the edge of their seats who actually goes on with the tournament. And I hope sincerely we get to that point of the day. But in case you're wondering who are the teams that are performing in this lobby, who are the teams that are fighting here, if you've missed every other stage here, they are up on your screen. We've got the players there from ASTRA Creative, Elevate Esports, Dectos, KENY, the players there from 4 Strength, Slime 4 KT, Rush Esports would be more, Neon Outlaws, and Fallen Ruthless. That would be one half of the team. And then we still got Team Berserk, Team the Tribe Warriors, Zeus Murray's, RIZZESPORTS, Xbox Rejects, Team Temper, MAZOR Gaming, and MVP. And to be honest, I'm looking at top gunners, as I call these names. These are all champions from their region here in Mitch. This is going to be a very tough battle.
Yeah, I mean, they dominated across their region from all the stages, and now finally they are here participating in that final stage for their chance to go to PMGO. And I hope they know the weight that they're carrying, because being a team carrying a whole region, that is everything. You have to put that in mind. Every single game you take, every single fight, everything you do does matter. But we have the team rosters here. Xbox Rejects, we have to talk about Shiva dominating throughout the games. He's already leading there for the MVP, and I know the team is feeling confident with that. They have seen Baby with his, of course, scouting time and time again just to make sure the road is clear. And Viva, the team, ideal. I think the team here is well spread out across. We have seen this team time and time again, and I believe that lineup is looking good.
Yep, it is a very strong lineup, and when we speak about the lineups, we have to talk about Team Berserk coming all the way from South Africa. Wraith, Goblin, Step Bro, Zane, Rich, 44W, and that is Sphinxy. A couple of these players have been in this game for a minute. A few faces that I recognize. I'm not just recognizing them from previous tournaments, but from also this tournament. They have come through and they've made their mark.
Yeah, they did have Team Berserk doing a good job. Team MVP, another team that is giving everyone a run for their money. And Potion has been brewing a couple of potions throughout the game for his team together at Clips. They have been doing a really good job together. Adrian as well, we cannot forget about him. Orge being the last man standing time and time again. We have noticed that about him as well. And Ghana in the building with Team MVP. I'm liking all these rosters. From yesterday's games, we saw how they had synergy throughout the games. Team MVP almost getting themselves a chicken dinner. So I believe these rosters are looking good for them, even for RIZZESPORTS.
And RIZZESPORTS, another team coming all the way from South Africa. They've got Clutch, Master, Ragnar, Riz, Hackle, and Speed. And to be honest, I'm looking at these players. Their mans look locked in and loaded, and I really hope so. I really hope that they are locked in going into today's games as we move on.
Yeah, Temper again. South Africa in the building. We have Six God, we have Leo, Legend, Yuri, and I don't know how to say Shriek. Yeah, but we have what's the name? Screws?
I think there's an A missing. I think it's a shark. I'll call him Shark.
Okay, the Shark has been doing a number together. Yuri, I think Yuri and Six God have been dominating across Team Temper, but Crowns, this is a team that got a chicken dinner for Kenya, but things changed.
Indeed, things changed, as we did see them go for a little bit of a deep in performance yesterday, but nonetheless, they still find themselves in a little bit of the competition, sitting down in 10th position right now. We'll get to the leaderboards, but still, they've got Glitch, who I believe should be the IGL of that team. I've seen him before. Sema, Toyota, William, and taken. And to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing if those can actually rise to the occasion today and bump themselves a couple more points up the leaderboard.
I actually hope they do that. But another team here from Kenya, that is Rush Esports. We have seen Clutch there, has not been disappointing with his name, trying to get some clutches for his team with good synergy with Black there. Jago, group stage, he did a good job, but now coming into these finals, I'm not seeing a lot of Jago, but I'm hoping in this last day, we'll see a lot of Jago. TGLTN as well, we haven't seen much of him, but he should also try and get something happening. And another Kenyan team, that is Fallen Ruthless here, Crowns. And I can tell you for a fact, this team, if they decide to put in the work, I believe they can do a lot.
Indeed they can, and I hope they do. To be honest, Shakid being one very strong fragger that we've seen throughout the tournament, going into these finals, one would expect to see more performances coming in through from them, but Shakid is not the only one on the team. They've got Zeba 24K, they've got the Russian, they've got Kogzer, Kozger and Fly 77K. To be honest, these names, we're gonna work with them, but again, I feel like they're like, you know what, leave our names alone, we are here for the PMGO.
Yeah, that is one. And we have Slime 4KT from Nigeria. I believe this is another team that is Nigeria's pride. Seeing very strong players where we have Quila, CU, we have Faker. These three have been in different teams before, but seeing them coming together into Slime 4KT's roster, this makes it even more interesting. I really hope they can do more. I mean, yesterday DK kept on saying Slime 4KT can do more, so I need to see that. I believe you can tell me more about Slime 4KT, seeing that this is a region I believe you're familiar with in their the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, they finished first position from their region. One would have high expectations for them going in here. And this is Slime 4KT, not a name that we're shy of when we start to look at PUBG Mobile Esports in Africa. Another team there coming in through from Nigeria, Neon Outlaws. They had a wonderful day in their qualifiers to make it into this finals. And now they are here showing us exactly what they've got waving that flag. They've got Baby, Beekeeper, that guy, Final Boss, not that guy, and Wizard coming out there to represent them today. And I'm looking forward to seeing if Neon Rising, they're that team that could be relatively sneaky. I'm trying to see if they can be sneaky again in this finals and see if they can bump themselves up today.
I hope they hide you. I hope the Neon Outlaws hide you, because if not, then they'll have to answer to you. Because another team here from Nigeria, Tribe Warriors, another strong team. We have seen them dominating before. Hader and Top C, very known names in the Nigerian scene. They are here, and I believe they can do a lot if they put their mind to it. We do have Kairos and Crusader, another two-man duo that does a really good job across the games. But then again, I've not seen that much from this team. But I'm hoping with this lineup, we can get to see a lot of Tribe Warriors. There is still room for improvement. There is a lot Crusader can give us, Top C can give us, even Hader, if they try their best.
Exactly, and their best is what we will be looking out for. And now we're moving into the wildcard region, one region that I found very fun and very interesting, and I'm glad to see how they've been performing so far. But MAZOR Gaming, one team that we know to be able to balance things out, haven't seemed to find their footing here in the finals yet. Today they've got Actrox, Stanik, Federal, Crasher, Godly, and Demonic to show us exactly what they're made of. We saw them in the qualifiers where sometimes they would survive with just the one player in Crasher, so I'm looking for not that same performance today. I'm looking forward to seeing even more from them.
Yep, I hope they give us something to talk about. And talking about teams that can give us stories, ASTRA Creatives is another strong team here. We have seen them dominating. I mean, they were almost qualified to be the team that will represent Africa during PMGC 2025. So they're here again trying their luck for PMGO. Slazy and Pew Pew, very dangerous duo. If they come together, they can do a lot. Balalal, always at the back, cooking up something, trying to destroy every other team's synergy. Melia Rossini and Scrolls, I honestly do not say that name, are also really good players from the team.
No, we will not call him Crowns, that's for sure. But anyway, Africa Wildcard again comes in with Team Elevate, another team that is putting the mark on the leaderboards there. Still in third position currently. They did have quite a day yesterday, and to be honest, I look at this team and I just see two players that I'm very familiar with respect to how strong they could be with their prowess. And I'm looking at Thugger, I'm looking at Paradox. These are two players that have been proven. Logic, Fabian, and Lucifer are also players that are coming in through. And with the way Fabian is looking today, it looks like he's down for business.
I mean, yeah, he went all John Wick. He's about to cook, and for Strength has been cooking as well. We have seen this team dominating time and time again. Q's, Onyx, Lil Boy, Moon, Nami, and Offset. I believe that's the only lady I've seen so far, so big shout out to Offset as well. But of course, for 4 Strength here, we know what they can do. Q's has good potential with Nami. We have seen them dominating time and time again. If they come together, think about what their goal is, that is PMGO, then they might be the region, or rather the team that represents Africa in that global stage. But of course, the results from yesterday might differ, but we'll wait and see how that actually goes.
It's quite interesting to see 4 Strength be that aggressive team, but we'll touch on that a little bit more once we start to see the leaderboard. And the final team that will be participating in today's tournament would be Zeus Morris, one team that I know to be very stubborn. That is the one thing I can associate them with, and I'm looking forward to seeing them show that stubbornness when we go into today's games. But their players for today will be Mikey, Thomas, Tao, or make that Tao, Tao, Stone, and Kevin. Those will be the players that are representing them, and I know Kevin to be one of those players who's able to frag, and I've seen the accuracy that comes out of Thomas's weapons. That is something that I will be looking out for going into today's games.
Definitely, Zeus Morris is a sneaky team, and they can do a lot of, they can cause a lot of chaos anywhere they land, and that is something I hope they'll be doing tonight. It is the last day basically for them to try their luck into PMGO, so I hope they will put their best foot forward. But looking at the overall ranking after yesterday's 6 matches, RJC is taking the lead with 90 points, and that is really huge. That is a really big margin, seeing that the team that is following is ASTRA Creatives, who have 54. Honestly, that margin might be a little bit big here, Crowns, but if you can look at this table, you can see where the teams are. Do you think this can actually change coming in today?
I think it's going to take a whole lot. It's going to take a whole lot, not just from the team that is looking to catch up to RJC, but also RJC themselves, in order to not, maintain this lead that they have. I mean, if you take off everything or all of their placement points and give them just their eliminations, they're still first on the table. That just shows you how much they're exerting their prowess on the entirety of the lobby. But when you look at the second page here, these are the teams that are going to have to even grind it out further. I don't think they have a chance anymore, but I think they should have to grind it now to see if they can get themselves a little bit more money on that prize pool.
Yeah, hopefully they do know, even if you don't win, a prize is always there for you to take home, and that is part of that cash prize, 10,000 USD on the line. If you put your work, even if you don't make it to PMGO, you might be on that second page where you get a good amount, and you can talk about that. But for the MVPs, Shiva still leading us here, 24 eliminations just from 6 games, and that's not even the crazy part. RJC has 3 players already on the MVP lineup. We have Baby, Reverb, all of them following him at the back, but his damage, 4,000 damage, I believe getting towards Shiva's MVP title is close to impossible now, unless someone comes in and today gets at least 10 kills per game. Then maybe this could change.
I think everyone in the lobby just has to be hoping that no other player from RJC actually wants this MVP, because if they do, we're gonna start to see the likes of Baby stand up, Reverb stand up, and it's very interesting to see an IGL, be up here with the overall players in the MVP. That is something that is very interesting to see, and I love to see that one for the Astra. Not even wasting any more time. They've got one more player in here in PU, and just the name says it all. That's all you need to know. And Q's coming in through from 4 Strengths. And I know we've been talking a whole lot about the players, the teams. We've not even spoken about the maps. So now we will be showing you what the maps that we are going through today will be. This is day 2. It's not like it's going to be any different. It is Rondo to get things started. We go all the way to Erangel, going to Erangel again, and again going to Erangel, and then we go back to Miramar to end the day in back-to-back Miramars. To be honest, I think from the third Erangel going forward, I think that is where today is going to turn absolutely upside down.
Yep, that is true. We have seen teams are not that familiar with Rondo. So Erangel is where all the chaos actually happens. That is where we see teams finally stepping up and giving other teams a hard time. But of course, it is just the last day. For some teams, it is a huge deal. for some, it is now a matter of running for that money. Because, I mean, first place is at 90 and probably the team is at 20 something. I think at this point, you should just count how much you're getting after these games end. Because if you don't get enough, I mean, some people might be heartbroken by not qualifying and also the amount they carry home after today's games.
Yeah, and I think that's where that difference is going to come through. That's where we're going to have to see the teams that already know that this is what we're here to fight for, and some of the teams that are just, you know what, maybe they didn't get the memo just yet. Because as you said, I think the battle for today, for majority of the team, I think if you're not number 1 or number 2, maybe I can even go down to maybe number 3, 4. Again, it's going to take a whole lot from RJC for anyone to catch up to them. So it's like the teams that know that, oh, okay, first place is no longer in contention, but we can actually get our money up. I think those are the teams that are going to be more scary today. Those are the ones that are going to cause a little bit of issues going into the games.
Oh, okay. So you've talked about how teams have already, understood what's really happening there. They do understand that RGC is already leading, and this might affect their gameplay. So do you think we might be seeing teams are changing their gameplay? Some of the teams might choose, okay, let's go away from, camping and let's go in for that push and try get more money, or we'll still see more of yesterday's games where everything was just slow?
I would expect to see a little bit of a different approach. I think with the way RJC has played yesterday, the rest of the lobby should be able to say, okay, this is something that they've tried so far that seemed to have worked, and see if they can just implement some of those elements into their gameplay. See, like, okay, this is one of the things we might have to do, maybe rotate it earlier on this map or on some certain zone shifts. Again, it's going to be down to, I think we'll see that vast difference by the time the games come on. Like, we're going to see that difference between the teams who already know their fate and the teams that are, you know what, let us see what we can fight for.
Yeah, for sure. And I just saw the caster predictions there, and they're looking interesting. It seems like all of us are comfortable with RJC taking first place, but on second place, everyone's prediction is different apart from me and DK, where we have ASTRA Creatives, but we do have Priest coming in with DDK, PTK, Elevate, and then you chose Tribe Warriors. Quite an interesting pick here from you. You could give us a walkthrough of your prediction, because I mean, I think Slime Pocket is the only different team I'm seeing here from Priest at third place. Other than that, most of the teams here are similar.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone with Tribe Warriors because I've seen what they can do. They're a team that, when it comes to that aggression, I think they're able to tune up that dial. And I find them to be that team that seems to kind of thrive in a lobby with harder teams. So when they're in a lobby that has, these strong gunners, they seem to know how to thrive in that lobby, which is why I've put them there in second position. And I think I see that same pattern come through from Astra Creatives as well, with the way they also play their game. So which is why I've got them as second and third to see how it goes. And our MVP predictions, I think everybody all across the board just has our eyes on Shiva, and in all honesty, it's not like he's proving us any wrong.
Yeah, Shiva has been an MVP back to back from the time, like in the ancient times. He was still MVP. So even now, he's still MVP. We can see him leading. 4,000 damage already locked in. 24 eliminations already locked in. So let's see how it goes. I mean, our predictions are very 50-50. But we have 6 games today. And let's see who got it right. But I have a feeling it's always me. But we'll just get to it and see how it goes.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're going to start to see, because again, I put a huge gamble on Tribe Warriors, trying to see if Tribe Warriors right now would be able to overshadow and overtake Elevate. So Elevate, your spot is up for contention, as said by me. But man, we've spoken a whole lot, and the pilot has said, you guys, it is my time to talk, as we are now rising above the skies here in Rondo. Things have gotten started. The playing path is straight through the middle. It does have a little bit of a diagonal to it, but again, I believe everyone's going to be able to get to wherever they want to get to. Mitch, are you expecting any hot drops?
Yeah, yesterday we had a couple of teams trying to do hot drops around factory, seeing that it's a common landing sport for most of the teams. But I'm expecting those hot drops. Come on, guys, you just need to take that risk. You understand? Just give us those skills, give us the drama, make us question. All right, so this is something you guys are hiding. But I can say for this game, I am definitely looking into some hot drops. You can actually see how many teams are going towards factory right now.
Yep, and it is going to be a battle in the Neox factory, and Mazor, Slime 4KT seem to have their eyes on that position. The rest of the teams are hugely overshadowed. That just shows you how many of them are going. And I see RJC, you see, this reminds me of back then, when we played Sandhawk, and then you're trying to land in boot camp, and all you're seeing behind you is just a bunch of parachutes. That is exactly what this reminds me of, and I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out of this entire engagement unscathed, or maybe scathed enough to the point where they can grab a recall onto their teammates.
Yeah, well, thank God Sunhawk is no longer in this esports scene, because bootcamp is a nightmare, and I'm glad they replaced it with Rondo here. It is giving teams a chance to get recalls, get as many elimination points along the way, and I believe it's a good addition to the esports scene here, and it's really doing a good job. But so far, it seems like Esports was trying to get a thrust here on Shakid, but they went in guns blazing, and that was, I believe, a shock to Esports. And FR is doing a good job so far, getting 2 eliminations this early in the game. Even if they can get to 10 or even 5 and move on, I believe it should work. You'll see it kind of boosts a team. Of course, you can look at the stats here. Elevate already has 3 eliminations, which is a good addition to their overall points.
Indeed it is, and I'm looking forward to seeing that that confidence really that is going to come through, especially from this first game, because as you've said, once you get those eliminations down up the board, it gives you that confidence. You start to feel more heavy and strong to do this. But this is MVP though, coming in for a side swipe onto the side of RJC. It's gonna be the devil to go down first, and Baby T now has to hold down the fort as they suffer a huge blow to get things started. And maybe Mitch, this might just be the end or the beginning of a downfall.
Oh, if it is the beginning of a downfall, then they will not be having a good start for them. I believe everyone is trying to get their way into these games. It seems like we've already lost a team. Death Kenya has been fully eliminated from the game. Not even a recall is happening, and that is going to be a big blow for Death Kenya. But of course, they'll have time to recover for that. For RJC, they literally got wiped there from Team MVP, and it seems MVP has also a strategy here. They're trying to get up that leaderboard. MAZOR as well, they're trying to get their points up. They're farming those eliminations along the way, but it can be a little bit of 50-50 here for all the teams in Factory.
Indeed, it is going to be. It is more than a 50-50. Those chances are even starting to tilt depending on your position. But Potion is going to get a grenade launched towards him, and that grenade has done quite the damage. HP bar is down to half, and Rush might just want to go in through for this push, but Potion understands that he has to go. Do you get 4 damage? Oh, he knows the map. Look at that. And then he's down on the floor, and he's going to get out of here, try to see if he can form up on the rest of his team. And I'm trying to understand. Oh, they're recalling the rest of their team. Because I'm like, oh, did they land with just the 1 player? It looks like no, they landed with all 4 players, but they're going for a revive now. And the top of the building now is currently being dominated by the players there from Rush Esports, who would receive bullets from the side from 4KT.
Yeah, the location here for Rush Esports is looking good. Slime 4KT can't do much just yet, but this random knocks on Rush Esports might just cost them. They do have Team MVP able to finish off a fight against RJC, and I think they're cooked up and ready to start their fight. They're feeling confident now. Their fingers are warm enough to continue the fight. So let's see how this actually plays out for them. But then Team MVP, I believe their strategy today might actually be working. They still have their numbers good. They're trying to get as many points as possible. Aatrox was able to go in for that push, and I believe Rush Esports is getting pressure. This is making it so hard for them. Look at TLGTN trying to pick, but somehow someone is getting good damage, and the reflex here from Demonic. Oh, nice. That's Demon time here, and Potion almost cooking up something, but TGLTN will make sure that is not going to be an easy push.
Definitely. He was able to clean up the swaps there. And I think if that player there wasn't trying to go for that thirst, he would have been good. But in other side of things, it is 4 strengths going up against Zeus Morris Goose. HP bar is very low, down to the minimum, as Moon is prepping a grenade here. The rest of the team is trying to see if they can hold down the fort, but Liu Boy falls. The rest of the team is there to hold down the fort. Zeus Morris back to the lobby, and 4 strengths remain victorious.
Oh my god, why are people going back to lobby this early? It is not looking good for anyone. But MAZOR here might be looking to do the same here from Rush Esports. Just one player is still standing. Some grenades are being launched towards him, but nothing is connecting, and he gets away with that. But we have Slime 4KT locking in as well. MAZOR Esports, they are here and they're looking to take on 4KT. I hope TGLTN knows how to keep quiet and just hold the corner and don't breathe, because even breathing can be illegal. But Kage, that is a lethal S12, not even S12K, I believe that's an AKM, and it does good damage there. And he's still going in for that push. I believe 4KT is finally stepping up.
I'm not gonna call it this early. I'm just gonna say that's two beautiful eliminations that have come through here from Hokage up there on the top of the roof, getting rid of Rush make that MAZOR game in their 2 players, and I believe they will be going for a respawn or recall elsewhere in the map. But Slime 4KT looking to clean up the tracks. Tiggleton wasn't as quiet as we wanted it to be, and Sia would launch him that grenade to send him back into the lobby, and Rush would have to recall that player. His work is done. 2 eliminations he was able to secure for them, and they will be glad to bring him back so they can continue with the fights. But we've lost quite a number of teams this early, Mitch.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, they're losing numbers, at least they're standing, but 2 teams already been back to lobby. That is not a beautiful look at all. It is painful. I know the team here is just feeling it, even though we cannot see how they're going through this emotion, but losing this early is just not it. Tribe Warriors are passing by. They do have RIZZESPORTS. Someone is trying to park somewhere, but I cannot see anything that says you can park here. But he's really trying to force that vehicle in there. He's just up to something that we don't know, but I hope it works out. But Tribe Warriors, they might be looking for an early fight, and we do have a clash here. Crusader and Hater are finally in. A grenade is on Hater's hand. If it is cooked well, we might be seeing a Kobe, and the nade goes in, and they're looking good. But unfortunately, no one is getting damaged, and that does give Yuri time to heal up. The grenades are still getting cooked. Temper Legend getting knocked. Yuri, he goes down as well. I mean, Tribe Warriors here, Crowns, they are making you happy, and I know you want to say something about it.
Oh yeah, talk about one push coming in through from them. There were distractions on their way, but they said, you know what, we are coming in for Temper's position, and that is exactly what they've done. Temper down to just the last player, and you can see Topsy there just driving around trying to see if he can force some movements. But I was looking at Temper, they were very low on ammunition, which is one of the reasons why they may have lost that fight there. Not too much utils that they had in the backpack, and with the grenades coming in through from Tribe Warriors, things were not easy. Zone does make a shift. If we did start off, it was on the southwestern edge, but now we've gotten that northern shifts coming in through. That kind of makes it easy for the majority of the teams who still have to make it into the lobby here, or well, make that into the zone here.
The rotation needs to start working here. 4KT, not a good place where they are. They have to really make that rotation now. ASTRA Creatives, what are they doing drinking the blue juice? They're all the way on that northeastern side, and they are not anywhere close to that safe zone. So I believe they should start moving in there just to make sure they are in the safest place that they can be. For Temper, this might be goodbye, because Tribe Warriors, they're looking for this guy because they know someone is here. They are 100% sure that there's someone holding, they just don't know where. Leo right now, he's saying his last prayers, asking the heavens to open and maybe take him with it, but they are not doing that at all. Temper has been spotted, trying to get them sprays here, and Hater with the beautiful P-fires. The damage is good. Crusader tries to go for that push. Leo gets him. Another one goes down. I think Leo might be able to get a wipe. What? He just got 2 players easy from Tribe Warriors without flinching. Oh my god.
And now this is definitely going to disorientate the players there from Tribe Warriors. Kairos is also far, and now Leo knows that there has to be a revive that is looking to be processed downstairs, and this is pure mind games coming in through from these players here. Not enough util to work with, but he's throwing those nades. He's trying to see if he can find exactly where that revive is happening, but that revive already comes up onto Ada. Tribe Warriors though would not want to continue the rest of this game as a 3-man. The question is, can they still recall the player who has been sent back into the lobby? Because right now that seems to be trouble, and indeed they will be able to. Now they're back as a 4-man squad, and I believe this time they will not be repeating the same mistakes as grenades now seem to be the beginning of this thing. And they cannot push him as a solo, they have to push him as a full squad.
Yeah, I mean, he already caused a lot of trouble. He got 2 players easy, and now Kairos is praying. Last time it was Leo trying to call the heavens, but this time around it is looking different. Hater, it does get closer, the damage is good, and that will be the end of the road for Temper. Leo, well done here from Tribe Warriors. Otherwise, wow, this would have been a bad story to tell. Honestly, this this whole scenario, Tribe Warriors will be doing a lot of explaining to the Nigerian community after this game.
And then it's like there's one thing you could do though. You could look at it from one other angle. It would have been a huge confidence boost coming in through from Temple. But talk about a top clutch player, half HP on there. Haters trying to see if he can get that jump in, and he's like, nope, you will not be doing that. And talk about the play coming in through from Leo to grab his team one extra elimination in this map here of Rondo. Unfortunately, too many numbers to overswamp him, and he was taken back to the lobby. But man, the map is moving quite fast as we're about to get yet another zone shift. It does go up further north once more, and everyone else needs to continue up on that rotation. RJC got into an engagement down on the side, but the one we're looking at right now is the one happening between MVP and Force Strengths, as Force Strengths lose one player on their rotation.
They lost Qs there. I think they do still have a chance of getting a recall in case they did not use that initially with the fast hot drops. But of course, they're trying to make their rotations here. We can see them sporting. Naomi is getting some sprays here towards Cleaves, trying to scout him there, trying to get anything, even a single amount of damage just to know where these players are. But he immediately takes on his vehicle, switches his position, and goes away. Now, Kranzi, we're talking about this and asking what is the plan for these teams. And it seems like they have gone the opposite direction, unlike yesterday. Today they are a little bit aggressive. You can see with how they're moving around.
Exactly, and that's what I was saying about looking at patterns from RJC's gameplay yesterday and trying to implement it into your way of playing. Because for you to make it here, you are a professional player. You have those squad skills. You just have to get that confidence to put it in. And watching RJC yesterday, you see that confidence coming in through from them. Saw that game where they finished with what? I think it was like, what, 17 eliminations and a chicken dinner? You see those kind of things and you're like, this is something that we should be trying in this lobby. And with the map of Rondo, that gives you the freedom to go all out. And that is what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. I'm very proud to see that these teams have taken that aggressive approach to get things started today.
Drama is what we were asking for, and they have done exactly that. So thank you, dear teams, for taking up the challenge and deciding we are ready to dominate. MAZOR coming in from the southern side, trying to go into that safe zone. A little bit late, they might be able to encounter Team MVP if they decide to go towards the western side of the safe zone. And for Strength as well is there. But look at RJC's plan here. Yesterday, Baby T was making the rotations. Today, Reverb is going alone away from the teams and is doing exactly what Baby T was doing yesterday. I feel like teams should just sit and look at how teams play. That should be your one-way ticket to making a team suffer. If you can get at least one player who's moving around alone, I mean, you will knock and thirst and run. That should be a strategy. Don't knock, thirst, loot. Knock, thirst, run, because they'll come for you. But if you can play a sneaky play, I mean, they'll enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. Because, I mean, as a scout, you need to make sure you're very quick. And I think that's what RJC have employed here, trying to see if they can clean out the rest of Yulin. They're driving around just to see if they can get any footstep or any audio cues. And that way, Shiva is like, hey, I can hear someone here. Or Reverb is like, hey, I hear someone here, guys. You guys want to form up and let us clear that out. But Yulin does seem to be clean. And that is one way for RJC to make it into the zone, and or into the play zone. I keep saying this, man. RJC having space is one thing you do not want to afford them, because if they have that much control, it's only going to be a little bit of effort coming through from them, and they might just be able to take it all home. But that's though, down to the southwest now, and things are looking good for the likes of MVP, MAZOR, Tribe Warriors, even Riz.
Yeah, it seems like they're able to secure a really good position along the safe zone. But this play, Elevate is doing the same thing. Oh my God, I cannot believe I'm analyzing a game. But if the teams listen to this, I'm really serious. Elevate is doing what RJC was doing yesterday. They're cleaning their back and making sure they control whoever is behind them before they can go inside. That rotation was beautiful. I have to give them that. But they have to be careful because RJC made the exact same rotation. Now, MAZOR Gaming on this side, they do have Team MVP right in front of them. They can choose to either engage in this fight. They do have the edge of that zone. They can try to engage, maybe get a couple of eliminations along the way. But if they are not able to do so, then they'll be on the losing side, because there are teams that are trying to make rotations towards their side. So the faster they finish this fight, RIZZESPORTS and Force Strength will not be engaging. But I mean, I think IGLs do play a big role in this last zone rotation, and let's just wait and see how the teams actually survive throughout these last zones.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm looking at the way MVP is playing. They already started on a very high octane note, got themselves a few elimination, not a few. That's 7 eliminations to get things started. And right now on this rotates, they seem to have lost one player in Potion as they continue to drive up north, and they will be locking horns with the players here from 4 Strengths who are also looking for their way into the circle. And this is where it's gonna have to get very crazy, because instead they smash into the players there from ASTRA Creatives and Orgi. This is gonna be the first one here. Just take the bullets from the side and down he falls. The rest of the team not quite here as 4 Strengths coming with the third party of the century. A Molly flies out, and that is 2 players down from MVP already. And MVP now down to the last player to hold down the fort. They started this off so strong, and now they're going out individually to 4 Strengths. He doesn't see the player in the car, Mitch.
Oh, that's a bad play here from Team MVP. The push almost made it. But hey, 4 Strengths said not today. But we have Adrian. He might be changing the narrative, but a grenade is about to be cooked to perfection. Nami is about to destroy Adrian's dream with just one grenade that might be able to take him back to lobby. But the nade doesn't really do a number just yet. Lil Boy has another grenade in his hand. Adrian trying to get closer. The damage is good. And Lil Boy will be saving the day for 4 Strengths. And the revive will be happening, but not so fast, because Team BERSERK is also closing in.
Yeah, Team BERSERK is closing in. I'm looking at Tribe Warriors. They're in the vicinity as well, and they hear the fight, but they're not going for it. Team MAZOR, though, looking to go elsewhere as they take in the fight towards the players there from RIZZESPORTS. Demonic trying to see if he can get things started with the shots coming in through the door, but none to connect just yet. But Atrox has had enough of it. Goes outside, gets the shot, and that'll be 2 players knocked. Whoever is coming in through does not matter to Atrox, because he's beaming with that S12K, and he sends them all back and packing. But the drama doesn't end. Rush is going up against RJC, and RJC seem to have the upper hand here, Mitch.
Oh my god, it is getting hotter by the minute. Rush Esports, they want to destroy RJC's game, but it's going to be a very hard time here. Baby T is trying to apply the pressure. Noe is right there by the stairs waiting for them to get closer. The damage on Baby T is good. You need to go on with that push, otherwise you'll be done. Shiva, he gets spotted. Immediately the hairline is moved. And unfortunately for Noe, oh my days, RJC is not ready to take on any else, but Rush Esports, they almost made it hard for RJC to get a chicken dinner in this game.
Oh, this is starting to get dicey and juicy. MVP has been taken out with no other chance to get revived, but the players there from Falling Ruthless, they heard the fights, they kept up with the elimination feed, and they say they want a bit of this action as they're starting to send the grenades out. But the players there from RJC, ever so ready, as Shahid will be the first one to fall. To the Kobe that falls, the second grenade is there, it's done the damage. Now the revive is forced. More grenades continue to fly, and the players from RJC, these are pinpoint grenades. You love to see it. They're connecting and they're doing the damage, and the players there from Falling Ruthless have no choice but to fall back. They're like, okay, our bad, we are sorry, we didn't mean to.
We are sorry. That is exactly what they're saying. Correct. They're asking for forgiveness, and they're saying, RJC, we are sorry we tried to get close to you, because baby literally chased them away. He didn't even give them time to think about what they want to do. And that was it for Shakid. He couldn't survive that fight. But of course, Baby T says, hold up, you just came into our hive. And what happens when you disturb the hive? You get stung. So there's no way you're getting away from us. And Baby T is trying to scout and see where they are. But we have MAZOR Esports. They are closing in as well. And they get a knock on Devil. And that will be it for our friend there, leaving just 2 players standing. And I believe RJC, they might just be going back to lobby.
Yep, it is looking like so. They have caught in between the rock and the hard place. The rock being the players there from MAZOR Gaming, and that hard place being that blue zone that is starting to push from there behind. And I was about to say, like, oh, Devil, he's the player, is the only player there from RJC who has not made it into that MVP list. And he already had 4 eliminations. He was on the tear in this game, but unfortunately that was cut short as the players there from RJC are now down to 1. And you can instantly see that retreat. They've gone through from their edge and aggro playstyle to sending that player down to the center of the circle. We'll see if he can find the safer spots to hold and hopefully battle for some placement points or for some more placement points for the team. But elsewhere, we've got every other team just lurking around the edges, looking to see if they can just get some of those placement points. Because if you look at it, Mitch, all the other teams that are alive right now, they pretty much have decent number of eliminations.
Yeah, they've been farming. I mean, yeah, people are serious about Rondo, and I love this for the teams. They took it personal, and they said, this is what we're going to do. Rondo, we are going to use you. Otherwise, after Rondo, we don't have a recall. So why not use you to our advantage? So let's see if they can get up to 10 eliminations. But Astra Creatives, these grenades coming from Astra Creatives and RJC, they are illegal because the nades are covering big lengths. They're getting really close to the opponents, almost getting knocks, others confirming. And I think Astra Creatives might be taking advantage of that. I just remembered what I saw where Baby is hiding beneath his buggy. He's like, there's no way we're losing tonight. This buggy is my best friend. I will be sleeping here. If you find me, I'm sorry, but I will take you out beneath my buggy, which is good, honestly. I don't think anyone can judge that, Crowns. I mean, it's game. Game is game.
Game is game. I just hope none of those players are looking at that skin like, that doesn't look too normal. And I don't see any crates beside it. Maybe I should chunk a grenade over there and see what happens. But everyone else is busy on the edge of the circle. RJC pretty much the only team that is in that circle, especially, well, comfortably in that circle. Elevator are holding a very nice spot, but it is looking like Astra Creatives might be pushing up onto them. And I think Astra right now are just looking for that information that they can use to push, looking for that first knock. They know where some of these players are, but they're sending those grenades, trying to see if they can do the damage. If not, they would have to find other ways to go into the circle. Low-key, I would prefer if Astra Creatives were able to aggress onto that fight. I think it is one that they can take, but the players there from Elevate, they are holding very strong positions, and they are all together, well, relatively close to each other. So I think it's something that they might be able to push. But Astra Creatives, they're going to have to make that push start now, because it's only a matter of minutes before that zone starts to push.
Yeah, they need to apply the pressure here on Team Elevate. They have the numbers. John Wick is still in the team. And you know how John Wick works. He can see you from every single angle, and getting him is going to be tricky. And we have him there waiting for Astra Creatives to get closer. If Astra doesn't finish this fight now, or maybe make their call on which side of the zone they want to be in, Tribe Warriors might actually engage with them. And you can see Pew Pew has already spotted Tribe Warriors. They are trying to look for a chance to maybe get a knockdown on Tribe Warriors, and they're lucky enough because Force Strength as well is really close to Tribe Warriors, so everyone is distracted, and Baby T is still surviving with his buggy that no one is finding suspicious. This is serious.
It is indeed very serious, but Tribe Warriors now, they're dealing with their own troubles. Grenades are flying into their position, and I think it's the players there from Force Strengths. It indeed is the players there from Force Strengths that are looking to push up onto this one. New boy looking to come in through first, but Hater, he's there to play defense. The cover fire from behind has been taken out, and the shots would come through. New boy falls. The players there from Tribe Warriors remain now. Wood to Kairos needing a revive, and we're gonna add Crusader to that list. That needs medical attention here, as PP, a very strong fragger in the lobby, as we've seen, a part of the contenders for the MVP, now finds his way into the vicinity. 8 elimination, and Top C has to pull up 2 revives and ward off the players there from Astra who are already looking to form up, but it's not happening. The third party is imminent, and Tribe Warriors fall.
Oh my God, Tribe Warriors, they felt nothing but drama and heat right next to them. They saw grenades, they saw mollies, they saw everything being launched towards them, and they could not survive that easy. They were feeling it. They were very much pressured. Baby T is still holding it here and prays so hard that no one knows is there. I don't think Astra Creatives know they have finished their job. They're still trying to see if there's someone really close to them. But Baby T hasn't moved a muscle since the fight began. And it's a good thing. They're gathering placement points right now. And I believe they're just telling him, just sleep. Don't even talk. Just sleep. He's asking, can I engage? Shiva is probably saying, no, just sleep. Because he can easily try cause damage, you know.
But then again, it's going to be a case where if that grenade lands, they get to see the position of place where that grenade came from. I'm looking at Baby T there. He's like, I'm pretty sure if I tell him to draw the lines on those tires or the pattern on the tires of those buggies, he will draw it out perfectly for you. But anyway, shots are going on in other parts of the map. It is Mazor trying to see if they can clean up the outskirts of the circle as they're looking at players there from Falling Ruthless. They're looking to go for that push as Crasher does by his name, pushes and crashes into that player there, and he sends Cuz back into the lobby. Mazor Gaming 13 eliminations already, and they are looking like this game they want to sweep it all away.
Oh, MAZOR is happy with this game. 13 eliminations, and they're still in the game. They can get more. They're still a full team. There are a couple of points they can gather from the players that are currently in the game. So I cannot wait to see how they try to play these last zone fights. We're in the 7th phase of that zone. Everyone is getting closer to each other. Astra Creative still not aware that Baby T is with them, but that zone is about to push him. So let's just let him be. And for Astra Creative, Elevate Esports, they are getting closer. Thugger trying to make a rotation here with the vehicle, but it's gonna be a tricky one. Balala gets spotted by John Wick, and he still wants to look for more. He wants to take on some couple of eliminations along the way, so they have to be really careful though. MAZOR is not that far. They're just patient. They do not want to engage. They're just watching, which is absolute drama. I love it.
Indeed it is, and they're just trying to do the clean up, and I like the way they're doing it too, pushing with all 4 players. But man, Q's right now is trying to become one with those leaves, and if he's able to do that, that is going to be very troublesome for the players there from MAZOR. To be honest, the 2 solos that are left in this game, that is RJC and Q's, they are definitely going to be thorns in the flesh. But you are not green, you are not grass. Demonic spots him out there, takes him out, and sends him packing. Astra looking to finally get started with the players there from Elevate, but Elevate would be the one with the upper hand there as they get that intro knock onto the players there from Astra Gaming. Now it's the question of what do they want to do? How do they want to approach this one? The thirst has been confirmed as well, so Astra Creatives have to hold on and see if they can defend this fight.
Oh, this is the best. Game 1, this is the action we were looking for. Astra Creatives, they want their numbers. MAZOR, they want their numbers. Oh, it seems like Paradox is able to spot our sneaky player there, baby. And he was knocked, and not even knocked, fasted, taken back to lobby. It was an easy elimination for them, and that now clears the air. Now they know our team is on the northern side of where we are, but on our western side, we do have MAZOR as well, very much close to us here. Looking at the chances of these teams are getting a chicken dinner, we do have Elevate, but looking at the zone that is favoring which team, we can see Astra Creatives, they seem to be on the best side in these last zone fights.
Exactly, Astra Creative, they have a very strong position up on that northwestern side. This is how well they can play to it, but with the way MAZOR is playing, pushing with all 4 players, it might take a clash between themselves and the players there from Elevate to make things happen, but it's going to be Astra suffering the huge blow now as Melio takes the first grenade and he falls. More grenades continue to fall and it's a barrage. The push is coming in through, and Crasher once more sends them packing. 16 eliminations, and they've got just 3 more players to get rid of, but the players there, or make that 4 more players, but Elevates though, they're coming in with the 3rd party of the century, but they're going for the angles, and those angles might start to do the work as Crasher down to just the 1 slither of HP. Can he hold on?
Oh, he might not be able to survive here. The grenades are coming from Elevate are really strong. A player goes down, the lot leaves just 1 player. MAZOR Aatrox, he will not be surviving that spray. I mean, all he had was the money, but not money for the chicken dinner. It was actually the best and the best skin for AUG, and that does keep easily. And I mean, the easiest, not easy, but the best way to start the day for Elevate. It is the best day for them to start this day.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely the best way for them to get started all for today, because as we said, it's going to take a lot for you to try to catch up to the players here from RJC. Unfortunately, RJC were able to get themselves some points in this game, so that's going to push them even further, especially with the amount of placement points that Baby T was able to get. But I like the fact that we've seen teams who are relatively closer to that #1 spot actually go for the fight. I'm talking about the players there from Astra and Elevate able to make it. I mean, Elevate winning it all for today, and I believe they got some eliminations also to follow suit. So that is actually a very good way to get started today. I said it, their 3rd position was up for grabs for my prediction, and right now they're like, Crowns, hold your predictions, we have a game to play.
Well, I mean, you're feeling good about your prediction here, but we'll just wait and see how this goes. Elevate Esports, congratulations for that chicken dinner. The game here throughout the team, we do have a good spread of eliminations, 2 for Fabian and Thugger each, and we have Paradox and Logic each with 1. The damage not that high. We did not see them engage that much till the end. I mean, they were all the way out in that blue zone, making some very late rotations towards the safe zone, so of course the damage makes sense, but they were able to at least get that chicken dinner, and at least to have 6 eliminations to back that up might not seem like a lot, but of course it is a good start with 16 points ahead. For this game though, the damage 19k, is it enough though?
Nah, not definitely enough. However, the throwables used, I think I'm very impressed to see that one. Did see a lot of grenades coming in through from those teams. They were sending barrages. You wonder how they find that many. But man, 96 total knocks, 25 revives, 10,465 in healings, and we got 86 eliminations coming in through from Rondo here. There weren't too many recalls that happened in this one because those players, they were making sure they cleared the entire team, and it looked like so many of those teams landed together, and they did not employ that strat where we see one player land off close to a recall center and then the rest of the team goes to fight. But anyway, that was going to be that is the summary there for the last Rondo here at the PUBG Mobile East Global Open here, the Africa Finals. But match summary though, we're looking at the top players from this match. MAZOR Gaming has it all.
Yeah, they have at least 3 of their players here. Top Traveler goes to Federal. Most eliminations at 9 for Aatrox. And then we have Aatrox as well with the highest damage. But for the longest elimination, 357 meters away, we do have Master himself from RIZZESPORTS. A beautifully spread here by these teams. MAZOR has done a lot. We have seen them. They almost got a chicken dinner. But it so happens that Elevate was just a little bit advantageous with the numbers. They were able to third party at the right time, and that gave them that one step ahead from MAZOR, and they were able to get themselves that chicken dinner. And for this game, it seems like the points are looking interesting. Honestly, 15th, 16th, no points earned. 14th, 13th, 2 points each. Rush Esports, Neon, 3 points each. Temper, Slime, 4 points each. They were just tying on these points, but nothing really happened for these teams.
Yeah, nothing, a whole lot did not happen. Slime 4KT, they did end up cleaning up in the factory, unfortunately, on rotations when they had to fight up with the players there from ASTRA up on the north. That is where it came down to the end, and we did see Temper go out to the players there from Tribe Warriors in that very, very tough engagement. And man, this is not the way you want to start today. You want to get more eliminations, but I guess 4 points up on board. I think what makes me glad with what I'm seeing so far is that these teams that are down on the bottom here for this particular game ended up having their points from elimination, so that gives them a little bit of a boost going into the next couple games, knowing that okay, we're able to grab the eliminations. It looks like the strength is still being matched. We can still fight for something here.
Yeah, they can still try their best in the next coming games. But for this game, MAZOR, they get themselves 22 points. Whoa, what? And Elevate, the team that got a chicken dinner, gets 19 points. That's interesting. I mean, eliminations right now are separating these two teams, so that overall ranking will be an interesting thing to see. But I believe right now, with 10 points for RJC, that gives them at least 100 points mark is finally there for them. Just because Baby decided to stay beneath his buggy and count how many tread marks it has, how many scratches they got throughout the game, and it gave them a whole 4 points for placement. So that's really good.
Indeed, it is very good. But another thing that is very good is the players there from MAZOR, the way they played this game. 16 eliminations, they had 9 coming in through from Aatrox, and they were just pushing everybody. We saw Crusher going straight up into fight, head in first, and that is the confidence that we want to see, and we can see that confidence difference coming in through here. Elevate Esports did try to take the fights there up on the north. They did win the match overall, but 9 eliminations is all they were able to get. 1400 damage. Survival time, they did survive more, rightfully so, given that they won the game. But you have to look at MAZOR game. These were not third party situations. 15 knockouts, 16 eliminations. They earned their eliminations and they showed their prowess.
MAZOR game in there. I am still impressed. Eliminations gave them a big margin in that over points, but of course we'll wait to see how that goes. But the man of the match here, we do have MAZOR. 8 knocks, 9 eliminations, a damage of 1026 with 8 knocks confirming 9. That gives MAZOR a really good game here. I don't know if that's going to be adding him in that overall MVP table. Also, even if it adds him, he still has a long way to go before he makes it even to where Shiva is. But as long as he makes it to that MVP bracket, I think that will be a good start for him. Good motivation, good boost for him to continue the same strategy together, this team. So I hope we get to see more of him, which will be a really good help for his team in the overall performance.
And now we look at the head-to-head. Which other player did seem to come close? And it is PPU from Astra, looking to continue to push up his name on that MVP rankings, telling everyone, watch out, I am on my way. 5 eliminations he was able to get in this game, 876 damage to go alongside it. He was able to survive, but 9.9 seconds, is that it? Well, anyway, I'm not going to get into that one. 4 knockouts, 5 eliminations. Atrox, he was absolutely on fire. What a team, what a way they played. The way they kept on pushing as a team is one thing that was really, really advantageous for the players there from Atrox, and I'm really looking forward to see them continue with that style of play. Make sure you're pushing up together as a team. And look at that, one good game, and Pew Pew now is second on that leaderboard, and he's telling Shiva, hey Shiva, I'm on my way.
Oh, he might just be able to make it to where Shiva is. All he needs is good eliminations, good damage, and a good even survival time. They're almost the same. So right now, his focus should be getting those eliminations with good damage. Even if it means stealing thrusts from his teammates just to make sure the damage is high, he can do that. And that should help him go up to where Shiva is. But remember, it is just game 1. It seems to be, it was not a really good game for RJC. They didn't really get to play their matter up more points or not. But big shout out, of course, to Baby. They're trying to survive along the way. Reverb is still in the list, same they have maintained. Going down here, Neon, FR, and Death Deuce.
Yep, definitely not the way they wanted to start today. You don't want to start today on the first part of the leaderboard, first page, and then first game of the day you're already on the second page. That is definitely not nice. Team BERSERK, Team Zeus, they need to step up the game. I mean, we did see Dead Dose go up very early. I think they were the first team to get eliminated in that last game, so they're definitely gonna have to live up to the expectations, and not even just to the expectations, also continue to perform, because we know here, Mitch, we know them to be that team that can put up that prowess and battle for the top positions.
Yep, they can really put up a fight, and I cannot wait to see what happens here after the next games. We are going into Erangel. It's a map you have mentioned that does get a little bit crazy. Teams get comfortable, things change. So Elevate here, Astra Creatives, we might be seeing a contention here. 68 points for each. Oh, the tiebreaker. If they continue like this, it's going to be a very bad time here for the teams. But of course, that chicken dinner might separate Astra Creatives from Elevate, so not a good feeling. So I hope they will try fix that. MAZOR going up the leaderboard, they might be trying to get into top 3. Like we said, some teams now it's a matter of what amount of money they'll get after. So I think that is something we'll see most of the teams trying to focus on right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, MAZOR Gaming, and this just shows you the power. MAZOR Gaming started off today in 12th position, 1 chicken dinner, and now they are in 6th. 32 points separate first position and second position. We've got 5 games to go, and we're looking at these 5 games to see if these people can actually, or if these teams can actually cover that 32 points gap, and that is what I'm looking forward to seeing, Mitch. Are they going to be able to do it? Again, it's going to take a lot from RJC, but at the same time, it's going to take even more from the rest of the teams.
It now depends on how they play the next coming games. I mean, Erangel is a cheat code. I hope they know that. If they use Erangel well, they can easily get their 32 points, but it all depends on how RJC performs. If they survive till the end of the game, placement points coming in good. They'll always get eliminations. They know how to third party. They know how to steal kills. They're very good at that. So don't count on them not getting kills. But if it comes to RJC surviving, they should try and see if they cannot survive till the end. Then maybe they will be able to get the 32 points. If not, well, we can say goodbye to first place.
Definitely, we're saying we can say goodbye to first place, but at the same time you can also embrace the chance to get up to first position. One game done and dusted. We have more coming up, so do not go anywhere, and we will be right back for more games.
On this map, 35 points is what they've been able to back for themselves so far. Let's see.
Here, they're finally comfortable. They know what they want and they engage in this early. But if they need the points, then they should definitely
Trying to survive here, and This is where BERSERK essentially now has
in
to
that
start.
grenade, and you know what's about to happen with that pre-nade that is being
Do our best to become the #1 team in Africa. Hello, I am MAZOR and I represent MAZOR Gaming from the Wildcard region. My teammates are MAZOR Demonic, MAZOR Crasher, and MAZOR Federal, and we finished first in the PMNC Wildcard. I believe that we are prepared for the finals, and we will do our best to become the #1 team in Africa. Fans, join us on the 9th and 10th May and support us.
Be the #1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa Grand Finals. #1 team is what we are fighting for, and we are seeing that it looks like some of these teams are looking to chase, but they're not just chasing the win, they're looking good while doing it, and that is the players there from RJC I'm talking about. So bring the flash with the active matrix light on the Note 60 series with Snapdragon on the Note 60 Pro. So Pro, suit up. But man, what a game that we've had, and what a day that we're actually having here, Mitch. What are you looking forward to as we go into Erangel?
Yeah, I mean, it is finally that map that I love so very much, and I am hoping the teams take advantage of Erangel. Erangel is so easy to understand. We know all the corners in Erangel, and I know all the teams know all the corners as well. So if they can just take it, or Erangel, just hold it by a hand like this. It's so short. Just grab it and move on. I think we'll see a lot from the teams if they take Erangel by the heart and play the game.
Well, I'm hoping the teams have not forgotten that, you know, there is no more recalling in this map. You go out, you're out. So you need to go fight as a team to make sure that you're there for your teammates, because seeing that Rondo game, it looks like everyone is very, very quick on that thirst. They're not even letting you breathe. The instant you get knocked, before you get that chance to really tag for your teammates where you got knocked from, it looks like you're already getting their state. So that's one thing that I'm looking forward to those teams, showing that, what, this match, we're in for it, we're focused, we're locked in, we know that this is no longer Rondo. I'm not expecting any hot drops so far, especially in the map of Angle. I think things are going to go smoothly. It's just going to be a case of who can navigate the zones and get their rotations better.
You've talked about not seeing hot drops. Why do I have a feeling they'll give us that? I have a feeling someone just wants to cause chaos. They're like, okay guys, we are not getting anything, okay? We just want money and to have fun. So let's do it. We might see that, but of course I've not seen people taking that to heart. They're not like me who makes very bad decisions in game. They understand the game and they know their agenda. So it's going to be a really fun Erangel. Pochinki might be crowded though. There are two teams that like Pochinki. We all know RJC is going to Severny. So if anyone wants to meet RJC, go to Severny. They're chilling in Severny every day, but no one will go there again. No one.
As you said, we're trying to fight for the money. If you're going to hot drop any team, maybe not hot drop the team that is already looking like, regardless of whether you hot drop them and take them out, they are going to win. So you want to make sure, it's looking like they're going to win. So you want to make sure you want to pick on maybe another team. Maybe go see what's going to happen in Pochinki. Because if there's going to be a fight in Pochinki, if you're able to stay on the Pochinki hills or just those little high grounds or stay beside the car spawns, you might be able to get yourself a few eliminations, maybe third party into that engagement, grab a couple eliminations here, there, and just get out of dodge. That is one thing I'm looking forward to seeing. If there's any team that's going to take note of that initiative and try that indeed, if there is going to be a hot drop. But anyway, playing path, Mitch looking a little uncomfortable, especially given that the team likes to land in Severny, as we're going all the way from that eastern edge down towards the southwest. And wow, there's only so many places you can go to on this match here, man.
Yeah, definitely. Me. There's a lot we can see from the teams. I'm sure JC will take a vehicle and go all the way to Severny. You can see they're still going towards that side. They haven't changed their movement. They want to go there. MVP will always go to Kameshki. You can see them trying to make their way all the way to Kameshki. I think it's just a love for a place, and teams tend to go where they feel comfortable. So we'll see if that's going to be the case for RJC. They're going to be picking, going to Severny again, or they'll be avoiding that and just playing at a better place. But so far, military base is about to be hot because Neon is going there, and I is that another team? Sphinxy BERSERK, Team BERSERK. Oh, that's gonna be a hot drop. Let's go. I hope so.
Well, I hope it is. At the same time, I'm like, well, I'm only hoping it is because of the fights that I know we could get to see. Military Island, military base, that is one fun place to fight. It's got very confusing buildings. There's that high ground as well, but I don't want to see anyone staying on that high ground. If you're going to take the fight, take the fight. You don't have to hold any off angles. But man, before we start to talk too much, getting too deep, we got to look at that zone. It is a very comfortable circle. It is out there close to the center, more towards that eastern tilt, but nonetheless, it is looking like a very good circle. I don't see too much offsets or upsets that could happen, but seeing that the teams really like to play on the edge from that first game, I want to see the approach that comes in going into the second game.
It is the second game. Everything is important. Literally everything. They might seem that like they have a lot of games to play, but the second game, that leaves them with only 4. That is not a lot. That is not enough for them to get a lot of points to get to where RJC is. But Crowns, prove me wrong. Look at RJC making their way to Severny, and they're not sorry about that.
Not at all. They found their vehicles and they've made their way in. Other teams that were looking for vehicle in RIZZESPORTS seem to have found themselves a little bit of trouble as they've run into some of the players there from 4 strengths who have potted their elimination points by adding one more to the list. Mitch, I'm looking at this because one wild prediction that I made when I was when we were watching the wild, I was saying like, oh yo, the wildcard teams, they're not looking like they're those teams that are playing very aggro. And when I look at the teams that are finals, these are teams that are very aggressive. So I was like, I think the players there the teams there from wildcard region, I thought they were going to struggle a little bit in this lobby, given how intense the lobby could be. But right now, when we look at the leaderboard, we've got 4 out of the 5 wildcard teams in the top 6.
Wow. Well, it is wild. I mean, what do you expect from a wild region? They have to cook something, and it's looking good, honestly. I mean, Wildcard had a lot of regions coming in. So Madagascar and Mauritius, they kind of dominated that side, and we have them here dominating as well and representing the Wildcard region. So it's looking good, like you've said. And I believe maybe they were not cooking that much during their group stages and finals. They were probably warming up their fingers and just getting ready for what is to come. And I know right now they're probably looking to be that team that makes it to PMGO from the wildcard region, which is going to be a good thing. Honestly, it's going to be really good. Like RJC enjoying free loot.
Hey, you gotta enjoy that one. Wow. Well, they're just gonna take that one. They're like, hey, we'll take this, get away to get started relatively early. But anyway, rotations haven't started just yet. Everyone's still looking to get comfortable. I'm just gonna tell you guys, we're looking at the players there from Falling Ruthless. They are chilling around the shelter area, and they're just looking to have a little bit of fun on the two splits currently at the moment, looking to maximize that loot and also not get caught up while losing. So you have a teammates to support you regardless of what is happening. Every other person is scattered all across the match. Kameski being held by the MVP. Players there from Slime 4K team looting the areas of Lipovka, Neon Rising that we're looking at. We know them to usually be around that school area, but as we said today, they found themselves in an early hot drop with the players there from Berserk. And the reason why we're seeing these shots fly left, right, and center is because both teams are out there fighting for the same vehicle spot there in the military base. So this is going to be tough for one of these teams, because having to rotate out of here without a vehicle is going to be tough.
Yeah, and you cannot be walking around leisurely, saying no one can see me. It's a military base. We might be alone. Oh, you'll be surprised. Someone is just chilling, taking their soft drink and looking at you while you make your rotation, just waiting for that right moment, and then they can engage. But I think Team BERSERK is looking to take on Neon Outlaws. They seem to be scoping around where they are, just trying to look for that one player that is lingering and not thinking about their future, and just take them on as fast as they can. So we'll wait and see how this goes. But I'm really surprised to see all these teams made their way here, and oh yes, they have done it. Team BERSERK has finally engaged, and Neon Outlaws will be in the middle of the fight between them and Team BERSERK, and someone might just be going back to lobby a little bit too early in this second game.
And I like the play that has come through from Berserk there. They've knocked the one player there from Neon Rising, and they're like, hey, we're not going to third CBS, come and try to revive so we can get the rest of the team. And Baby Zine trying to see if he can scope around to find more. He would run into Spinksy, but now Spinksy is getting pushed by more. But that guy doesn't quite stop. He keeps driving. He's trying to find that last player, but the info is probably going to be spread there by the team. And I love the speed at which the rest of the players there from Team Berserk are formed up here again. And that just goes to show you the awareness that is there, and the job is done. Now that they know where the rest of Neon Rising is, they have taken out the player that they knocked out earlier, and that is two wonderful eliminations to get things started. What a play coming in through from Team Berserk. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff, good plays here. They decided to take it as is. They saw the opportunity and they took it. That gives them 2 eliminations very early, and it might be a good push for them in just overall rankings. They might be able to go a little bit higher. We'll see if that really pays out, of course, in what they get at the end of the day. But so far, I believe Team BERSERK is sitting comfortable with those 2 eliminations. The rotations are about to happen. We know this game is going to be a little bit slow. They understand the wrangle. They know where to be and where not to be. They know all the rotations they need to make. A team like Elevate is all the way out in that blue zone, and they're trying to make their rotations into that safe zone again through the blue zone. So for Strength might be encountering them. They might be in a position to take on an early fight. But just asking Kranz, the pro player he is, what do you think the best play should be in this game?
Pro player, okay. Well, the best play for the game right now, I really couldn't tell you, but I think it's just more of comfortability and trying to work with the information that you have. And that is one thing that the players there from Elevate might not have going into later phases of the circle. However, one thing I would commend from the way they're playing right now is that comfortability with tanking a little bit of blue zone damage. It's zone 1, it's not going to hurt too much, so you can still get comfortable, get yourself a little bit more loot. Bandages would wrap you up. You don't even need to use the full first aid kits, and that way you're able to make it into zone. And so far so good. It did work out for them in the map there of Rondo, and now they've chosen to apply it again in Erangel. What I'm just looking forward to seeing in this Erangel is if they're able to rotate back into the main playable area fast enough. And I'm saying that because with Rondo, people can respawn, right? And that way you have more eliminations. With Erangel, once those eliminations go and you're not in the zone to get some of those eliminations, you're going to find yourselves being one of those teams with placement points but no eliminations.
Yeah, that now eliminations have proven to be a thing here. They have proven to be what you need to be, what you need to have to be in that good position at the end of the day. We saw that with MAZOR. We saw them just because of the number of eliminations they got from first game. They were able to take on first place even without the chicken dinner. So I mean, getting placement points with nothing to add more weight to it. Nah, not a good play, but might just be able to give you some points. Tempo here and Rush Esports, they're not really looking to engage. Rush Esports is literally making a run for it, and that's certainly okay. If we look at what's happening at the map here right now, Crowns, on that left southwestern side of the safe zone, we do have Team BERSERK. They might be gatekeeping Tribe Warriors. The thing is Tribe Warriors aware that Team BERSERK is there? Because that will be a very bad end of the day.
Yeah, there's that, and what I find more concerning is why is Tribe Warriors here? You know, they landed in Novo Repnonie, right?
Yes,
and I would think they just go straight. They have a bridge, make it onto the other side of things. So
yeah,
if this is their attempt at looking for Neon Rising or Team BERSERK, I think they may have done their team studying, they might have gotten that team studying a little bit wrong, because for what it is worth, they spent a lot of time looting, right?
Yeah,
so them coming to this area of the map, if they're looking for Neon Rising already wanted to start their rotation earlier. Even Team BERSERK was going to start their rotation early. Both teams even had to take each other out and still keep rotating, and then Tribe Warrior is now coming here. I don't think that is the play, and I think Team BERSERK are aware that Tribe Warriors now are on the other side of the bridge, and they're just keeping their eye out to see if they will be bold enough to try to cross that bridge from this angle.
Yeah, I think someone just compromised their location. Tribe Warriors is changing their rotation here. It means someone from Team BERSERK did not do a good job while camping. So that is unfortunate for them. They should watch a lot of videos on Victors and see how you're supposed to hold the bridge, because that would have been an easy play for them. But of course, it happens sometimes. You just cannot be everything. You cannot be a Victor and a pro player. You have to pick one. For Fallen Ruthless, though, they are losing a player already. Shakid is knocked out, and ASTRA Creatives is making sure that they confirm that elimination before anyone gets closer. So FR, it is a little bit early. They do have Slime 4KT joining the party as well. This is going to be a very bad luck for FR coming just into the second game. They might go home early in this game.
Indeed they may. Another thing I'm noticing as well, I was expecting to see more edge style gameplay coming through from these teams, but they either know something that I do not, or this is just how they play. They just play Rondo differently, because right now everyone did seem to cluster up closer to the center of that last circle, which is why we get to see all of these teams very close to each other. But fortunately for myself and them in the lobby, they've not started that engagement just yet, but everyone is already starting to see the areas that they're looking to dominate. I'm loving that position coming in through from Team ASTRA, as they're holding Potato Hill out there on that southeastern edge of the map, and that is a very strong position to be. I would always talk good about that position. You get so much information off of that elevation, and it's a question of how well you can work with such information that you're able to get.
Yeah, I mean, getting to understand cues as a team, actually very important for every team to learn that. I can see it as a very, very promising skill. But for some teams, I'm not sure if we've seen that being implemented a lot, but of course, we'll just give it time. Everyone is trying to adjust to games and understand what's really happening around them. We can give them a round of applause, because for this game, surprisingly, all the teams are already making their way into that safe zone. They do not want to play from the blue zone. The only difference is that compounds have already been occupied by teams that understand which buildings are comfortable to take on fights. They are holding, they're not moving. This is a different location though for RJC. I've not seen them here, but you can see what they're doing. They are literally looking behind them. They have no interest in what's happening in front of them. They want to finish off anyone that comes in from their back first.
And it's quite unfortunate for everyone in the lobby that day, like you said, the buildings have been taken, because right now the rotations are gonna get really crazy, and now we're starting to see it unfold as the players there from MVP crash into the side of falling Ruthless out here on the bottom of the hill. One player is down for the Ruthless members, and Potion losing a whole lot of HP as the third party is imminent. And here comes Fly. He is flying with those bullets, and he sends them back and packing an MVP before they can even blink. They're taking out. Third party too imminent. School is not a very fun place to be fighting at, as Zeus was third party and Astra was third party, and they were still having to fight with the side of falling Ruthless. There was only so much they can do. You have to commend that smoke usage from falling Ruthless though.
I mean, getting to cover your teammates immediately, they are knocked big up there from Fallen Ruthless. They're lucky because that rotation from Astra made the teams from Zeus Morris to rethink their decision on trying to go in for that push. They're lucky, but we have Death Does Kenya. They do have Slime 4KT with them, and a beautiful grenade is about to be launched. Slime 4KT, what just happened there? We did not see what happened, but unfortunately, Slime 4KT will be going back to lobby with that fight, and Death Does Kenya will be surviving this time round. Unfortunately, Neon Outlaws, that guy is scouting where they are, and I think he just had those shots and might be able to tell the team that there's someone here.
Unfortunately for Outlaws, they do not have the numbers. That guy seems to be the only one alive for them, and he's just gonna have to hold on
my
in that
God.
little shack that he's gonna have to hold, because this is where the numbers advantage comes into play. Like, look at how they played. I mean, they did lose Beekeeper first, but then again, the approach falling into that trap that was set by the players there from I believe it was Team BERSERK, definitely did not help them at all. But we're starting to see a lot of clusters now, as everyone is now looking to head towards the edges now. Rush looking to get started with the players there from Team Elevate, and in this same situation there is Team BERSERK in the vicinity. This is going to be one heck of an engagement.
I just want to see how they finish off this fight. They do not have enough time for this. Rush Esports, Elevate right beneath them. Clutch, he is here. We do know he's a really good player. He has enough confidence to take on fights. But Elevate is not an easy team to go against. They have proven time and time again. They know what to do. Oh, Paradox actually goes in for that push, and no one will be the first casualty. Now, Rush Esports, once they get one player down, that means you are officially crippled. You will have to do something about it. Till GLTN has to be careful though, because Team BERSERK is very much close to where he is, and if they decide to try and engage, then it's gonna be GG's for Rush Esports.
Indeed, it might be, as Clutch is downstairs trying to see if he can get more members down, and that is 3 players down for the side of Elevate. That buggy around the door is not going to make things easy, and the third party wouldn't make it easier either, as Clutch falls. Thugger able to do damage with that DBS and trying to smoke up the situation here, as he will try to grab revives onto 3 of his teammates. The question is, Team BERSERK, do they know that this is what is happening? Are they going to aggress into this one? It's not looking like the case. Team just holding up in the background, and he looks like he wants to get out of dodge, but he's definitely getting out of dodge. He has to now play relatively slower than expected.
I mean, TGLTN was fast in that. You have to be fast. You cannot waste time. You waste time, the kills just pass by and there's nothing you're getting for your team. But Elevate here almost fumbled with this fight. They would have been wiped if Team BERSERK was just trying to focus on them, but they were lucky. They are a little bit distracted here by Tribe Warriors, who are actually cooking up some beautiful grenades towards Team BERSERK. Rich and Sphinxy very far away from each other. They're trying to do much, being a whole split. It might work out, but as soon as one player gets knocked, that is going to be a very tricky situation for either of the players. They'll have to find a way of surviving without getting eliminated again. But Tribe Warriors here, honestly, the pressure they apply, it looks beautiful, because there's nothing Team BERSERK can do other than be calm and try and win this.
And this is where I'm going to say you don't want to get too comfortable with Pochinki though, especially in this kind of zones. There is a very high chance that zone, this next zone shift, is going to shift out of Pochinki. And if there's one thing we know, getting out of Pochinki when there's other teams in there is a whole hassle, especially given that there's teams even on the outskirts of Pochinki. But in other parts of things, we have seen Team Astra take out the players there from Team Temper, and it looks like they've got their eyes on the players there from Tetos as they try to find their way into the zones. Bullets being sprayed towards Sama's position, but talk about the driving skills from that player. Clutch is going to have to hold it on in that blue zone. Maybe try to see if he can out heal it, but I think they know. Slazy Slazy just looking to follow these players, and this might just bite him. Glitch would fall as the mind game does work, and that is the instant thirst coming into, and Team Astra are looking to continue to push up the numbers. They are looking to chase that 32 points. They are 4 already.
Oh my God, Astra Creatives is cooking and they want to serve us a delicious meal, but it's a little bit too early to decide if the food is cooked enough. They do have another team joining the party. Astra Creatives have MAZOR right behind them, and grenades are about to be launched. Crusher, a grenade is in his hand, but Balalal as well is cooking up something. Only one grenade has to work, but the damage is good on Balalal. They have fallen Ruthless. That is also third party in this fight, so Astra Creatives have to be really careful, and they have to pray that Fallen Ruthless decides to engage in this fight. It'll be a win-win for both teams, but MAZOR, they seem confident enough to actually try and take out Astra Creatives before Fallen Ruthless join this party.
I mean, they got 16 eliminations in Rondo. You best believe that they are feeling very confident. Falling Ruthless, though, they came through for the third party, but they're the ones who are getting taken out first, as the vehicle elimination would take one of them down, and MAZOR would slap Milio out of that vehicle. Nowhere next to go, and Atrox, he's already looking to get started. The rest of Astra Gaming, though, do they want to take this engagement? Slazy, he's in the vicinity, and he's letting the grenades fly. MAZOR looking to go for a little bit of a reposition. I do not know if this is them leaving or they're just repositioning, but Balala, he is in trouble. Federal looking to push him from the side. Grenades being reloaded now as they're looking to send us his position, and it's not going to land just yet, or to get the damage just yet, as Federal still looking to hold behind the tree. Balala looking to move for one, and he finds it, but cannot find two as the side sweep comes through. Wait a minute, he held on, and MAZOR is out.
Oh my good Lord, that is what we call playing the game. Now that is how you play the game. Slazy was there, but Lalal was getting damaged. He was getting pushed. They were applying the pressure, but Slazy, that rotation, oh my God. Astra Creatives, you have just made our night here. Beautiful call, beautiful rotation. That one turn from Slazy saved them from losing a fight against MAZOR. Well played here. Honestly, that was a surprise here, Crowns. They thought it through. I mean, yo, we've not seen that in a while. I think Africa is looking good right now. Oh, we're doing great.
Yeah, that off angle from Slazy was absolutely ruthless. What a way to play. Caught them totally off guard. But speaking of off guard, it's going to be the players there from RJC to get things started. As Clutch falls to the grenade that comes through from Shiva, the push is instantly coming in through. These buildings is one of the easiest to push. It is very hard to defend. There's a lot of windows, and grenades are going to start to fly. And RJC, they are letting those grenades fly. They have a lot to spare. Master trying to hold up on the balcony, but there's nothing you can do when this much prowess and pressure is being applied by RJC. They're sent back into the lobby, and we're down to the final 8 teams.
Oh, RJC, they want their points, and they're definitely trying to cook them up here. They're trying to get as many eliminations as they can, but Astra Creatives is also trying to cook here. They just want, even if it's 20-point mark, they just need to get closer to RJC. It means everything to them to try and get their luck. Now, here's the thing, Crowns. Astra almost won last year. So I know they're trying to do it again, but they don't know if it's going to be possible because RJC is not letting them do it. But with how they're playing right now, that play from Slazy, if they do that continuously till game 6, I think things might look good for Astra Creatives as well.
Yep, and now they have to find a way to do that, maybe to RJC, because in order for them to catch up to RJC needs to have bad games. And so far, they're still alive with all 4 players. They've got 3 eliminations already, looking to increase that lead that they have on the entirety of the lobby. But in other side of things, Zeus Morris, though, looking to remain stubborn. They've got 1 or make that 2 players left, with Stone currently getting revived, and they're looking to hold up on that eastern edge. But it looks like trouble is looming as dead doors come crashing. Thomas falls, and out they go. Like, you might, we are gonna send you back and packing. 2 revives need to be done, and it looks like there might be third party from none other but RJC, and RJC get the sweep. Dead doors fall. RJC are not even letting anyone have a breather, but Tribe Warriors going on to the side of Elevate.
Oh my god, absolute cinema happening here in the second and last day for PMGO Africa, and all the teams are cooking and they're trying their best to survive. RJC is in that hot zone and Force Strength is making it impossible for them to survive. Devil does make a rotation, goes away from the team in case anyone is eliminated or the team is eliminated. He might just be able to survive. So we'll see if that's going to be working or not. Revive as well is in the building. They're not sure how they can go in for that push. They still have to get the revive, and Force Strength Q's is applying a lot of pressure right now. All these teams, it is looking like finally it has kicked in their minds that it is time for us to try and make it into PMGO. But a grenade coming towards Astra Creative. A fight here between RJC, and I feel like telling them, guys, scatter. You don't want to fight right now, just run. But everyone is ready to take on a fight here, Crown, so it's anyone's game right now.
Yeah, but with RJC, it's like, where do they go? They look to the right and they're looking at the players there from Force Strength. They look to the left, they've got Astra who's sending them grenades, and now they're gonna have to hope that the players there from Tribe Warriors assist them, which is already what is happening as Kairos reduces the number there from Team Astra, looking for the bullets underneath the legs, and Balalado finds Crusader, drops him down. Kairos now trying to see if he can let that support fire go, and it will go and send them back and back. But guess who's heard the noise? It's RJC again to steal that elimination as the grenades start to fly. Elevates now find their way coming in through behind the players there from RJC, and this might be RJC getting swamped and surprised as Reverb falls first.
Oh wow, this is what we call esports action, and it's happening here live now. RJC, unfortunately for them, they seem to be having a hard time trying to survive where they are. They do not have the compound. For Elevate, they have the high ground. They can see RJC. For RJC, they do have the ridge that they can use. They do have the shelter along the cape here. They can try and stay there, but as soon as the zone shifts, that's it, because Tribe Warriors is literally right next to them. They're waiting for them to make one small mistake, one tiny mistake, and they'll go in guns blazing and try to get on RJC before they can do anything. But so far so good. We have the last four teams still surviving. We have RJC, Force Strength, Elevate, Tribe Warriors. They all have good eliminations. I mean, looking at a team like Tribe Warriors, 8 eliminations, I think Crowns, they're finally stepping up. It might be a little bit too late, but in terms of the overall ranking, I think they'll have a good spot in the table.
Yep, they definitely have a good spot. They have a good chance as well. I'm looking at the players there from Force Strength. I expect to see a little bit more into should I say aggression coming into from them. They've been holding in that building for a while, so they know that the entirety of their left hand side, that the northern area of the map, even going all the way to that western side, they know about what is going on there, and it is totally empty. I'd expect to see a little bit of a split coming in through where they can get a little bit of shots and maybe eliminations from the scrappy fights that are seeming to be going on in other parts of the map. The players there from RJC, though, they're being given a very tough time by Force Strength, as Q's has been applying pressure, and now he's able to uproot Baby T from that vehicle, looking to find some more, and Shiva would fall. Elevate would be the one to welcome them, and that is RJC back and back into the now. Finally, Force Strength would come out to try to fight.
Oh, they are feeling good with this. Elevate, we remember where they are. They are in that second place, but I don't know if this game will be enough for them to close that margin with RJC. But the grenades, they look beautiful. That is John Wick's grenade, and it connects perfectly, getting one of the players from Tribe Warriors. Another one comes in from Q's, but Tribe Warriors, unfortunately for them, the numbers are not looking good. They are lucky though. Force Strength is applying a lot of pressure here on Elevate. Fabian trying to get the healing happening. He wants to try and survive, but Force Strength, Moon coming in there with a rotation from the back, but Fabian is very much aware, trying to smoke up the area, trying to blind a Moon just to make sure he cannot spot him. But what is happening here right now is a lot of confusion. Elevate in the middle of two teams. There can only be one winner, and this might be a tricky one for Elevate.
Indeed, it is going to be a tricky one. I think it's even trickier for the side of Force Strength. It's like, what do you think Force Strength is looking at? They've got 3 players alive, and then there's 6 players left. So they know that it's a 3v what though? They know there's 3 players left, but they know that it's a 3v2v1, because that is where things are going to start to get dicey. Hader is holding on the edge of that circle, and he's been very quiet. I don't expect him to move or even make any shots so far, and that is going to make the push from Force Strength a little bit hard. But what I like from Force Strength is how they've pushed everyone else outside the zone. But right now, that knock that they've just taken is not going to help them at all.
Good play here from Elevate. Try to get the fastest cues. A beautiful shotgun. Immediately trying to confirm the knock here on Paradox because they need to reduce the numbers as the game continues. Moon is still down. Fabian trying to make sure he confirms that elimination. Making that rotation again with that buggy. He wants to be as safe as he can be in that safe zone as Force Strength is distracted. Try Warrior player on the other hand. I mean, this guy is having a good time. He's chilling, watching the fight. He's having a drink while there's a war, and he's enjoying it, honestly. And as long as it's not affecting him, I think KENY is happy with this. He just wants to take on the last player, but all he needs to pray is that Fabian does something to Force Strength, or Force Strength loses a player while trying to take on Fabian.
It does look like Force Strengths have a little bit of an idea as to where Hader might be, though, as they have their eyes looking towards Hader's position, and that blue zone is going to force Hader to move now, and now he's up on his feet. They've heard it, they've seen him. Q's, you definitely seen him, definitely they have, and they take him out, and now they know for certain it is a 2v1. If they're going to work off of information that their teammate has given them, if they just go back to where they're, who was it? But they lost one teammate to Fabian here. If they're able to read or work with that information, they should know exactly where Fabian is. But now it's the question that we always love to ask: does Fabian have it in him? Does he have that clutch factor in this 1v2?
Well, if you ask me, it's John Wick, guys. It's John Wick. Anything could happen. He can take on as many people as he likes. But Fabian, I mean, you have to prove my words are right. So right now, Force Strength is trying to make that rotation there with the vehicle. Little boy is a little bit damaged, but he's still looking to go in for that push. Can be a little bit tricky, seeing that his HP is really low. He should first focus on trying to get that HP up and then get the push happening. But Force Strength has been able to support him, but Little Boy was given good damage here from Fabian. But question again, Fabian, you expose your forehead, and Q sees it and he wants to take you out. But of course, there's time. He can try heal up, he can try survive, but it is the last man versus a duo. And everyone right now, Mauritius and Madagascar, fingers crossed on which region takes on this chicken dinner.
Yeah, and this is going to be quite tricky now. Fabian has just made it harder for himself, exposing his position there, because really they did not know where he was before. But now that they know where he is, you can see them starting to corner him up, trying to see if they can grab those off angles. And it's just a matter of Liu Boy. I do not know if Liu Boy is stuck there or if he's just shy, but he needs to make it open. Oh, that is why. It's because this is the open field. The headshots are there to connect, and he's giving Liu Boy something to think about. And now he knows he's isolated here with Cruz. He can't take that 1v1, but no, he will not win it. As the players there from Force Strength would grab that winner chicken dinner.
Amazing play there from Force Strength. Finally, a winner chicken dinner for their team. They have been cooking, they have been trying to serve us an amazing meal, and finally we'll be enjoying a chicken dinner with the wildcard region coming from none other than Force Strength. Well played, well deserved. Therefore, I mean, John Wick, Fabian, he could have survived that if he had teammates, but unfortunately he was alone, and there's no way that would have been an easy fight. Seems like Hughes was really applying that pressure. But of course, there is next time. There's at least 4 more games to go, and if he wants to, I think he can try and get another play like this one, maybe a second chance, and Elevate could get another chicken dinner.
And indeed they could, but I gotta give the props there to Force Strengths. They did come in through, but I don't know, going towards that ending at the end of the game, I would have expected to see them be more proactive, get a couple more eliminations. But nonetheless, a winner chicken dinner, 6 eliminations to go alongside. That's 16 points that they'll be able to gather. It's a question of how much can that boost them on the top of the leaderboards, because that is one thing that we're talking about, how you can slowly increase the amount of money that you end up going home with. But anyway, Q's with 4 eliminations, we saw him doing the most of the pressure, especially onto the side of RJC. Moon with no eliminations so far, but he was able to get 1 knockout. Liu Boy with 3 eliminations to himself. Naimi did get taken out early as well, and he got himself 0 eliminations in this one. So basically they played this game as a 3-man squad, and they were able to make it into the final circle. Not just the final circle, but also win the game.
Yep, for sure. There, the numbers were not on their side, and they made sure to capitalize on that. For this match summary, 62 eliminations with 71 knocks. At least a couple of revives are happening along the game here. 25 with a damage of 14,356 dealt throughout this game. The throws used 287. guys should relax now. Let's relax a little bit because we've been seeing the grenades being launched back to back. People have started smoking their teammates. The cover is amazing. So it does explain on the throws here. The smokes were thrown perfectly. Grenades were connecting. All I know is I just need to see who got the grenade eliminations because I can bet on it, baby got grenade eliminations just by throwing random grenades towards teams. But for this match summary here, we do have the players with the highest scores from top traveler to most elimination to highest damage. Kairos is having a good time here in this list.
Indeed, he is. 5 eliminations that he was able to get for his team, and that's courtesy of that fight that they had to take in Pochinki. They had the most information going into Pochinki there, and they were able to grab themselves those eliminations as they cleared out 2 teams, getting themselves their 8 eliminations there. Kairos, though, doing the most of the work on 1,126 damage to go alongside it as well. Berserk with the longest elimination distance, and Slazy, the top traveler for this lobby. What a way this game has gone. And with Kairos getting his 5 eliminations, I wonder if that boosts him up on the top leaderboards there for the MVPs.
A lot, of course, is about to happen here. MVPs from one team, that is a good one. But of course, making into that leaderboard might be a little bit tricky. But for this game, again, teams did not get a lot of points. Team MVPs, Slime for KT, 0 points each. Temper, Neon Atlas, 1 point each. Berserk, MAZOR 2 with RIZZESPORTS 2, and Zusmers as well. They didn't get a lot. Honestly, this game has been a very tricky situation for most of the teams. Again, we have X-Force getting 10 points from this game, but for Strength, they get 17, and Elevate get 15 with ASTRA at 12 points as well. But look at Tribe Warriors here, Crowns. I think this is a good play from them. 13 points from this game. That is a good job.
Now, indeed is a good job, and you have to give props to that solo who stayed to survive and make sure that his team was able to get 5 placement points. One thing that I'm very impressed to see here is that the 5 teams were able to get themselves the double-digit points, and that is very, very impressive to see coming in through from them. But with the head-to-head here, we've got 4 Strengths up against Elevate. 4 Strengths who did win that game, 7 eliminations that they were able to get 1,600 damage. But Elevate, they were doing a whole lot of work. And one thing we have to comment from Elevate, we saw them win that first game, right? And they did get themselves a decent number of eliminations. Now they've come into Eranga with the same style of play, tanking the blue zone early, and we can see them get themselves 9 eliminations and enough damage, 2,079 damage to go alongside it. This might be a trend that we're seeing here from Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate has a lot of gunpowder coming from their side. Q's there from 4 Strength though really gave those teams a hard time. He was getting a lot happening. But for MVP in this game, we do have Tribe Warrior player, that is Kairos. 5 eliminations, a damage of 1,126 with 4 knockouts. Well played here from Tribe Warriors. We didn't see more of these throughout the games, but unfortunately they have started showing that now, and it is totally okay. But we wanted more, Tribe Warriors. We wanted to see you more. At least Kairos has found his way here, but there's still room for you guys to find your way here. But of course, Q's joins him, and we've seen him do a lot in this game, Crowns.
Indeed, we have a lot of pressure being applied. That accuracy coming through for him. I believe he single-handedly almost took out the entirety of RJC. The instance they crashed up onto the side of that bunker, 4 Strengths, Q's just kept on laying that pressure from that window, and there was no way that they were able to deal with him. He just kept on firing through, and that is one thing that we love to see a lot coming in through from this game. Love to see that one. 971 damage, but Kairos though helping Tribe Warriors get themselves the points. And now Q's has made his way, or he's making his way, still holding up onto that second position. And Shiva is going 2 more eliminations, but so far so good. We've been seeing Shiva get taken out early on in the games.
Yeah, I mean, that is pushing Shiva a little bit down here with his damage as well. I think Q's only needs 600 damage. Another game like this one, and he might just be able to take on Shiva's fast plays for MVP together. The eliminations he gets along the way. But of course, good stuff here from Q's. RJC, Reverb, and Baby are going down and down. I don't know if they're going to be pushed out, but we'll see if that's going to be the case. Pew Pew still in the run, 21 eliminations. The damage might be a little bit far off. 1,000 points, 1,000 damage is what he needs right now, and to survive a little bit more. So a lot is coming to play here for these teams. So looking at the overall ranking, it seems Rush Esports and Deathjars from that game have jumped up the leaderboard at least. So we might be seeing some changes happening if they continue the same play. They might just make their way into the first page of the results.
Exactly, but then again, we gotta look at it. Things haven't looked to start well, especially in the regular maps now of Erangel, for these teams that are on the second side of the leaderboard, because man, we did not really see all of them, or most of them, make it into those final circles. But up the top here is where we're going to be seeing some of those changes. The players there from Astra did have a good game as well, which is why they maintained that third position. Fully Ruthless find their way into the top 8. MAZOR starting to drop a little bit more, with Riz doing some more, well, not able to do a lot more to boost themselves up in this level. Tribe Warriors though now already up to 5th, but they're what, about 12, is my math right, or 22 points away from 3rd position. And man, elevates, you can just see them continue to put the numbers up on board. They're trying to close that gap. 110 to 83, it's still about 20 points, or if not more, so separating themselves and RJC. But you got to put it in mind, RJC started with a 38-point lead, and now, or make that 32-point lead, and now it is looking like a 27. I don't know if my math is right, but that number is starting to reduce their image.
Yes, it seems like Elevate is giving RJC a run for their money and a slot to PMGO. 27 points is not a lot if you ask me. One game can close that, but it depends. If they get at least a couple of eliminations, 15 with a chicken dinner, 25 points in easy, that goes well for them and they get closer to RJC. But you can see what RJC is doing. They are closing it, they are tying it down so much that it's becoming so hard to get close to them. But what Elevate is doing, it's going to be a good one. Honestly, it's going to be a really good side.
Indeed, it is going to be. RJC currently, I'm watching the way they're playing, they're averaging about 10 points per game. They started today on 90, today that was as of game 2. Now they're already up to 110. They are keeping that chase on. But let us find out how the rest of these teams would do. Who wouldn't do that just right now? We'll be heading for a quick break and we'll be right back.
We are willing to take down any team. We're willing to challenge any team for the top places. Hello guys, my name is 33 Babies In, and I'm the IGL on the fragger for Neon Outlaws. And my teammates are Roach, that guy, Beekeeper, Wizard, Final Boss, and also not that guy, Sticks. We finished 2nd in the PMNC Nigeria. Our biggest challenge so far are all teams. We are willing to take down any team. We're willing to challenge any team for the top places. We're also willing to show we're one of the best teams in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. Fans, join us on the 9th and the 10th of May. Come support us, come support Neon Outlaws, come support Nigeria. Where we are here to become champions of Africa. #1. Thanks guys.
Be the number one for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
Well, hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa Finals. I remain Crowns and she remains Mitch, and we've been enjoying ourselves so far. We've seen 2 games done and dusted. RJC is still looking to keep their lead with 10 points per game average currently, but we're about to get into the second angle of the day. Mitch, how are you feeling for this one?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy. I am just excited. I mean, the first and second game, honestly, they have given me the energy I was looking for in the last day. This is what I was asking for. So coming into third game, I am happy, more than excited.
Exactly, definitely. I'm excited as well. I want to see what is going to happen with the rest of this lobby, because as much as RJC is getting some points up on board, we're seeing some other teams, the Elevates, the Astras, even MAZOR Gaming. I'll give them support. We're starting to see them put up some number. Tribe Warriors, you know, we're trying to see them put up a little bit of numbers up on board. And again, at this point, we did averages RJC are doing. You just have to try to offset that, balance, try to cover up those distance, because right now we're seeing the side there of RJC get 10 points, but then we're seeing like Astra would get themselves like 12, 13. You know, you just have to get more points than they do, and just maybe you might be able to close that gap and maybe steal the win away from RJC.
Yeah, exactly. They have been getting 10 points. It's not as high as yesterday. So that tells you teams understood their assignment. Yesterday, they sat, they analyzed, and they figured out, okay, so this is what we actually want. We want to take on RJC. So what can we actually do to make this work? And it's finally working out for some teams. They're getting good points. But for others, they haven't really settled yet. They're still finding their way. But teams like Astra, you've mentioned Elevate, you've mentioned MAZOR, it seems like they did their assignment and it's finally paying off.
Yep, and that assignment seems to be hugely drawing towards the fact that, you know what, in order for us to thrive in this lobby, we need to up that aggression a little bit, put in a little bit more effort, try to take some more fights. You know, you see a fight going on, do not be scared to get that third party, and we've been seeing a lot of third party coming in through. I mean, in that last game, we saw that third party when Zeus Morris was going for that fight. We saw that third party when MVP was taking that same fight in the same place. We saw that third party that came through from falling Ruthless against the side of Astra. So you're seeing these teams already starting to put in that little work. You see that, okay, that aggression needs to be bumped up a little bit. If RJC can play like this, I've got the gun skills too. I can put in the work, and that is exactly what I'm loving to see from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's finally paying off. I'm loving the third parties you're talking about. It has become a trend. Anyone hears anything happening, you see one player passing by, and all of a sudden the whole team decides, let's just crush this. It's either we win or we lose. It's a 50-50 situation, but if we win, that gives us more chances of getting more points along the way, and it's looking good for these teams. But I just hope the teams that are not doing as much as they're expected to, that they can finally step up. If Tribe Warriors has decided to step up to the occasion, anyone can do that. I mean, anyone can step up to the occasion. Anyone can try come up that leaderboard. Though we're seeing some significant drops from some teams. They're going down and down that leaderboard. Slime 4KT, I'm not understanding what's happening here. DK is about to be heartbroken, but the one who's about to be the most heartbroken is Priest right now, because he laid his luck on Slime, but I think the games are just not doing any justice to them.
Yeah, it's not working really for them. We've seen them actually go on their rotations. Their rotations have been looking good, but unfortunately when it comes to just taking those fights, when the rest of the lobby has also said, you know what, third party is something we're going to do, that is not going to play out so well here. I mean, we saw the last game where they were trying to take a fight. I believe it was with the players there from Riz, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe even Rush, in that little compound, and before they got their revives up, we've got Temper already coming in to put in that third party, you know, and again, as I said, you've said it too, it's becoming a trend, but again, it's just more confidence
Yeah.
that we're seeing. It's not necessarily all being third party. It's just we're seeing that these teams now are starting to be more proactive. Like, oh, if I hear a fight, I can actually take that fight, or not even completely engage, but grab a couple eliminations here and there from that. And that is one thing that it's been playing well. That's what Slime 4KT, I guess, I've not really implemented or prepared for going into today's games. And I'm hoping with how things have happened between the first game and the second game, maybe they might have caught on to that trend, and now they know, like, if we're going to take fights, we need to make sure we've got cover from all of these angles. Make sure that you don't have too many buildings where the third parties could come through. And I think with that, those little implementations like that, the rotation so far has been looking okay. It's just when they have to take that fight, we're seeing those third parties come through.
Yeah, though it's not working for some, it's certainly okay. Kranz is talking about it, and you can actually see that is something that is affecting these teams. They're getting caught off guard, and it's not looking good at all for them. Another team that we've seen trying to get their way up there is Team MVP. Yesterday they had a good finish from game 3, I believe, but after that it became a little bit tricky for them. So I think Team MVP now going into third and the rest of the games, they can finally try and do more. We've lost them in this overall first page 1 of the results, first place to 8th place. We cannot see them anywhere, but if they can do more along the way for the last games remaining, I think they might just join this top 8 list.
Indeed, they just might. I mean, seeing that MAZOR didn't have the best game in that last Erangel, I don't think MAZOR is going to have a bad game again going into this Erangel. I think they've pretty much found a little bit of a footing. That last game was just very unfortunate. That off angle that came through from ASTRA was absolutely brilliant. Took them out from the side before they could even complete that that push that they were going for. I mean, elevates. They've been putting in the work today. Still seated in second position. It's looking relatively far, but at the same time, it could be close. Seeing that one very, very good chicken dinner, and that's where we start to question: can Elevate do it? Because if Elevate is able to get themselves that chicken dinner with 12 eliminations, that's 22 points. That is the points difference between themselves and RJC. So you don't even need too crazy. If you're able to get just 12 eliminations, maybe not just, it's hard to get eliminations these days, but 12 eliminations and making it into to get that chicken dinner, you will be able to get yourself that strength. I mean, and for what it's looking like who third party is the best might actually be the one to win the game. We saw that happen in game 1 where the third party came through the most from Elevate, and Elevate themselves, third party didn't win the last fight to get themselves to chicken dinner. We saw 4 strengths with Q's, third party applying the pressure, and then they were able to win that second game as well. Now the third game is, do we see that trend, or are these teams actually, have they clocked onto it? I mean, for me to have clocked onto it, I think they must have clocked onto it as well. Like, what, third party is a lot in this game. It means that the fights that we're going to be taking, we want to make sure that we've got a little bit of cover on the side.
Yeah, that's actually what has been happening here. You've talked about this third party. Their teams are really enjoying this. Honestly, you've talked about 4 strength. They made it hard for RJC. Elevate, game 1, they were the most advantaged team when it came to the third party fight. I mean, they moved from one corner to the other just by third parties. So if teams can understand how this works, just make sure your back is clear. Just make sure you've checked on the teams that are coming from the back. Have they gotten to where they were going to? Have they made rotations? Can we now start third partying? Because again, you can try to be a third party, but there's another third party behind you. Baby T was just watching people. What a ruthless. What a ruthless. Oh my god. But you see what happened to FR here in Rondo when they tried to go against RJC. Sometimes you don't just go into a fight. You don't know who you're going against first. You have to think that through. If we're going against a team that is really aggressive, you will get knocked immediately. They see you and they might try to finish you off just by that fast push. So again, you've mentioned FR. They've tried time and time again getting these third parties, but for some reason they're not working out for them, which is really unfortunate.
I'm going to look forward to seeing how they're going to approach this next game. Again, Erangel, the first Erangel match has already laid things and put things into perspective. We already know the idea, the ideals, and what these teams are looking forward to bring in. A couple of those teams from that first Erangel looks like they've not still gotten out of the Rondo mood yet. But I think with this last game now, going into this next Erangel game, they know that, okay, guys, this is no longer Rondo. We got to stay active. We got to make sure that we're not getting thirsted. We have to be the one doing the thirsting. And without further ado, Ula Balu, Oiti, or even wasting any further time, we will be flying you over the clouds and over the map here of Erangel. Playing path, what do we have this time? That is what I'm looking for, and to see what the zone would also present to us going into this game.
I hope it's a tricky zone. I hope it's going to keep the teams on their feet. They just need to make sure they're making the right call on that landing spot. But it's similar to the previous one. Wow. Almost similar, just a little bit on the northern side. Yes. But they're lucky it's cutting across areas that they're used to landing. We'll still see RJC going to Severny. We'll still see Team MVP going to Kameshki. We'll still see FR finding their way towards Lipovka. All these teams are just choosing one place and sticking to it. But I don't see anyone taking advantage of that, saying, okay, so this team is comfortable with this landing spot. Why not cause some havoc here? Why not try and get them before even the game begins? But it seems like that is not the case.
You know what, I was about to say that there's a couple teams that I'm keeping my eye out on. I'm going to keep my eye out on Elevate. I'm also going to keep my eye out on Neon Rising. Neon Outlaws. And the reason why I'm picking those two teams is, I'm going to speak about Elevate last, but for Neon Outlaws, now they get to land in their preferred drop location, right? And now it's like, I want to see how they're going to play from here on out. I'm keeping my eye out on the side there of Elevate, because I don't know, maybe this is just my approach, but I'm looking at it that this is the last game that Elevate has to try to close up on RJC before they start to play spoilers for RJC specifically. I'm saying this because we're seeing that they're just 22 points behind them, right? If they're able to get that chicken dinner with 12 eliminations in this game, in fact, it doesn't even have to be 12. They could get a chicken dinner and 10 eliminations, 8 eliminations, just close up that gap with RJC and AV, and then going into that last Terranger game, they could switch it up, start landing relatively closer to RJC, or put yourself in positions where RJC might want to rotate through and try to sabotage their gameplay, because then it's going to work for you and you might just be able to steal that #1 spot.
Exactly. Honestly, you've touched on a very good point here. They just need to reduce the margin. The more they reduce, the closer they are to that first place position. They just have to reduce it. That's all that matters here. If they don't really have to land in Severny. Their compounds, their houses outside of Severny. You just have to be sneaky with it. Just be quiet with it. Land there, be patient, and ambush the team. Then you can get to stop them from creating this big margin that they're already trying to create and get yourself some points. But we don't see them doing that. They are somehow comfortable with landing in I believe Primosk. They stay here. They make their western rotation, come in from the west side, go into the safe zone. They have done that time and time again. And it's fine, but they start off the game with no points. They have to wait till the end of the game to get at least some elimination points and placement points to back that up, which it's okay. It's okay. At the end of the day, it's a strategy that is working, but they have to look at their competition. What is my competition up to? Because right now, look at RJC. They don't have to move from Severny. They can just stay there and wait for people to come to them. Easy.
And this is where it's going to get very, very tricky for the rest of the lobby, because right now anyone who's trying to catch up to RJC definitely does not like the zone. We'll touch on that real soon as Temper find themselves in trouble with this idea of Dead Doze, and it might just be the other way around as Dead Doze drop 2. Glizzy trying to see if he can hold down the fort, as well as Sama, and here comes the rest of Temper. The Molotov is going to take Leo down, and here comes Legend, here comes Six God. Just 2 players yet for this idea of Temper, and you'd expect to see more. Legend looking to push him from the side for Glizzy on the off angle, and cover fire is excellent. Glitch falls once more as the revive not quite able to last for too long. Glizzy would fall, and Temper are pushing up with the prowess, but the headshot is what Yuri is going to receive. He falls, and in a search for thirst, Death Dose find themselves back into the lobby.
This is not good. I cannot sugarcoat it. I cannot find better words to say, but this is not a good look for Death Dose Kenya. They started off strong. They had the potential of maintaining their position in that first place or even second place, but it's going down and down from every other game. They're just dropping and dropping, which is not a good look for them, seeing that they're already in the 11th place and they have already gone back to lobby this early, and teams are still here. We still have a lot of minutes to be covered, and anyone can go above them. So this is unfortunate. I am watching this. I'm actually wondering what they're feeling right now, because if we are feeling it as the casters, then the players should be feeling it even more. Even the region as well, they are feeling it. But
Yep.
it is a competition, and this happens.
It does happen. You have to step up your game. There's 3 more games to do that. 2 of them being Miramar, a totally different map. So if maybe Erangel isn't your map that you can get those points up the board, then maybe Miramar might just be the map for you. So that does keep your heads up high. There is still a chance to make some more money going into this tournament. But I'm looking at positions here. RJC are looking very strong. Neon Rising also not needing to move a whole lot. With this game, I want to see how the teams will approach this one. I see a similar approach from the last game coming in through, but where this kind of zone gets tricky here, Mitch, is the fact that there's that little water that separates the north from the south, and here's where the IGLs have to pick. Do we want to go north early, or do we want to go south early?
Well, at this point, it's a matter of trusting your IGL. His instincts have to be on point because they are what makes or breaks the team sometimes in their decisions. But of course, if you have something to tell your IGL, make sure you do it in a respectful manner and just make sure the team's interests come first. But of course, I do understand the northern and the southern. If I had to choose a place, I'd go for the northern side. It has more of that safe zone. If you look at the division of the zone, the southern side is not as big compared to the northern side, and if the zone decides to stick to that northern side, it will be advisable to get a compound that you can hold as early as now before people start holding compounds. It seems to be a trend. People seem comfortable with going very early into that zone. They stay there, they take their time, and then when you try to look for a location, oh my god, they just make it impossible for you. It becomes a crazy battle, so they need to react now, not later.
Yep, it has to be now and it has to be quick. And now, exactly like you said, many of these teams like to really hold, positions relatively closer to the center of the circle when we look at the first few zones, right? And now in this kind of circle where you have to pick between one side or the other, you want to stay closer to the bridge. The bridges happen to be closer to the edge, right? And some of those bridges are already being held by teams, and we're already starting to see Neon Outlaws let some bullets fly through, but Rush Esports are going to keep going. Really, they're not going to stop. They're like, yeah, we're making it past the bridge, and now that they've made it past the bridge, they could stop, set camp, and maybe start to take some shots back towards the players there from Neon Outlaws.
Neon Outlaws here has really good positioning. Rush Esports, they're making their rotation, okay, but we have Neon Outlaws watching them. They're waiting for them. They want to try and get at least someone before they can make it into their safe haven, maybe the compound they're looking to occupy. So far, it's not going to be an easy rotation. For Team BERSERK, though, I expected more from Team BERSERK, if I'm being honest. It is a strong team. We have seen how they have dominated before. We have seen they can do great comebacks if they want to. But I'm guessing, again, I believe Team BERSERK is a new team, and they have been able to find their way here, even though it's not to PMGO exactly, but they have proven that any team can actually make it here, and you can see they are making waves, literally.
Indeed, they are making waves, but at the same time, waves are being made towards them too as Wraith is down. The revive needs to come through, but Goblin would fall as well. Rich 44, now the last player to hold on the fort. He is grabbing that revive up onto Wraith, which means they have an idea where he is. It's a question of when they're going to push up onto this one. And Zeus, I'm liking how they're taking this so far, but it looks like they've lost one player there in the background. It's going to be Kevin, and that Thirst looking to almost come through. I don't think Rich knows that it's just 2 players there. He does know he have a knock on the other side, but it's a question of which side of the map they really want to push up onto. And now I can't lie, I think it's a 2v2 for Team BERSERK. They can pick any of the 2v2s that they want to engage in and go for a full send. If they think it's one player who's in the compound, I think both of them should push it, right? Rather than trying to cross the bridge. And even if they get to that compound and realize that there's 2 people, it's a 2v2, right? So that's what I would expect to see from Team BERSERK right now. But Zeus, I'm keeping my eye out on them to see how they maneuver and how they handle this situation. There is no rush for both teams though. They're currently seated in the zone.
They can try and just apply the pressure that you're saying, but I'm not seeing them thinking it through. And unfortunately for Rich, he gets ported, and Stone is trying to make sure that that revive will not be happening. ASTRA Creatives is passing by. They are creeping in there. Slazy might be looking to engage in this fight. We'll see whether they take up this fight or not, if they're ready to try and bridge this gap that they have, because I believe even for them to get towards RJC, see, it's the same, almost the same margin, only a difference of 2 points between them and Elevate. So they do have a chance of basically getting to also first place. They just have to find kills that they can capitalize on. Maybe a team that is not in the right position. I mean, you do know third parties happen when a team is not alert, right? You're not alert, you get spotted, but you become easy kills, and that's how people get early eliminations.
And we were just talking about Elevate. I was gonna say they're still out there tanking the blue zone, and right now it might not be working in their favor as Strength, another team who likes to tank the blue zone. They both find themselves close to each other, and what's quite interesting is they land close to each other as well. And Naomi would fall for the side there of Strength. Elevate though, it's looking like they might be able to grab that revive up to their team, and later we need to get started with the elimination. Another team that has going inside with the elimination is Team Astra though. You have to give them their flowers, because Astra right now, it does look like they're on that mission as well to get themselves that 11 or 12 elimination chicken dinner.
Wow, they are farming, but for them Ruthless right now, they are getting pressured by MAZOR. Demonic is about to go into demon time with that molly, but Shakid is a little bit fast with that move. He goes off and waits for the players to go in for that push. They're waiting for that opportunity. Demonic has been spotted. Shakid trying to go in for that push. The damage is good from Demonic. The reflex is lethal, and there goes Shakid getting knocked and thrusted by Crusher coming in from the back. Fallen Ruthless again, another team that is losing a little bit too early in the game. They're losing numbers time and time again, and it's not looking good. This thing of splitting, if it doesn't work for your team, don't apply it. Move together. You don't have to split and say two of you go there, the two of you go there. Then what? You get eliminated one side and the other side is also getting eliminated. What was the point, right?
Exactly, and we did see that come through from the side of MAZOR. In the first game, we saw them push together as a squad for almost every single engagement they took, and they got 16 eliminations off of that. Going into today's games, or going into this game that we're watching right now, the 2 eliminations they have come through from pushing as either a 3-man or a 2-man together, but you can see them staying together where if something goes wrong in one part, there is a chance of getting that revive, and that is exactly what you want. Well, speaking of what you want, though, Slime 4KT, what do they want in this vicinity? I think they have an idea of the players of Riz being in this building. It's a question of how they want to push this one and when they want to push it. The zone has finally made its move, and it looks like we'll be staying for the north for the majority of the time.
Correct. I mean, the teams right now need to find a way of listening to us. I don't know if they're going to put the game at their background and then listen while playing later on, you know, but of course that's not possible. But it will really help them to understand some of the calls they're making right now is not really the right calls, in that it's the last chance to make it to PMGO. I mean, Indonesia, Jakarta will be a different experience. They will be exposed to international teams, so why not try and get there? But again, everyone has their own agenda. The northern side there, it seems like RJC will be encountering Tribe Warriors, and Topsy is making a run for it. He's, oh no way, I'm staying here, and he's just going away from RJC. He doesn't want to be in the middle of this fight. But Shiva, Shiva spots him, takes him down, knocks and thrusts him. But we have Topsy there taking at least one player from RJC. We'll see what happens there later. But Fallen Ruthless right in the middle of the fight, trying to smoke up the area, trying to get the loot happening. They do have a team though that is trying to creep up on them, and they need to be really careful with that.
Indeed, they have to be, as RJC. They've got quite a number of teams around their vicinity, and now they're heading closer and closer to the center where we have the players there from Fallen Ruthless. We did see Shiva grab that elimination earlier, but right now they need to hold on to their ends, as Devil right now has to deal with multiple members there coming in through from Tribe Warriors. It's a question of can he hold it down before the rest of his teammates forms up on his position right now. Kairos, we saw him very proactive in that last game. Can he continue on that one? Astra Creatives though welcome the side of Neon Rising as that vehicle crash would be the first elimination that Neon Rising would find themselves in. But right now they're chilling in the vehicle maybe for too long, and now they have to get down and let the guns do the talking.
Oh, they should have taken advantage of that first knock. I mean, it is Astra Creative, and if they take them out this early, then that changes everything for them. But we'll see how this plays out for Astra Creative's. Pew Pew is trying to cook up some grenades. Molly's towards Neon Outlaws, and that guy literally walks to the fire. Oh, okay, he doesn't want to walk on fire. I guess that's not his talent. But another grenade there from Pew Pew confirms that elimination on Baby, and he's not stopping just yet. Another one about to be cooked. That guy, he goes down as well. Beekeeper trying to smoke up the area, trying to be as safe as he can. Slazy and the teammates, they come in guns blazing. Everyone with their vehicles moving in there. They want to take them on. Melio away of Beekeeper's location. Nicely done, and that's okay. And that will be it for the Beekeeper, leaving just one man, the final boss. Either he takes on Astra Creatives, or this will be his final play in this game.
I'm liking the approach from Astra Creative, and this is what I'm saying. This is, we said something before the game started. The third parties, you want to make sure that the fights you're taking, you want to make sure you have enough cover. And I like that they're not even looking for that last player. They're like, you know what we need right now is cover, because we've made a lot of noise. There's probably teams that are on the side that have heard this and might be coming in for a third party. No time to lose, no time to waste too much time. Let's just get out of here, try to see if we can get to a compound. And that is a very good play from Astra. They need the points in this game. They've got 4 already, but they need more if they're looking to catch up to the side of RJC, who find themselves in an engagement now with the players there from Temper.
I mean, Temper, oh, they've decided to cause havoc here, but they're not letting them win. Baby, he sees Yuri trying to go in for that push. The pre-fire was actually really good. He's quite low. Legend, Baby T trying to go in with that push. The jump shots, the shotgun, Shiva's grenade. And Legend will be walking right into that grenade and back to the lobby.
Oh, RJC, teams are trying to catch up to you here, bro. You can't be doing more damage. Speaking of teams that are trying to catch up, though, Slime 4KT in that engagement with players from Astra, but on this other hand, it is the final boss from Outlaws looking to get started on the fight. And look at what I'm saying. If Astra had remained in this compound, this would have been them getting third parted by the players there from Rush. And the side of Astra, they've gone to take fights in a different part, take a few players out from Slime 4KT, and it seems like that is the idea that Astra is on. They're doing damage, getting eliminations here, and then they drive to another part of the map and say, you know what, let's come here to do damage. As now they've sent it towards the side of Zeus Morris, who have already lost 1 player in all of this cluster of a rotation.
Oh, Astra Creatives, they said it's our time, my good people. Just hold our beer, because you're about to do something crazy in this game. Now Zeus was passing by and Astra Creatives like, okay, easy, let's take one for the road, just one for the road. Let's just have something easy and go. They can hear the fight happening right above them there. They had a Neon final boss taking on Rush Esports, and we can see Melio, he's getting the scouting happening here. But if you see what's really happening here, Crowns, with Astra Creatives trying to be as aggressive as they can with these eliminations, would you advise this type of play with this risk of almost making it to first place?
Absolutely. I am down for it. This is beautiful from them. 6 eliminations already, and we still have 10 teams. They're still up as a full squad, and it seems like they're scouting and having the ideas, or well, knowing who is around the vicinity. Right now they've lost 1 player there in Milio. It's not a question of can they hold on, and that is to the side of Slime Focus. And again, with the way they're positioned on the map, you see them, right? They've lost 1 player on the south. It's looking like it's 2 different teams that are down there, and they've gotten into their vehicles. They're already headed towards the next circle. I admire the way they're playing this right now, and I can see this working out to be a good game for the players there from Astra Creatives.
Well, okay, yeah, I see what you see here. It could be a good game, but of course they're risking, they're making a big risk, and so is RJC making the same play that we are seeing from Astra Creatives. They are going head on with the push. They're not even taking their time. They finish one fight, they move. They know the gap is getting smaller. They know they need to finish this fast, but they are not ready to lose it just yet. Looking at that kill feed, Astra Creatives is still getting on those eliminations, but we'll talk about them later. Federal with a grenade is almost getting RJC. Baby needs to be careful. The nade is perfection, and he goes down. Federal, last player standing. He can see Reverb crawling, but he cannot go in for that push. The damage he got from RJC is really good, and I think right now RJC should relax. Oh no, they do not want to relax. Not now.
Definitely not now. And right now RJC are like, we are trying to catch up. Well, we are trying to even go higher and further. MAZOR drops out in 8th position. RJC 7 eliminations, but ASTRA are able to put 9 on the board. Elevate are able to put 5 on the board. I'm loving this. The teams know exactly what they're fighting for, and they're putting in the work. This is amazing. I like this.
Oh, you like it when they're taking all these fights that are coming their way. And for Elevate, they are in another fight. Slime 4KT is there with them. Faker just trying to get some, cover here with the smoke. Squealer with that off angle. He might be able to get some knocks here from Elevate if he sports them. But you can see again, our dear friends are back. Astra Creatives coming from the back, and they might be enjoying some third-party kills.
Indeed, they might be. They've been on Slime 4KT still all game long, and right now they might be ruining things. Squealer's the one on the off angle, and the players there from Astra might just be able to spot him from behind and let those shots fly. But right now it looks like they're trying to gather some information before they continue on that engagement. But Elevate, they're using a whole lot of utils trying to push this little shack that is being held by Kage. Although this little position being held by Kage and Faker here from Slime 4KT. The shots would come through from behind, and it is going to be Tribe Warriors, the third party that we spoke about. It is Tribe Warriors now coming in through to do the work, and Astra are also here to put in the work as that elimination is stolen by Team Astra. 10 eliminations down already. 2 more to go on the chicken dinner. We're looking like we're closing up to the side of RJC, but when RJC has 7 eliminations up on board, it becomes hard. Slazy finds another elimination there, or another knock onto the side of Slime 4KT.
Oh my
and
god.
The grenade there from Pew Pew would seal it
Oh my
shot. 12 eliminations for Team Astra, and they are looking unstoppable in this game.
Oh my good lord, you need to calm down. Astra Creatives is doing the most. They already have 12 eliminations to their name. They're looking to get more. They can see a team coming in from their side. That will be Team MVP. And I think Astra Creatives will be looking to engage. Look at Slazy. He knows they're there. He's trying to get some sprays towards them. But of course, he cannot get any damage just yet. There's some kind of a rock here and a ridge that they can use to cover themselves. But they have to be really careful though. Tribe Warrior Crusader is watching Astra Creatives very close, and if he gets one small chance, not even Astra, Team MVP, if he gets one small chance, it will be really hard for MVP to move from there.
Definitely will be, but man, you've got to admire the confidence coming in through from Tribe Warriors, taking the fight all the way to the other side of the map. They're on the west and they're shooting at MVP, who are on the east. And right now on that western edge, they have the players there from Elevate to deal with, and with the way Elevate is playing right now, they are quite formidable. Tribe Warriors, you might need more than 2 players to take them out of the lobby, especially with how much third party potential is available. But the grenade from Kairos though will get things started, and that even things out. Now it's a 2v2. It's a question of, can Tribe Warriors do it? Grenades are being set up, but to the wrong position there, coming through from Elevate. Crusader lets one fly. It's looking good, and it is wonderful to find yet another knock. And Fabian once more is the last player left for the side there of Team Elevate. Can he hold up? Can he hold on to that position here, as we're seeing Tribe Warriors making sure that everything on the side is no longer in their way? But Fabian though has to get that revive, but you have to you can't even blame Tribe Warriors for this one. You know they have to play relatively slow. They do not have the numbers advantage. It's a little shack, but they have to push it quickly before third parties start to come through, and we're already seeing that third party coming in through these RIZZESPORTS to let those bullets fly. You cannot get knocked. That's a very good grenade once more, but Crusader is going to fall before the grenade lands. Kairos has to get it on the money, and that one might just do more damage to his teammates than it will to the enemies. Fabian remains alive. These nades need to get into the building, but they're not going into the building. Kairos, they have to be more accurate than that. Oh no.
Oh no, the grenade almost connected, but I mean he cannot get closer and try and cook that grenade through that small gap into the shark. It is gonna be a little bit tricky for him. So Kairos, you better pray. Oi, Fabian, what happened? He just cooked a grenade and it knocked his teammate Paradox. If Kairos is aware of this, he would have tried going for that push, but that will not be possible. Kairos caught in trouble. He sees Astra Creative, their teammates are knocked, and he steals that elimination immediately before he can get into that fight against Elevate. Now we are finally in that type of game we were talking about, Crowns, where we were asking teams, step up, just get courageous, just do it, and it's finally paying off.
It is indeed paying off, but unfortunately Astra might have beaten more than they could chew, as they did try to take that fight up onto the side of MVP. but he did eventually ended up losing 2 players, and now they're down to Slazy to try to see if he can rack up some more positional points for them. You cannot go out rush just yet. Players there from ASTRA, and it looks like ASTRA are going to be getting help from who they might not be expecting. It's going to be RJC, who are looking to pull up behind the players there from MVP, and that draws MVP's attention completely away from ASTRA, as now they're looking to focus on RJC, who are swallowing grenades now. 2 players down. It's going to be Devil and Reverb, who have currently been knocked, and MVP, they're pushing with prowess, they're pushing with strength, they're pushing with confidence, and RJC would lose 2 on that push. Oh, Shiva is going to be out on the off angle, trying to see if he can get some damage done, but they are very, very far out. It's going to be Baby T to find that knock, and MVP now, they might be the one fighting off more than they can chew, as so moves up towards that northeastern edge.
I mean, look at Kairos on that kill feed. He sees a knock, he steals it. You close your eyes, you open, it's gone. He's just enjoying it. He's like, wow, this is my time to shine. I might not be able to take on fights, but he's enjoying this. Now for Slazy, it's going to be a little bit tricky. He's trying to crawl his way into that safe zone. He's going to expose himself to Kairos every time he tries to, get a good pick on where Kairos is. He exposes himself. Team MVP is on that right side. RJC is there as well. They might just be able to spot him. They might try to take him out. So I'd say for Slazy, if I were him right now, of course I'm not him, I'm not that good, but I will keep it as low as I can. Avoid this fight as much as I can, and still like Kairos, just steal the kills. I mean, they're there. Oh, he's doing it. He takes on Fabian, knocks and thrusts him immediately, but we have a very painful play coming there from Team MVP, and his back is about to be compromised.
Indeed, it will be, and this is the same mistake ASTRA Creative have made this game. They've not been watching the side there of MVP. They've not been gathering invitation. Yeah, and I see that coming because that's how they lost 2 players. They lost 2 players trying to look for the remaining members of Tribe Warriors who were already out of the vicinity, and that way they got pushed from behind by the side there of MVP, who took them out, and now they're completely out of the lobby. But 4th position and 13 eliminations that they were able to get. I think that is good. That is good numbers that they can still work with going into the next of the games. But man, I do not know if it's gonna work for first place anymore. RJC, yet another game where they're gonna average more than 10 points. Or well, another 10 points game. This is already more than 10 points. They have 7 already, and right now you can just tell that RJC are on the game of, you know what, boys, all we need to do is get 10 points per game, and no one is going to be able to catch us. And right now, they are following the script, and they're playing to it.
They're keeping it as they said. Every game, we need 10 points. And that is actually what they're going for. RJC there, they do have 2 players still standing for the zone. It might be a little bit tricky with that rotation. Shiva knows the vehicle is there. He's going to try and take it. The only concern they will be having right now is RIZZESPORTS. They are literally in the line, the line of spray for him right now. For Haki, he can see that they're here clearly. He has enough visuals to know that this is where RJC is. If I want to take on RJC, I just have to be patient. For Team MVP as well, they're not in a good position. You can see RIZZESPORTS, they're enjoying the shock. It is giving them enough cover, and that distraction was enough for Baby to figure out how they're going to make their way into that safe zone. Shiva, though, will be staying back to get their points up, just to make sure he can distract RIZZESPORTS enough for Baby to make his way into that safe zone.
I think what makes things easier for the side of RIZZESPORTS is that position that they are. They are relatively far from the rest of the lobby. MVP, though, they'll be trying to still put a thorn or be a thorn in this side for the players there from RJC. Baby T and Shiver, the last 2 players that are left, are live here for RJC. They're holding on the fort. It's a top 3 situation. It's a 2v2v1. And that solo now is looking to be getting spotted. Shiva would find him, and Baby T would claim the elimination instead. 3 eliminations for both of them as they continue to fight. And now they have an idea. They have to know now that this is a 2v2, and the last 2 players are chilling in that shack. And Baby T, he says, do not pick me, as that knock he's been found. Haki has to grab that revive instantly, but Shiva doesn't even want to fully heal as he gets into the vehicle. He wants to commit to this one, finding that off angle, and he's found it. It's a question of just waiting. They know they do not have to rush this one. They just have to get closer, and Baby T has gotten closer. Grenade range, he is within it, but it's a question of can those nades land. Master though does get taken out from the side by Shiva. The grenade coming out from Baby T. He lands. He gets some damage, but he's not going to find it. I think it's RJC. That is a very strong position.
Oh my
God. The elimination as RJC. The one thing nobody else in the lobby right now wants is a chicken dinner for RJC. But RJC says,
no.
well, we're doing what we want, and we want the chicken dinner.
Oh, Esports, they fumbled that chick. Whatever we say, Esports, that was a chicken fumble. They had the perfect shot. They had the perfect opportunity to try and make it so hard for RJC to make the rotation into that safe zone. But somehow, RJC's sneaky move there with Shiva staying behind and making sure Baby finds his way into that safe zone created enough room for RJC to make their way into the zone and make it impossible for Haki and his teammate to make that chicken dinner count. So honestly, RJC, we have seen good plays from Astra. We saw it with Slazy. Again, we see it with RJC. Amazing, impressive.
Exactly, and you got to give them their props too for the information that they were able to gather. You know, getting to know they lost 2 players to MVP, so they knew exactly where MVP was. And RIZZESPORTS tried to take out MVP's player. They took out one other player from MVP, and then they know, oh, there's people in that shack as well. And RJC worked with that information as well as the accuracy that was coming in through from their sprays. I mean, that was a very tight angle from Baby, and he was still able to get that knock through. 4 knocks and 3 eliminations that he was able to get. Shiva with 4. Devil was only able to get none. Well, wasn't able to get none. Only one knock, but no elimination. And Reverb, the IGL, he and Devil did go out at the same period because they did go for that push onto MVP, and they did end up getting taken out. But nonetheless, it's still a solid game, very solid, more than solid for the side of RJC as we start to look at the match summary.
RJC. We'll mention you guys till your name sticks in everyone's brain right now. But this game was good. It was a good one. 61 eliminations and 66 knocks. Almost everyone confirmed their knocks here. The 23 revives. Good teamwork was happening around. The damage almost same as the previous game at 14,397. The headshots though have gone higher, and Baby T might be contributing to the headshots count because that spray with that M4, just the 3 scope, not even 6 but 3, is just perfection. There is no way you spray someone like that. It's just perfection. It was just too good.
Too good. A lot of practice goes into it and a lot of hours as we look at the match summary, and it is going to be Astra having a lot of the players here, not surprisingly. So they were having such a good game, but unfortunately when it got to the point where they had to start gathering information and working with that information, they were not just quite able to do that. Again, the approach to the fights were good. Take the fights, do not spend too long. If you're not able to find the last player, try to get yourself in cover because you've made a whole lot of noise. But then closer to the end of the game, you do not have a whole lot of space to work with, so you have to go for that push. But PU 2 grenade eliminations that he was able to get. Slazy 986 damage, which is the highest in the lobby. 7 eliminations also coming in through from that player. PU traveling the most. I'm not even surprised to see the most traveler coming in through from Astra, seeing how much they were driving around or leaving fights. The instance they take some fights, they get into their vehicles and they're out of there. So it's not very surprising to see them up here as the top traveler. And then you've got clips from MVP getting that longest elimination distance.
Honestly, this game, I'm just so happy with it. But yeah, we are yet to see more of this happening from this game. Once again, we have teams that didn't get anything from the game. From Team BERSERK, 4 Strength, and Neon Outlaws, they were not able to secure any points. FR, Rush Esports, and Deathers, very little points from 221 points. Zeus, Maurice, and Slime, they also did not get much from this game. It will not really give them a big jump in the overall ranking, but again, 3 points is just not good enough to move up that leaderboard. But of course, things do happen to change along the way. Maybe the amount they'll get, but after that, that will just be GG's. And in this first page, RJC get themselves 19 and Astra gets 16. If only Astra got a chicken dinner crowns, that would have been 20 plus points just from this game. They would have reduced that margin greatly to a point RJC will be worried about if they're going to be maintaining first place or not.
Exactly, but nonetheless, they still put up a good showing. 13 eliminations, 3 placement points, 16 points that they were able to get, and we'll see what that does to them on the leaderboards. And of course, they have to be in the head-to-head. RJC did win the game, but ASTRA Creatives got themselves more eliminations. And look at that, our Esports still even got themselves more damage done than ASTRA Creatives, who had more eliminations. That just goes to show you how well ASTRA Creatives were doing so much third party coming through. We saw them third party decided of Slime 4KT all game long. We saw them third party even Tribe Warriors as well, and well, unfortunately they were not quite able to play that going towards the end and the later phases of the game. But Xbox Rejects though, 9 eliminations, 2,000 damage going in through to their end. That is beautiful numbers that you love to see. And the MVP, Slazy.
Slazy found his way there. 7 eliminations, a damage of 938 could be good enough for him to join that MVP race, but we'll see if that's going to be the case. But Slazy has been doing a lot in this game. From knocks to thirst, he was the one scouting, he was the one getting the entry knocks for their fights. He just made sure it counted, and that is how he made his way here to the MVP slot. Honestly, Astra Creative, Slazy, you have outdone yourself. But if they had just survived a little bit longer, then that would have been a good game for them, honestly. And Kairos is still here. Oh, Tri Warrior player Kairos is still dominating and finding his way into the MVP battles.
Indeed, he has. Kairos is definitely putting his name there on that board, making sure that in that overall he wants to be on there. I mean, 4 eliminations from this game, 767 damage coming in through, 25 minutes of survival time. That goes a long way as well. And we've got 3 knockouts that player was able to get. And wow, this is very, very interesting to see. Two teams that need to put up the numbers. I've been saying the Tribe Warriors, I'm looking at them today. I think they might have a solid day, and so far so good. It's looking like they might be bumping themselves up on the top of the leaderboard. And you have to just give Kairos his number, his flowers. We saw him be the last one alive, and then he was still getting those third parties in.
Yeah, oh, I thought we were going to be seeing Slazy here, but it seems that will not be the case. And then Shiva comes in, 30 eliminations, 5,000 damage. Shiva, rest. Just relax. He's there doing everything, and it's a good thing. He's making it impossible for anyone to take away that $300. But again, Shiva, good stuff there for MVP, still holding it strong. You still have a few more games to hold on to that title before it's finally yours. So he still needs to put on the work, because Pew Pew is only 6 eliminations away to making his way into that MVP slot. So be very alert with that. Baby and Reverb still in the race, but Reverb is still going down. So there might be a change here. At least we might not be seeing RJC, all the players finding their way into the MVP bracket.
And I think this is where it starts to get tricky. This is where it starts to get scary, because right now it looks like RJC have found a footing. They've been doing 10 points per game, and now the third game they've got home with a winner chicken dinner. So you can tell that they're starting to feel something, and when they start or when they get on that vibe, they are almost impossible to stop. But we're starting to look at the overall rankings right now. Zeus not quite able to climb, but Berserk though still losing a little bit more points. Team Rush losing a little bit of points as well. Sign 4KT putting in little numbers, but the third party still happens to be overwhelming them, and it's looking like they've still not clocked onto that just yet in this lobby. Neon Rising not quite able to rise, or Neon Outlaws not quite able to go higher. And then when we come to the other side of the board, MVP, off of that beautiful performance that we just saw come through from them, they're able to make it into 8th position. But man, MVP, you have to look at their placement points, and it starts getting you to ask questions. That is what you really need to work on if you're looking to succeed in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the placement points are not doing it for them. 42 eliminations, that's enough for them to make their way up to the top 3. But we'll see whether they'll be able to do more with this. For Elevate, they've gone down. They've gone back to 3rd place, with Astra Creatives getting the 2nd place. But the margin, again, goes back to 33 points between 1st place and 2nd place. Astra Creatives tried to bridge this gap. They tried everything, but somehow RJC is just not letting it go. And you've talked about these placement points here. I mean, look at RJC, 50 placement points and 79 eliminations. They're literally balancing the books. They're making sure everything is making it possible for them to stick into that first place slot.
Talk about consistency at its finest coming in through from the side of RJC, and they're not just doing it in terms of numbers, they are actually doing it to show you that you guys, we are here to fight for this one. But nonetheless, this has been wonderful, Mitch. This has been wonderful. What a way to start the second day. But again, I'm looking at it, it's looking like RJC, if they've picked up form at this point of the match, then I think that's all. I don't think there's any catching them anymore, but we're gonna keep our eye and see what the side of ASTRA Creatives and Elevate have got in store for us. But that being said, speaking of things that we've got in store for you, we have got 2 more casters in store for you who are going to be taking off and taking over from here on out to show you that last Erangel game and the rest of the Miramar games. So that being said, from Mitch and myself, continue to enjoy the show. Do not go anywhere. You will be joined soon by DK and Priest.
We here to become the first Africa team. Hi, I'm MAZOR. I represent Esports from South Africa region. My teammates are Hakim, Master, Speed, Clutch, and myself. We came third in PMNC South Africa region. We have played well for this stage. Our biggest challenge in this finals is nobody. Our focus is to give our best performance in the finals. We trust our gameplay, we trust our teamwork. Join us on the 9th and 10th of May and support us. We here to become the first Africa team.
Be the number 1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
What's up, guys? Welcome back We're back again. We're getting ready for more insanity as we've been looking at a pretty sweaty day so far. RJC just doing some RJC things out on the battleground, locking in their fourth winner chicken dinner. I mean, AST, right? ASTRA Creatives, they were really putting in a hard effort to try and play that game of catch-up, but as we know, it is just very difficult to do going up against a team like RJC. But of course, we are going to be taking you through the remaining 3 matches here today to see if anybody is going to try and catch up. Because as we know, 1 slot is available. Please, only 1 slot. 1 team can represent the region.
And that is why it is so hard, right? It is absolutely so difficult. Every single thing that we've seen so far from RJC, it has been next level. They have shown their ability, they have shown the concept, and they have played under the lights. But speaking of lights, when that light goes off on that Infinix Note 60, you know it is go time. You know it is time for you to turn up and show off your style and lift up your performance. And don't forget to suit up and get yourself that Infinix Note 60 if you haven't picked it up already. But ladies and gentlemen, 3 games in, 3 more to go, and just like DK said, it is only one spot. That is why this hurts so much, because we saw AST, they are doing everything they can, even Elevate, even Force Strength. All of these teams, they are not slouching back. You know, DK, they are putting everything they've got into it, but RJC just making it feel like too little, too late.
But also, I mean, we spoke about this before we came on air, right? There's a different approach that RJC is bringing onto the battlefield that we are not seeing from the other squads, and that is the reason why they are dominating the lobby, right? RJC plays in a lot more of a strategic approach, right? If you look at the other teams, there's a lot more reactivity in there, right? They see the zone shift and they feel they got to do something, right? They see a team approaching, they feel they got to do something. Where if you look at what RJC does, is they move in, they set up a perimeter around themselves. If anybody dares come inside of that perimeter, they fight. If they're outside, they're safe, right? They pose no threat. And there's also no reason for RJC to engage because they know it's not going to be a worthwhile altercation. So there's a completely different strategy coming through in that field. And I mean, I think the best chance that teams have going into the final stretch of the day here is to try and adopt something like that, right? I mean, it's not a realistic expectation to see teams trying to kind of fix everything in just the final 3 games. But try, see what they can kind of figure out, see how they can try and adjust to that same kind of pacing that the X-Force rejects are bringing in. Because if they don't, right, we know where this is going to go. We know who's going to be the team sitting at the top. But you were mentioning Astra, you were mentioning Elevate. And I'd even extended to, I would say, Riz as well, right? All these teams have a really good chance to bring in so much excitement and make it exceptionally difficult for the side of X-Force as we move into our very last Erangel to see how the dust is going to settle.
And it's really important at this stage because every single point now matters. And if you are AST, if you are Elevate, you cannot afford to lose out, because you know that for a team like RJC, they will capitalize, they will increase the gap even further, because it currently, I believe, sits at roughly 28 to 30 points between, you know, first place and second place. Remember, that is still achievable. It is still an achievable result, but you have to achieve it in such a way that RJC can't do anything about it. And one thing we know, in every single game that we've seen so far, RJC have averaged at least 10 points. That is to tell you that this is a team that is proactive and not reactive. They have a strategy, and like you said, they set up quite nicely. They are difficult to break down. They put you in a box and they hit really hard. But now this play zone that we're looking at, DK, you can see just cutting across through that western side. Those teams that do love to play from the east, I think this is going to be a very difficult game for them.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a difficult game, not only for them, but for everybody in this lobby, right? I mean, you were talking about the points teams were able to accrue here, right? Elevate, they sit on 56 points, an average of 11.2 that they've been able to bring in on this map just in yesterday and today. right? Just the past 2 days, right? Then we look at ASTRA Creatives. They have 5th that they've been able to bring on through. Their best place so far has been a 3rd place, so there could be a slight little bit of an adjustment on that. And we did see 4 Strength also doing some phenomenal things, also getting themselves that winner chicken dinner. But RJC, their stat just looks a little bit different, right? An average of 16 points per game, and they've been able to lock in 80 points, right? So they've got 129. So 3/4 of that has come off of this map, Erangel, right? This is their map, this is their strategy. But I'm also one thing that I want to point out, right? And I think this is a good thing to take into consideration for a lot of the teams. RJC goes up to the north. Why? Because the loot truck is there.
Yep. We
They
called that
rushed
one
the
on
loot
day
truck.
1. Yeah, I saw
they
that
get-
from day 1. And I saw that
They
yeah,
get that upgrade
that's what they
right
do.
out of the gate.
Yeah.
And that puts them in such a phenomenal place, right? Now, the rest of the teams, they kind of still looting with, we'll call it the old meta, right? You drop in a location, you run, you pick up your weapons, and off you go. They just go hunting for that loot truck every single time, right? Without fail. So that already shows you that they've shifted their approach. They've shifted the things that they focus on and prioritize. And I'd love to see the same trickle through onto the rest of the teams, because there's a lot of really good squads in here, right? But all they got to do is they got to up that gameplay to the next level, take it that extra step further. And of course, based on what we've been seeing so far, there are at least 4 squads that stand a very good chance to do exactly that, right? Astra, Elevate, 4 Strength, even Tribe Warriors, right? They all can bring in that extra little bit of heat and spice onto the battlefield. So it's all going to be down to who gets it all settled on through here. But for now, it's looting phase, right? So Clutch, appropriate spot to be with that outfit, right? Out in the field, in the bushes, has the ears to pull it off. So let's see if that move is going to work.
Yeah, I would love to see how that pans out, honestly. But, you know, like you said, all of these teams, there's a big chance that they could cause an upset, but they need to go the extra mile. They need to show that resolve and show that ability to turn the game around within the blink of an eye. And speaking of turning the game around, I mean, Death Dose, arguably the team that started day 1, match 1 comfortably. They started with a chicken dinner off the rip, roughly 17 eliminations from Rondo, but ever since then, it has been downhill. You would never know that a team like that is struggling right now to get some sort of semblance of the game right there. You can see William immediately getting the drop on Team BERSERK, and interestingly enough, BERSERK was top 1 in PMNC South Africa. So it's so interesting to see the drop off in quality of some of these teams that have won the PMNC finals, you know, for their respective regions. You know, I'm talking about Team BERSERK, I'm talking about Slime 4KT, and I'm talking about, you know, from Kenya, Death Dose. It's been a very, very rough tournament for them. And do you think it's still because of the same reason, you know, that we're talking about, that they just haven't added that extra piece of tacticality to their gameplay?
I would say that plays a role in that, but it's not the only thing, right? The other part to take into consideration is also how teams approach this and whether or not they can keep their cool under this level of pressure, right? Because it is increased pressure, right? They're not just playing like they did in the regionals, right? This is now the ticket to get into the PMGO, right? There's a lot riding on this, and as we know from what we've seen so far, it's pretty scary, because aside from all of this, right, yes, they're playing for the share of the prize pool, yes, they're playing for a seat to get into the PMGO, but also they're playing for PMGC points, right? So this is not only the road to PMGO, this is the road to the EWC, right? The big PMGC phases that we have coming through, right? We got EWC coming up first and then PMGC later on. So this is the opportunity for teams to secure points for themselves in that as well. And the better they perform here, the stronger they are, the more points they can walk away. I mean, first place awards them 60 points, right? If you look at 5th place, that's only worth 14 points. So the name of the game here is try and finish as strong as you can. Even if you don't go to PMGO, still finish on a strong foot, right? So you cannot afford to sit back and not bring it. You have to. Absolutely have to.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. I mean, 4KT now taking it upon themselves to try to deal with the guys from MVP. Kage getting caught out there by Clips. MVP taking this one piece by piece. and they might get the piece de resistance there. But CU still on a lonesome here in a potential 1 versus 2. On the other hand, Adrian continues to apply some more pressure. Quilla caught out in the open immediately, gets swept away by Potion, and no luck for him. For KT again getting absolutely dismantled by the likes of MVP. CU is going to be the last one in this area. His teammate too far away to cause any sort of problems or concern for MVP. I mean, this is how you play it. CU was isolated and boxed in immediately by the guys from MVP. They did not take any chances, did not make any mistakes, and they kept it very close, very tight. Can Faker turn this around? He's coming for it. He wants to take the advantage here if he can play this and make it into a 2 versus 2, but it's looking very unlikely because for KT, I mean, the numbers is not in their favor right now. CU has not been able to make a play from this low position. It looks like it's going to be curtains for him. MVP just played it a little bit better in my opinion, and DK, you can see that he's getting forced into a little box here. He can't do much of anything. Faker's been spotted. I don't think he's going to do much from this area.
I want to see Slime 4KT of old come back, right? Where is that Slime? I was hoping to see them yesterday, but this is not the same kind of Slime. I don't know if the pressure is getting to them or if the other teams are just out here kicking butts, but Slime finishing in 15th in this round here is going to look pretty tough for them, and I don't know what happened, right? I want to see that Slime 4KT who we've been supporting all the way, right? They've just been an absolute force to be reckoned with, and we're not seeing it here in the PMGO Africa final, so it's very unfortunate to see that be the case here. But of course, that opens up the opportunity for a lot of the other teams looking to rise up to the expectation here. And now, ASTRA Creative is one of those teams that have a really good position with the overall points here. Could look to contest, and as you said before, right, they're only 30 points behind, so not too big of a gap, not too much of a barrier. But if they want to close that gap, they're going to have to bring that heat in right now. They cannot wait, they cannot delay, they have to focus and get the job done, pull it all together. But interestingly enough, to see where the teams currently find themselves situated, right? We've got Fallen, Ruthless, as well as Elevate all the way down on that far southwestern side. We've got the players there from Neon moving in from that bridge position. MAZOR up on towards the north, MVP there as well. Riz, I like that setup, getting themselves situated right up into the apartments in anticipation of a bit of a move. But you want to keep a watchful eye on Potato Hill side, right? The Pachinki Hills, you want to keep a very close eye, because whomever moves in there is going to pose quite a bit of a threat, especially to the apartments area and everything essentially in the immediate area of that northern side.
Yeah, exactly. That northern side, it looks like that is going to be, there's going to be a lot of prime real estate going into that position. I would love to see who makes the most out of it. You can see RJC, MAZOR with similar ideas, still trying to hold on the entirety of that region for themselves. But RJC trying to go a little bit more central. That has been their strategy for the majority of this finals, and it has been very effective, seeing that they do have the firepower and the wherewithal to hold it through. But it looks like this time around, it could cause a little bit of issues for them. Zeus also under siege by RIZZESPORTS, and RIZZESPORTS, as we've seen, is very capable of holding a defensive position. They've done it time and time again, and even secured a chicken dinner yesterday in I believe the second to the last game, and again it played into perfection for them. Zeus on the other hand still haven't been able to find their footing, and now Riz trying to make sure that no opportunity for Zeus to settle here. They press them immediately as well. Ragnar, big sprays from him, immediately switches through to the S12K. He knows it's close quarters time, and immediately gets a drop onto Mikey. First one goes down, second goes down, grenade into the corner there from Tomas, but unfortunately no luck for him. Zeus down to just one in a single stroke. RIZZESPORTS will show the charisma and get them back to the gates of Hades. I mean, DK, you gotta love RIZZESPORTS. When it comes time to hold the fort, they will hold the fort.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to stuff that in their pocket, but unfortunately it's not going to fit. But that's not going to stop them from trying. But speaking about holding, that is exactly what they need to do right now, as Death Throws KENY has pushed right up to them here. Ooh, cheeky spray there from Glitch. Now, Glitch definitely being one of the strong performers from the squad here. Let's see whether or not Doris is going to look to full send it. And for Riz, I mean, we were just praising them, right? Saying how good the position is looking here for them. But they started with 61 points in this match, and this is going to be Dose now looking to give them a dose of aggression. Whether or not they can swallow that is going to be up to us rather to figure out. But now Clutch on the front line looking to guard it, as they can hear the footsteps, just waiting for the angle or the opportunity to present itself. But again, I like this aggression from Dose. I would have loved to see it sooner, right? If they did it yesterday, it would have been amazing. And I mean, Dose was one of the teams that I thought was going to perform exceptionally well, right? Finish high up within those rankings. But it does seem like yesterday was a bit of a tough day. Now, they are looking to reclaim a bit of that territory here as Clutch steps on forward, gets the hit over onto Glitch. Haki comes through with a quick cleanup. William now trying to avenge it, but unfortunately, Death Dose not going to be able to make it out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you gotta respect Riz when it comes to holding the fort. Riz Esports just know how to hold the fort, and I think that their confidence is super low. You know, Baby M, and you know they well, just unfortunate for them. I don't think they've been able to find their footing ever since yesterday's games, and the downfall just continues today. Rush on the other hand, and the S12K goes boom, 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 and Rush on the other hand still trying to hold on against one of the stronger teams in the lobby. Elevates trying to pack them all the way in. Thugger continuously applies more and more pressure. Grenades going through and through. 2 eliminations so far, and that will be a job well done. While in all this is going on, Riz Esports are just biding their time, taking up all of the intel. But I think this would have been a perfect time for them to pull up and eliminate, even Elevate. I mean, DK, what would you do in this position? Would you actually pull up and just take Elevate, because you know it's just like next door?
No, I would do exactly what RJC is doing here. And I mean, this is the same strategy they've been using the entire time, right? And for them, it works. They've moved into the compound, they sit back, they let the rest of the lobby kind of whittle themselves down, right? They did send a little bit of an angle out, but not too much really taking place. They are playing a good awareness game here. As you can see, Rush, they tried to read the angles, trying to see if they can find a way through, and of course, we know how that one turned out for them. But that RJC strategy, it's working well, right? I mean, do they have the craziest amount of eliminations right now? No, they've got none. They have a single one to their name. But that is going to change as we get into those later few stages. Well, at least I believe it will, right? In the meantime, Riz, we've been praising them quite a bit. They are the first squad to hit the double-digit plays here. MVP also raking it in. Elevate looking to take their gameplay to the next level. One team that I'm surprised of their overall performance here is going to be the side of Temper as well, right? I was expecting Temper to really just come in and look to assert some dominance out on the battlefield. But they also found themselves in the same situation yesterday, right? The day turned out to be quite challenging. But so far, I like the change up, right? The different, the kind of shift in the dynamic that they're looking to bring forward here.
Yeah, I would say that as well. They have improved in their awareness campaigns and positioning plays that they've made between yesterday and today. You can tell that that is a team that went back to the drawing board. They try to understand, you know, what was going on, why their strategy wasn't working. And I think today they've shown a better resolve, and it has been a very, very solid, you know, performance to watch as to how they've improved so far. But it's still a long way to go for them, seeing as, you know, when you are playing in a 2-day final, the first day is just too important for you to allow the game to get away from you. And some of these teams, unfortunately for them, that has been the case. Elevate now actually getting caught in the open and getting caught by none other than RJC, and that is not the team you want to get caught by. Elevate somehow inside of the building will lose one player, and that is not what they were expecting. But immediately Riz, they will read the feed and they will know that Elevate are now a man short, and they surely have the numbers advantage. They want to press forward, but they're looking for an entry. They're looking for a position to seal this through. Paradox continues to apply some more pressure into that corner. He faints away. The grenades are getting launched through, and RJC, even right through the windows, they are still pressing forward. They are still adding pressure onto the guys from Elevate, and they know it is them. And Paradox, unfortunately, no locks for him this time around. Very paradoxical as he gets knocked away. Last one left. Logic will not go down without a fight. Haki goes down, finds justice at the end of a DBS, and Clutch as well will find his own onto the other side. Logic feigns over to the right. Logic might get him dropped away. Logic, oh my word! Oh, that defies all logic. But Elevate will put Riz back into the lobby. Toot sweet.
Slam dunk over on the side of Elevate. I mean, what a beautiful defense that was. It was almost a given that Riz would try and repeat all the efforts that we've seen come through from them, but Logic just being so pinpoint accurate with that shotty. The DBS and the M4 going the distance. Very great performance coming through from the side of Elevate. But you got to give it up to the side of Riz as well, right? 11 eliminations, as they are falling just shy of those placement points, but that is also going to help them bounce back quite a bit. And now only 10 teams remain back in this lobby. We do see Force Strength taking a position up in center zone. ASTRA Creatives not too far away from them. MVP starting to move up as they are situated far, far north. There is the loot truck yet again. RJC now just keeping a very close eye on the zone, looking if anybody is going to try and push up. But look at the decent coverage they have, right? They've got all the angles secured. If anybody was to move up, they will know that, and they can swiftly jump into a defensive angle to try and contest any kind of push coming in their direction. I like what Potion is doing as well. They're just moving up, looking to gather a little bit of information, looking to see where the team could look to move up towards next, should that zone take a shift slightly further down towards the southern side. But there's a lot of edge play coming in here, right? Teams not really looking to commit to center zone just yet. It might have to shift as we are getting ready to jump into stage number 5. But let's see what the read will be here.
I would love to see what the play zone tends to make of this. It doesn't move too crazy. It still puts a lot of the teams into the box there. RJC though capitalizing on the extra man, but Logic, unfortunately, after his stellar performance, he will be put to the sword by, I believe, Baby T. And that will be the end of the road for Elevate, but not without leaving with a couple of eliminations under their belt. But either way, you know, big solid position for RJC. They're holding that northwestern side, and they do know of MVP's position not too far away from them as well. But it looks like Tribe Warriors, there's going to be some Nigerian on Nigerian violence here. Grenades flying all the way through. Beekeeper not discovered just yet. There's more pressure being sandwiched on the other side again. Now that guy immediately getting sandwiched over to the right hand side. Hader has looked for an entry. He's found it, getting a drop into the corner, and that will be an open space. Crusader getting knocked away in that exchange. No trouble, but that will be a quick wrap, and the roll-up is complete. Tribe Warriors successful again. Nigeria on Nigeria violence, and Tribe Warriors will come out on top. I mean, DK, like you said, this is one of those teams to watch out for. Tribe Warriors, and they're showing why they are so good in positions like these.
Yeah, definitely doing a pretty good job here. Nothing much to fault on that front. We also did see in that shift up that Elevate got taken down as well. So 5 eliminations is what they have to show for this game. But now we are getting ready to enter into placement point territory, and this is where things could look to get quite interesting, as the zone is going to be forcing them a little bit more towards the western front. Tribe Warriors, as you said, now having to step up to the pressure, but they are going to be gate kept here by Tempo, moving through you with a beautiful angle. I like the fact that Astra Slazy is also looking to get a share of the action. But for Astra, it's going to be important engagement, right? They are yet to find any points. They've not yet been able to secure themselves a single elimination. Tempo looking to do the exact same thing, but it does look like Crusader could be falling to the blue. You see Topsy just on the far side as Legend moves in with the nades. It is going to be go time now as the Tribe Warriors look to get the heck out of this sticky situation. But can they survive the rotation? That is going to be the big question here, especially with Fallen Ruthless, Astra, and Temper holding the edge. This is going to be a very tough play to make securely.
Yeah, too tough. I mean, it is going to require a lot of focus and a lot of utilities to bag this through. But Astra are not in a bad spot. I think the advantage that they have here is the position that they've put themselves in, you know, geographically. I think that works for them. MVP as well. Interesting dynamic that they've got for themselves so far. But unfortunately for them, they're down to just one player. Sticks Guard gets found out by Rusciano, and Falling Ruthless now trying to add a little bit more conviction in their plays. But Astra also looking for those eliminations. They know that they cannot allow the eliminations slip away from them. Falling Ruthless, on the other hand, putting an end to Temper. And like we said, Temper, they have improved how they get into the final phase of the zone, but staying in the final phase is where they now start to have or start to have problems, and they get knocked out, they get discovered, and unfortunately for them, falling Ruthless will be the team that knocks them out this time again. MAZOR, on the other hand, trying not to give away too much of their position to ASTRA. You can see them just trying to make a little bit of a rotation, but the play zone not favorable to them, forces them out, and lo and behold, once again, DK, RJC are in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, they're reading the zone like a book, and in the meantime, it is going to be ASTRA and MAZOR getting ready for a bit of a showdown. Fallen Ruthless, I like that elevated position. You can see that RJC, they were kind of low-key eyeing that position, right? So I'm curious as to whether or not they are going to look to maybe get themselves situated on a slightly more elevated angle. In the meantime, ASTRA Creatives, they need to find a way in. The blue zone is going to start moving in the next few moments, and this could be that opportunity for Tribe maybe to come through with a bit of responsive play. But now Top C and Hater just there on the edge, trying to keep themselves out of line of sight. Meanwhile, it is going to be full strength now, looking to ramp it up. It is going to be go time. It is Fallen Ruthless, full sending it right up to them. Quick trade-off coming in on either side, but Shakid gets picked up, and out they go. Fallen Ruthless having their ticket punched, at least though 5 eliminations to show for their efforts. Now it's going to be ASTRA Creatives just finding an easy target there. We did say goodbye to MVP as well, as the teams now start to crumble. Tribe Warriors, the next one to fall. An absolute insanity starting to erupt on the field here.
Absolute insanity. Shiva gets discovered there, and he gets knocked away as well. Reverb trying to administer some first aid and quick response, immediately pulls up to the scene, but Reverb is going to be repelled by some 5.56s sent his way. They will have to think twice about making that advancement, but the roll-up might just come through. ASTRA are pressing forward now. They have MAZOR in their sights and RJC as well over to that northern side. They need to wrap them up and make sure that the job is finished. A beautiful grenade launched right by the side there, and now that will be the onslaught for ASTRA Creatives. Can they create something from this press forward? But it looks like they don't want to commit all of their bodies there, but Slazy is trying to make a play for it over to that right hand side, and they're utilizing all of the utilities here, and it works in perfect unison. MAZOR will be escorted out by ASTRA Creatives. We're down to 3 teams now: RJC, ASTRA, and the guys from 4 Strength. But ASTRA do have the numbers, they have the extra man over the other 2 teams, but right now it is all about positional awareness, because 4 Strength is playing in behind, and ASTRA Creatives could find themselves in a little bit of a sandwich here if they commit too early, DK.
Yeah, I think this is where the team's position is going to be absolutely essential with this next zone shift incoming, right? If it moves a little bit further down south, that is going to make things a little bit more challenging for RJC to get themselves situated. If it pulls over towards the eastern side, that could be the ASTRA Creatives then finding themselves in a decent setup. But the troubling part here for ASTRA is they don't really have any cover, right? They're out in the open. They are going to be trying to just play it from out in the fields. If you look at what 4 Strength and RJC are doing, they're playing from within hard cover, right? They've got a rather decent setup here. I mean, RJC, they're using the ridge to help alleviate a lot of the pressure and angles that they need to be aware of at this point. But this is going to be now up to ASTRA to see, can they maybe make something happen? Because we are essentially looking at a triangle of despair over here, right? Full Strength, gotta watch out. Q's getting caught in that window is not going to help the team any bit at this point.
It is not. It is absolutely not. Hughes cannot make any mistakes from that position, because he knows it's going to be very difficult for them to provide any level of assistance for him. But fortunately for them, they are playing as 2-man inside of that compound. They will leave the extra man outside to gather as much intel as possible. But ASTRA, they know now the play zone is not favorable for them. They need to make a play, and they need to advance their position. But RJC, they have the entirety of the zone boxed in here, and you can see they don't have that many eliminations. They want to win. They want the chicken dinner. That is exactly why they are playing the way they are. They want to get that chicken dinner over the line. That will be their 5th, just to show that the strategy works. AST though, numbers advantage. They have 4 players inside of the game. They can make those risky plays. They can make those sacrifices. The smoke grenades already coming outside, creating a path, but 4 Strength as well, immediately sending shots back towards Devil. RJC cannot commit too many bodies forward. It is going to be very tricky to see if they can maneuver their way into the next zone in the next couple of seconds.
Well, that is going to be the big one for us to witness right here. But I mean, the strategy from RJC here, not bulletproof, right? It is not fail-proof. It all depends on what the zone does and where the opposing teams are currently situated. And I mean, there is still a big opportunity for a major turnaround to come through. 4S could look to clutch this one up. ASTRA Creatives could definitely look to pull it all together as well. But it's all going to boil down to who gets their fingers on those triggers first, right? That is going to be the main objective here, is be as quick as you can, because the moment you give the opposing side the opportunity to get the upper hand, they are going to grab it with everything presented to them. Now it's going to be Astra trying to find a bit of an angle to call home over on that far eastern side, and if the zone stays pretty much where it is right now, the team's not going to have too much of a hard time, but the shift is going to again bless RJC right now, and this is the opportunity for Astra Creatives to bring a bit of a bulldozer out here, right? To just try and roll up onto 4 strength to see if they can take over that position.
And that would be the smarter play. Take the position away from 4 strength. But again, they know that if they do commit to taking on the guys from AST, or if they do commit to take on the guys from 4 strength, they will be exposed to RJC. That is the risk, but they don't want to take it. Even though they know they have the numbers advantage, they just cannot convince themselves to take that extra risk. And this is where positional advantage comes into play. They are outside of the zone. RJC heavily blessed with that play zone. They don't need to move. They just need to observe and report. And that is exactly all they have to do at this stage. But right now, Astra Creatives need to get a very creative way to find themselves inside of that next play zone. The right-hand side is their poison of choice, but can they make it all the way through? They will set their sights onto that left-hand side and the right-hand side as well, but Slazy was waiting for it and he finds it. Namey gets knocked away now. 4 strength in a little bit of a jam here. Can they pick Namey up? It's a big spray, but Astra Creatives now, can they deal with RJC and 4 strength at the same time? As Moon is already pressing forward, RJC now caught between a rock and a very hard place, as Reverb is going to be the next one to fall to the wayside. But fortunately for him, Baby T is right there to pick him up and let him go again. More pressure now coming through onto the guys from RJC. They're getting held up on all the different angles, grenades flying all the way across, but they can't seem to find the opening grenade that will shut this down. 4 strength showing their strength again. We've seen them finish strongly in scenarios like this. Moon continues to apply that pressure onto Astra Creatives, forcing them to continue to look over to that left-hand side and ignore RJC. And while RJC, on the other hand, try to get their numbers back up, try to apply pressure over to the guys from 4 strength as well, fighting on 2 fronts. Namey trades off, Pew Pew goes down, and now Slazy goes down. That's 2 bodies now in the air for Astra Creatives. They lose yet another. Big trouble now. Reverb immediately finds a chink in the armor of AST. They go down, and that will be a wrap. Astra just couldn't get creative enough, and that will be the end of the road for them. Now is a 3-on-3 battle between 4 strength and RJC.
Well, here we go. It is going to be absolute pressure. As you can see, RJC looking to bounce back. They want to grab another winner chicken dinner, but it's going to be up to 4 strength to see whether or not that is going to be happening. We do say goodbye to Moon as the shots could line on up. Devil and Moon, beautiful altercation. Now, the 2 piece left here for RJC looking to get the job wrapped and secured here. Namey Goose. Not going to let them slide in there for free, though. They are going to put up quite a bit of a defensive angle, but unfortunately for them, the nades are just on the money. The mollies are up. Goose about to fall, and that is it. RJC securing themselves another winner chicken dinner, taking 5 eliminations along with themselves. And what an exciting play. But again, the strategy just working so well here. The only way to beat it is to adopt it.
Absolutely. If you can't beat them, join them. And unfortunately, no other team has been able to join them. And now RJC extend that gap at the top by even a further number, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get the job done. RJC, we could already tell from the way they were set up, from the way they positioned themselves, they weren't looking to get those eliminations. They just wanted to get all of those points and a couple of eliminations to extend the gap even further. The point average is just astronomically incredible. Their performance, nonetheless, it has been something to behold, and that is how you get it done. I mean, like you said, proactive, too proactive.
Yeah, I mean, they walked away with 6 eliminations there as well, and you can't really fault the strategy, the angles, everything just working out so well. I want to commend ASTRA for their efforts here as well as Full Strength. Right? Both teams finding themselves in a fairly tough situation here, and I think they coped relatively well with it. I mean, I would have liked to see ASTRA, as we've said before, maybe rotate down towards that southern side as opposed to pushing over on towards RJC, because RJC just had that angle under control, right? So I think there was maybe a little bit more of an opportunity for ASTRA Creatives if they tried to push further down towards Full Strength, but at the end of the day, it went the way it went, and how it went was heavy, right? 13,000 damage getting dealt across the board here, only 15 revives coming through from the 59 knocks, but a hefty hand with regards to eliminations all the way up to 62. So just shows you all that work that Riz has been doing out here. I mean, they've just been cooking out on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, Riz, they showed exactly what it was, how they wanted to play, what they had in mind. And again, we saw a lot of teams try to adopt different, game styles, gameplays, but unfortunately they just fell a little bit short. Shakir found himself traveling all over the map, just couldn't do too much of running with. They did a couple of eliminations there, but nothing untoward. Ragnar, on the other hand, did put in an amazing performance for Riz when they were trying to hold that little defensive, box inside of the apartment buildings just outside of school. Worked in their favor. Pew Pew was tossing the grenades quite nicely, but again, Reverb was still in the cut there, dealing the covering the distance with the bullets there, worked in his favor, and that is what we love to see. I mean, consistency is the name of the game. You have to be consistent across the board, and that is something that I have absolutely loved. But again, DK, you see it, right? You see it all the way from the bottom 4 teams, no points on the board for them. Elevate still managing to put a fight in. They got eliminated relatively very early, but they still managed to put some points on the board for themselves. But again, RJC putting in that chicken dinner performance, it gets them 16 points. For Strength, add a little bit of something in there, but again, ASTRA Creatives, RIZZESPORTS, still it is too far away. The points, they keep adding up, and the games, they keep getting fewer.
Yes, we are running out of time, and I mean, that gap is widening up exponentially, so it's going to be quite tough for anybody realistically at this time to play a good game of catch-up here. But Full Strength, they are definitely going to go, they are not going to go down without a fight. As you can see, their numbers coming through, 9 eliminations versus the 6 of RJC. Very heavy on the damage side, 1500 versus 13, but a good conversion rate for either side, right? Getting 8 knocks or 5 knocks respectively, and 1 elimination more than the amount of knocks that they were able to bring on through. So very accurate with those sprays. Good job, great work being done here by them. But at the end of the day, if the strategy works, and aggression is going to be key. But I would say tactical aggression, right? Because realistically, we've been seeing a lot of fighting out on the battlefield, right? Now you got to do something with the fighting. Use it in a creative way and do what Ragnar does, right? Just go out there, take down 6 people, deal 861 damage, knock 7 out of the 6, and that's you, MVP, right then and there.
MVP performance nonetheless. And we saw how the eliminations came. Riz, they played it perfectly, held their own down, made sure to stick to the scripts. They didn't overcommit, but unfortunately they did get wiped away by a single player from Elevate. You'd be surprised that is how they went out, but it is the game. Namey, on the other hand, for Full Strength, we saw his performance as well. He was putting in a shift. Unfortunately for him, he did get dealt an obscene amount of damage across the 2 parts of AST and X-Force rejects in that final sequence of the game. But again, he was still very, very proactive, keeping the team together. But Ragnar was even just as important for RIZZESPORTS, you know, putting in a solid performance. But again, it continues to add up. 5,000 in damage points. I mean, clearly at this stage, you would think Shiva has run away with the MVP, but he hasn't. Surprisingly, 3 eliminations shy from Pew chasing in behind. And then Baby T and Reverb as well, also in the conversations. I think eliminations wise, I don't think they can catch up with Shiva anymore. But I think they can still catch up with Pew there to make it a little bit more competitive going into, you know, that those last 2 games.
If there's any player that could catch Shiva, I would say it is Pew, right? Pew, give Pew a grenade, and man's got the job done, right? Pew, I think, is probably our most accurate player when it comes to the utility usage, right? Or rather, he's been the most consistent. We've been seeing Pew every time being the player that gets that grenade award, right? That gets the utility play. So that is what I think is really helping Pew lock that in. So a really good angle on that side. Dose, of course, they've just swapped places here with the side of Neon. So a nice dose of points going their way. That winner chicken dinner that we saw as well from them is going to look quite exciting over on the second page here. But I think the first page is going to be the one we want to focus on. As you can see, that gap now widening quite a bit. 38 points. It is going to be a pretty tough one for ASTRA Creatives to try and close up. This is where we see teams now falling off, right? Elevate, I don't see them catching up. For Strength, also, I don't see them catching up. But they still have the opportunity to increase their share of prize pools. They still have the opportunity to earn more PMGC points. So don't stop, don't give up. You can still push, right? There's so much to play for here, right? And I think that's where teams sometimes lose a bit of a perspective, right? They start focusing on, oh, we're not going to get the qualifying seat. Yes, but there is still more to go for, right? You can still go for the BMGC points or the prize pool share. I mean, even looking at what Death Dose did, right? Just that one trade up, going from 10th up into 11th place, right? That awarded them an additional 25 bucks, right? It's not, 25 is not much, but hey, it's more money, right? They get a larger share. And so, you know what, if you want to fill your coffers up, just get aggressive, lock in the points, play the strategy, and play some really good PUBG. That's all we want. That's what I'm especially looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. More money, right? Way more money. Like I said, every elimination is worth money right now, so you have to make the right calls. And we're done with Erangel now, so we're heading into Miramar, and we're going to see a brand new set of strategies now. We're going to see a brand new set of understanding of the map and who is going to come out on top, who's going to make those right calls. But ladies and gentlemen, 4 games down, 2 more to go. It is the PUBG Mobile Global Open, the Africa Grand Finals. It is day 2, and we are about to crown our champions. But before we do, 2 more games, and before that, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
However, we're sure we're going to take down Slime 4KT and challenge teams like Esports Rejects and Elevate Esports. Hi, my name is Black. I represent RIZZESPORTS from PMNC Kenya. My teammates are Jogo, Nowadays, Clutch, and Tigleton. We managed to place #2 in the PMNC Kenya finals. We do find ASTRA Creatives to be a challenging team. However, we're sure we're going to take down Slime 4KT and challenge teams like Esports Rejects and Elevate Esports.
be the number 1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
Finals continue as we are getting ready to move up into the desert. A little bit of that Miramar action coming in hot. And we've been looking at a very exciting Erangel just there with ASTRA Creatives trying to contest all the way to the end. For Strength also bringing in quite a bit of a phenomenal approach here. But we did see Riz running away with 11 eliminations. Absolute brutality. We love to have that out. But now, the big question is, who's going to be our rising stars as we step over into the desert? Of course, we are going to be looking to see if anybody can close the gap and get closer to the side of RJC, the X-Force retakes, because I realistically don't think anybody's going to catch them. But if there's anybody that's going to get super close, ASTRA and Elevate.
I mean, all eyes will be on ASTRA and Elevate for sure. And I really hope the fact that they know that the lobby is basically in their hands and it's more like a can you save us type of scenario with the performance that RJC has put on display. But again, even if they can catch up, in order for you to catch up with RJC, you have to hope that RJC has bad games. And they won't have bad games. That's just what it is. You know, RJC today have been so consistent. They have averaged at least 10 points in every single game they have played today, you know, and that's to tell you that that's how consistent they have been. So, you know, our AST and Elevate, they need to pull otherworldly, you know, 20 elimination games back fashion in order for them to apply some sort of pressure onto the guys from RJC. But at this point, I think it's more a battle of, you know, those USDs, that cash money. How much of that cash money can we take home? I mean, the prize pool is quite enormous, though. You know, at this stage, every elimination, every point, just a couple hundred bucks in your wallet. So why not? Why not, you know, chase the bag? You know. Well,
let's put this into perspective as well, right? And this is why I'm saying it's important for the teams to really still work hard here, right? Going to EWC, yes, they're playing for a prize pool of, I think it's, or for PMGO, it's I think $500,000 that they're playing for their share of, right? They're going to be standing a chance to get a share of that action. But the PMGC points, you got to remember, there's a big prize pool. We're talking $3 million, right? This is what the teams win here for being in pole position. They get there for participating. Right, the PMGC, you get paid to play, right? You get paid to be there, right? It's participation. That's how it works. So there is big things at stake here. So the teams need to lock it in. They need to get those points on the board. But if there's one team that has a really good chance to perform exceptionally well on this map right now, it's Riz, because Riz has been able to secure exactly the same amount of points as RJC has been able to secure on here yesterday, right? Both teams picking up 28 points. Both of them walking away with a winner-winner chicken dinner. So both of them shown that they know exactly how to play this. So this is the opportunity for Riz. If they want $800 as opposed to $700, this is their chance to get a bit of an upgrade with regards to the bank here. And I mean, this is where we can really start focusing on like what that prize pool share is, right? 2.5K going to first place, 1.5K going to second, 1K going to third place, and then it drops down by 200 to 800. Then we have 700, 600, and 500 all the way down to that 7th place. Of course, every team here gets a share of the prize pool, but if you want more money, you know what you got to do. You got to step out on the battlefield. You got to be aggressive. If you can't catch the top slot, catch the bank, catch that loot, right? Increase the share that you walk away with, and at the same time, you get more PMGC points.
PMGC points. I mean, you know, getting into the PMGC is a dream in and of itself, you know. And the guys from RJC, they're putting in that work to get there. But let's not forget, EWC is also there. I think the EWC is also 3 mil, I think, you know. I think the EWC is also 3 mil. I'm not too certain on what the prize pool is for the PUBG Mobile World Cup, but I think it also ranges around 3 mil. I mean, the money, it's life-changing money at this stage, and you have to, you know, put your best foot forward, get those points, and add to your tally. PMGO as well, you know, 500 USD. I mean, you know, DK, sometimes I wonder why I retired. You know, I mean, look at all the money, you know, but you know, I just had to retire. My bones were breaking, and look at that, Legend breaking as well, and Temper getting absolutely whitewashed here by Zeus Morris. 2 eliminations so far. Looks like they will be adding a third, as the Legend will not be getting picked up. And the Temper, you know, speaking of legendary teams, I mean, I know Temper when they were absolutely peak, but this performance that they have put up on display in this final, I mean, I was rooting for them in PMNC South Africa, right? Because of nostalgia bias. Because during the time of peak Temper, I was still very much in the game. I was still playing. I played against, you know, 6 guard, and it was just one of those things, right? And I watched them, and I was like, wow, how the mighty are falling, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yes, the you were talking about EWC. It is indeed 3 million up for grabs there as well. So, I mean, there's a big opportunity for the teams here to make some serious bank, right? To really try and get what they can, and how to try and, you know, just be a little bit better off, right? To have the opportunity to get extra training, for instance, like, you know, get greater exposure to more tougher competitions, and that in turn would of course help improve the teams overall. But, you know, here we go. All the way up into Hacienda del Patron, we do have Temper and Zeus Maurice making their way on through. But an interesting spread down towards that southern side, right? Berserk situated up in Monte Nuevo. I think for Berserk being in Monte Nuevo, good position, right? Nobody there to contest them. The moment somebody else ventures up into Monte Nuevo, that's where it becomes like the Bermuda Triangle of time. Right, it just, everybody just somehow miraculously slows down, and I don't really understand why that happens, but we've seen that happen time and time again. But up in the fields here, it's a completely different situation, right? I said, Riz, this is their opportunity to shine. They've been super consistent on this map, and if they want to move up those rankings, this is the map that they can do that on. And of course, well, it's their only opportunity, right? This one and the last one, that is all they have to increase their overall points.
Yeah, and it really boils down to these last 2 games to see who is going to turn up the pressure on the rest of the opposition. But, you know, Falling Ruthless, unfortunately, they has 3 here with Cascade knocked away. That's an unfortunate scenario for them, but RIZZESPORTS putting in that solid performance that we've seen. They are very capable of getting the first drop on the other hand as well. First elimination on the board for them, courtesy of Hacky. And looks like we might be seeing more and more of the same here. But we do have a couple of teams in that northern side still yet to make their own transition into the play zone here. And interestingly enough, the play zone is pretty empty though. You know, Valdemar, Chimostera, very, very much empty. You know, and some teams haven't made that move just yet. Mazor is still hanging on by the edge of that northern side. They haven't seemed to trickle all the way down. There's a chance they might run into the guys from Berserk, but I would think they would just go all the way around, maybe get themselves into Valdemar. But we'll see if that's going to be the case. But as expected, once again, you know, Esports rejects pole position centrally, not having to worry about the play zone in the earlier stages. I think they are also targeting one of those loot trucks in that central position, because I know one of them travels in that area as well. And I think that is why they're also sitting in that little space. And interestingly enough, after watching, you know, yesterday's games and today's games, I thought they, you know, picked up the loot truck. I thought they picked up just one. But these guys were going from loot truck to loot truck.
I mean, it's a strategy that works, right? If you want loot, go for the loot truck. If you want more loot, go for another one, right? And it's a phenomenal strategy. I mean, I fully approve that because I'm a loot goblin. And so I like loot. And that's a great way to go. Does my team like that? No, they don't like that at all. And they complain at me all the time. But you know what? It is what it is. What we also are looking at is MVP chilling out in the blue, sipping on some blue juice. Now, this wouldn't be the worst case thing if it was on Erangel, right? But this is not. This is Miramar, right? Phase 1, yes, you can still look forward to spend a little bit of time out in the blue. But being over 2 kilometers away from the zone, you need to get moving. Because very soon, phase 3 is going to be on top of you, and you are not able to move out of it. So I want to see MVP really get their move on. I really want to see them get moving. But in the meantime, a lot of the other squads are doing exactly that. ASTRA Creatives, they're taking the plunge. Actually, the team pretty far south, right? Almost the most southern team. Death Throws is going to be the team, unfortunately, there to beat them to that. So they're not going to get that award just yet. But there's still a great opportunity for some good setups to come through. It is going to be RJC now finding themselves in a bit of a quick altercation there as they do secure themselves a knock. No confirmation or follow through, but it is going to be Fallen Ruthless right up ahead of them. And I was pretty convinced that Fallen Ruthless were going to kind of just go past them, right? Send it all the way forward up into Chumacera.
And Chumacera is going to be an interesting spot to be in at this phase of the zone. You know, the zone is closing out, and we still have a bunch of teams wildly away. Blue zone. RJC have secured themselves their first elimination, many more to come, seeing the way they've set up quite nicely in that central position. But we've still got the guys from MVP and Neon Outlaws. I'm not sure whether they're hosting like a birthday party or a ceremony somewhere out there deep in the blue zone at this stage of the game, because again, when you play like this, it is always going to be very interesting. I mean, take a look at that. The play zone closes and RJC are exactly where they want to be. I don't even think they moved from that position. You know, ideally for them, probably going to take up a little bit of more space into the city, but knowing that there's still a lot of teams that haven't made it to the zone, probably going to hang around the edges there just to make sure that no team can cause them any problems from, you know, the rear end. And like you said, Chumacera, very, very nice spot. That hillside, that's that northern side. It is very, very nice for them to work out. Riz, on the other hand, setting quite a standard as they put belt to backside of 4KT down to just their last player. Neon, on the other hand, again, they have been here with MVP for the longest. And this is what I'm surprised we're still seeing, you know, some teams go around doing here. Burning through utilities in the blue zone, going up against another team, losing out, you know, and getting caught out when they are trying to transition out of this position into the place. But again, it is always going to be very, very chaotic, and it's going to cost you a lot. I never see anything proactive come out when stuff like this happens. You know, when teams go against each other deep, very, very deep inside of the blue zone.
Yeah, I don't get it. Right, your best decision here that you could make is what Adrian's doing now. Right, they should have done this like yesterday already. But you know what? Hopefully they'll learn, right? Miramar has a specific style of play. Sitting out in the blue zone, that's definitely not the method to get yourself into a good position on this game here. And, well, the rest of the squads, I like what they're doing, getting themselves situated much further up ahead. It is going to be go time, though, as we are looking at about a few trades coming in here. But how is this going to unravel now for the rest of the crews here? I mean, Zeus getting a quick little bit of a cheeky trade. 4 eliminations already under their belt. So far, things are looking pretty positive for them. But I think currently for Zeus, this is probably the best play that they've had so far on Miramar, right? So I like where this is going. But now they're going to lock it in, right? They've got the 4 eliminations. They can get a few more. And Picado is always a very exciting place to fight through.
And I would love to see if they manage their way around here, but it looks like Zeus are trying to push the guys from Rush Esports all the way out there into the sequence. We've seen them press a little bit forward as well, but Singleton is the victim of that exchange. He does get knocked away out in the open. Doesn't look like his teammates will be coming to his rescue. Unfortunately, he gives up close and end of the road for him. Stone adds another one to the belt. 5 eliminations now for Zeus, and it looks like they are starting to find their form. Or could it be that they just love Miramar a little bit more? I mean, there are some teams that do love them some Miramar. They perform exceptionally in Miramar, AFT being one of those teams as well. But we'll see if that will be the case here, because like you saw yesterday, X-Force Rejects still managed to snatch away a chicken dinner in one of the Miramar map. So it is not untoward. It's not something we haven't seen before. But right now, DK, the rotations have started to come in, and this is where we are going to see a whole lot of teams clash. Be it on the northern side, Chumasera is still pretty much free. Nobody has set into the city because they know that hanging inside of the city is not much of an advantage at this stage right now. But Shiva did try to do a little bit of an exchange, does get caught out there. Tribe Warriors also making a rotation over to that western side. There's a big roll up coming in between those two teams, but we're going to see who is going to get into the south and make their transition from the south side, because I think the south is also going to be a very, very nice position to have.
Yeah, I mean, South is open as well, right? So there's a lot the teams can look to accomplish moving into that position. Of course, where the zone is right now is very much reminiscent of Sanok, right? So it does change the desert into the jungle ever so slightly. But speaking about jungle, ooh, Elevate ready to rumble as they move on forward, just laying waste to even more players. Now already with 2 eliminations under their belt. We can see Zeus lurking on the side there. But Riz, MVP, all still continuing to move on up. That blue zone is going to be forcing their hand, and I hope they can get a little bit of speed going there as well, because I'm pretty sure those health bars are looking pretty horrible at this point. MVP even lost a player. They might be losing yet another right now, unless they can get that res secured. Now, it's going to be a tough play, though, on the edge, getting quite congested. Interesting rotation, though, coming through on that far western side, right? Tribe Warriors rotating out into the blue around everybody. And in the meantime, we do see Temper getting taken on down. The first squad out of here, getting their ticket punched. Fortunately, not a single point to show for their efforts here. But it's going to turn to the rest of the lobby to see who's going to try and climb on up. Who's going to be the one to bounce back. Elevate. Got to be careful, though. RJC just up on that hillside, and if Baby T locks in with that nade, this could spell disaster for them.
Could spell a lot of problems for them. Elevate's getting absolutely whitewashed here because RJC have them boxed in, and if you want to be boxed in by any other team, it is not RJC. And again, a beautifully cooked grenade from Baby, and they know it's Elevate. They know it is a team that is right on their heels, and they know they have to quickly get rid of them. And Baby continues to apply that more and more pressure, more grenades onto the other side. Now Ragnar is up onto his own time trying to take on Clips, but Clips will come out on top, and he will be dropping those shotgun clips, and MVP will take it on. Absolutely incredible, but I spoke too soon, and that is the play zone getting the job done and taking vengeance for the fallen guys from RIZZESPORTS. Unfortunate, very, very unfortunate there, but the guys from RJC adding yet another notch onto their belt. DK, 4 eliminations. You can see what they're doing, picking teams up one after the other. 1 elimination here, 1 elimination there. They're stacking it all up so that by the time they get into zone 5, zone 6, most of the teams there won't have up to 4 players to go against them with.
Well, that's part of the pressure, right? That's part of the trick of playing a Miramar efficiently. And now it's going to be MAZOR looking to show us what they can bring on through as they go rushing up on the side of Rush. It's going to be Jogu just trying to put a little bit of distance in between him and the heat coming through there for MAZOR. But you got to get back into zone, buddy, because this is going to be a very tough position to fight through. And I like what MAZOR are doing here. Even though they do have a player knocked, they are going to be trying to at least encircle the position currently of Rush. And this could be their ticket to get their 2nd elimination on the board. You can see Federal taking a little bit of damage, trying to duck dive and weave his way through. Oh, but this is going to be go time now. Jogu has to try and lock it in. He knows there's so much riding on this. The survival of his team depends on his health bar.
Tricky plays. We've seen them. Very, very, very tricky plays. We've seen them every single time. MAZOR, on the other hand, have been very proactive today, especially Aatrox. I believe he was MVP for one of the games played today, so that should tell you that MAZOR have stepped up to the plate. They have put in a solid performance today, but how far can they make it? Aatrox again coming in clutch with that grenade. And that will be the end of the road for Rush Esports. No chance for them to add anything inside of this game, as they will be swept away and rolled up out of here with no points on the board. And now we are down to 12 teams, 37 players. Not a lot of space for them, but now we do have some teams settled up quite nicely in the south. Death Ghost, very central, surrounded by valleys in this position. There's still got a couple of opposition teams to be wary of. ASTRA just up north of their position as well. Glitch does have a sight line on them. Same does Glixie, but no eliminations added onto the board for them just yet. On the other hand, we've got Fallen Ruthless, who play as 3, and they're down to just 1 player. It is going to be Rosciano. Hopefully he will drag them across the sidelines there. Probably going to see them all the way through into the final third. But right now, for Strength, how strong enough are they to deal with the likes of Tribe Warriors over to the other side? Rosciano as well from Fallen Ruthless. There's a chance he will be spotted out here and will be sent back into the lobby if he's not careful. He has to make the right moves here. Unfortunately for Tribe Warriors, they have made their way inside of the zone, and they have occupied that position in the south that we were talking about earlier on. But the play zone is not going to be favorable for them. If it shifts too far away, they do have to make a little bit of a quick play and a quick dash into the next phase of the zone, DK.
Yeah, I mean, for some teams, there is going to be a quick way in. For others, it is going to be a lot more difficult and challenging, as the zone is going to be shifting further on towards that southern side. 4KT are going to be looking to play the long game with their lone survivor, as Faker now looks to get himself situated well out of harm's reach. But that might be short-lived, as we do see MAZOR starting to move up. We do see the Tribe Warriors, as well as Force Strength, slowly encroaching on that position here. So the team's not necessarily getting ready to full send it just yet, but both these teams are relatively close, and they could quite easily spot out Faker right there, as you can see him just on the edge. There he is, hiding down in the valley. But up north, though, things are still looking pretty contentious. There's still a long way to go for many of our teams, right? Zeus, Maurice, we're looking at Neon, we're looking at ASTRA Creatives, Fallen Ruthless, RJC also just having to dip into that safe zone. So there's a great opportunity for a squad like Death Dose, who find themselves set up right in the middle, to really get that angle secured, right? To play a good defensive strategy from center zone, especially with the elevation they have.
Exactly. That elevation is going to prove a lot of massive advantages. I mean, it really depends on how they play this, right? If we see a little bit of a switch up here, it could turn things around for either of them. But right now, we've got Slime4KT with 1 player deep in the south, all by his lonesome. Doesn't look like he can do much from that position. Neon Outlaws outlawed again. They lose out. No points for them, and they lose out to none other than RJC. They've been boxed in as well. They've fallen for the trap over to that northern side. There's a lot of teams trying to replicate that same idea, but doesn't look like it will work. MAZOR again putting in that work. Aatrox leading the charge for MAZOR. They're up to 3 eliminations now, and they are in a pretty nice position coming in from that western side, setting their sights onto the guys from BERSERK right now again. And Kevin is looking to break the sequence now and get an angle on this team's there. Death Ghost could be the ones getting caught out. Oh, that's a beautiful angle being held in. Black Death Ghost and Kenya will come out on top. Fused, unfortunately, no chance for them. They go out with 5 eliminations. Death Ghost is trying to find a little bit of their footing here. 3 eliminations. All of their players up. I mean, this could be the start they've been looking for today.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of boost that they need to try and bounce on back, but it is going to be a pretty tough day, though. As you can see, ASTRA Creatives trying to play what they can. Balalo on that far southern side trying to set the team up in anticipation, but the shots are just connecting in here. As you can see, Baby T laying waste to the side there of the other ASC players. Oh, getting caught behind the hay bale and the vehicle. Not the best spot to be, but Reverb now looking to push it as far as he possibly can. Absolutely good work being done here by them. And at the same time, I mean, BERSERK also just holding up on the hillside. I'm surprised that BERSERK didn't really come in to do an inspection, right? They didn't use the opportunity to capitalize and maybe get a bit of a jump over onto the side here of RJC. But Well, we'll find out exactly what Berserk is going to try and do here as they do spot an angle towards that southern side. It is going to be Crasher from MAZOR, quickly falling back into hard cover. And I think for MAZOR also, that is going to be a very tough rotation moving forward. They are up in the hills, but they are super exposed. So the moment they start to rotate up, they are going to fall victim to every other team who's seeing them and looking to engage.
Exactly, they're a bit of a tight spot. You know, I mean, everything always looks good when you have the play zone, but once it moves, then you start to ramble and start to get all of your affairs in odd order to get into that final phase of the zone. It's going to be very interesting to see how MAZOR make this, though. They do have a body inside of that zone, though. They do have one of their players inside, but it is all about making the right plays going into that final phase of the zone. It's going to be very interesting to see how they maneuver it. But right now, we've still got a couple of teams lingering outside of that zone for Strength, potentially being one of them getting caught out there, but fortunately for them, they have made the right calls early on. But more space continues to be now, more pressure from the last player from Falling Ruthless, trying to make the guys from 4 Strength 4, but that could speak something nasty as Glitch pulls up into the scene, immediately makes quick work of him, and that might be the end of the road for Rusciano if he's not careful enough. That he has been spotted, but now the sight lines are in the open as Team Berserk are trying to close down on Death Dose, but Death Dose, their confidence level is very, very high right now, and somehow Berserk are exposed to RJC. Glixie immediately steals that one away. Rich does get knocked away there. They're about to feel the money drain from his account, and now Wraith also getting knocked away. Sphinxy is all by his lonesome. Berserk, can they turn this around in such swift fashion? RJC beaming at the seams there, more pressure onto the sidelines for them as well. MAZOR up onto the hillside as well, and there is no chance for them to get their numbers up. Sphinxy's too far away from his comrade. Doesn't look like he can pick him up, and RJC, they smell blood in the water. They know that this area is ripe for the picking, and they might just start to pick.
Yeah, I hope they brought their baskets, right? Because they might have their hands full, not have anywhere left to put it. But again, I'm looking at RJC and the tactic they bring through here, right? Every single time they stick to the edge of zone, they don't take that full plunge moving forward, especially in a position like this where they don't know enough of what's happening ahead of them, right? But for Death Dose, and of course Berserk that we saw rotating into here, there could be a little bit of a different angle to try and take here. I think for Death Dose, this is a good setup that definitely allows them a little bit of breathing room to reassess the angles and maybe try and turn their focus over on towards that western front, because not only is MAZOR over there, but we do see the Tribe Warriors just a little bit further ahead of them, and of course Balalal from the ASTRA creatives also holding over on towards the side here. So there's a lot of opportunity for Death Dose. Already with 7 eliminations under their belt, they could really look to capitalize on a few more.
And will they capitalize? It is all about making the right decisions and the right calls. I mean, there's a lot of teams bearing down in this particular area. Death Dose do have majority of the angles here on lock. Sphinxy, they will keep an eye on him though, but doesn't look like they want to commit and take that little house away from him just yet. Are we gonna probably playing as a 5th man for Death Dose at this point, because it doesn't look like he wants to take them on, but they know that he's not going to have to commit to picking up a little bit of exchange. That's a beautiful tap through coming through from Glitch there, the Mini 14 tapping away, but fortunately for Baby T, he moves away just in time to reposition with the rest of his teammates again, making an advance into that next lane of the zone. Rusciano momentarily might be spotted. He is spotted by Shiva, and he is packed all the way up and sent back into the lobby. Bala immediately setting sights onto the guys from Tribe Warriors this time. Kyrios again with a spray of his own is all about the Mini 14s now. The taps. They're tapping away. And now RJC has somehow trying to find a way into the zone, but while all this is going on, Bala almost making it work, but unfortunately Shiva was there with the Mini 14. He taps away as well, and he taps his team into the next phase of the zone, and now they will set their sights on MAZOR. Baby T, big sprays over to the hillside again. The roll-up is potentially going to be complete, but now MAZOR trying to hold it down. They do have 4 players up. Devil has been swept away back into the lobby, but 2 will play that game as Baby T sets his sights over to that hillside position of Death Dose, but Shiva is exposed, does get knocked away onto that sequence there. MAZOR looking like they might be able to take this away from but in all of this promotion, they've got 8 eliminations on the board, potential for even more. Grenade launched outside by Sphinxy there, and now it is time for Death Dose to get the job done. But a beautiful grenade we saw earlier, and it sets the tone here. Taken might have his life taken away from him here if he doesn't do something about it. His teammates still trying to look for Sphinxy's position and deal with him relatively very quickly here. But Sphinxy's running around. He's turning into a little bit of a pinball situation as he's bouncing around the top half of that building. But they can't seem to find a way around him. He gets another knock on no dice. Glixie makes a quick work of him, and that will be the end of the row for Berserk. Death Dose dealing a dose of death again.
Yeah, try and say that 5 times fast, right? It is going to be an absolute mouthful, but what's going to be a handful, though, is going to be this next zone. MAZOR, they've got 4 players up. Doze have 4 players up, so RJC doesn't seem like they could be getting their hands on the winner chicken dinner this time around, but it's looking great for MAZOR and Doze, both squads sitting with 8 or more eliminations each. In fact, that is what all the surviving teams have to show here. But it's all going to come down to how they manage the next few moments, right? Because we are about to hit the end of stage 8, meaning stage number 9 is around the corner. And if Baby T plays this one beautifully, we could maybe see MAZOR and Doze having a major swing at each other. And that opens up the opportunity for another steal, right? So it's not all over yet for RJC. But let's see what Doze and MAZOR are going to look to do here. I mean, MAZOR, they have the highest probability chance of walking away victorious, claiming that winner chicken dinner and adding a few more additional points to their overall tally. And especially looking at MAZOR's position coming into this game, right? They could look to capitalize quite heavily on this, right? We did see them sitting with 62 points. And now if they find at least 2 more elims and that chicken, that's an additional 20 points getting boosted to them, which puts them much closer to the top 4.
That top 4 race is about to get very, very interesting, but Death Dose, I gotta commend them, you know, owing to the fact that they did not start, you know, this competition the way they would have liked as a means to go on, but they will not stop either way. MAZOR, now a team that needs this chicken dinner significantly, and they need to make the right calls to make sure that it doesn't slip away from their fingers, but they can't forget about Baby T, though. He could be a thorn in the side of one of these teams, but what team is he going to choose to be a thorn in the side of? Because right now he has MAZOR just up into the left-hand side of him. I'm pretty sure MAZOR are aware of Baby T's general position. I'm pretty sure they've read the feed. They know he's there, and they've started to toss the grenades as well in that position because they know they need to deal with him very quickly so he doesn't cause them problems when they do decide to take on the exchange between themselves and Death Dose going forward. But Death Dose, they do love them some Miramar. They do love to hold out these lines. Again, that's a fantastic grenade. That one hurts just a little bit more, but he's inside of the smoke. They haven't seemed to get an angle there on Baby T. Knowing as he does have a little bit of an angle to play out from, but they can expose themselves to Death Dose. You can see Glixie immediately sending a couple of shots there. Any semblance of a head popping through that top half, it will be descended upon with a lot of alacrity, and they know this. And MAZOR will take a hit. They will lose out, and he has made his bed, and he will lie on it now. Aatrox the victim. Glitch immediately capitalizing on that one, and Glixie's grenade will connect this time around. Glitch goes down. Trade-off is good, but Taken, oh, he bit off a little bit more than he can chew. He's gonna be dropped off immediately there. Death Dose in a lot of trouble here. They have 4 players up, but now it's only 1. Glixie trades off into the right-hand side again, trying to get an angle inside. Demonic, can he summon some souls to join him? And I think he might. Big sprays over to the left-hand side again, and Death Dose, no chance, no dice. MAZOR chicken dinner.
Absolutely exciting stuff, and I like where this is going. The team's not going to be backing down. A good bounce back coming through from the side there of MAZOR, and of course then so much heat here. Dose, they've been docile for a little while, but it's good to see them looking to bounce back, right? All the way here on Miramar, the second last match of the event. Now getting wrapped up and shipped out of here. But what a phenomenal push that was, just closing off the game.
Woo! Wow. I mean, what a way to wrap things up. RJC very, very confident. You know, they knew that the position they had probably wasn't going to win them the game, seeing as they were chasing the zone a little bit there, but it was all about farming those eliminations, picking a point here, picking a point there. Anybody that was getting knocked by any RJC player was not going to see the next few seconds, and that is exactly what we saw. On MAZOR, on the other hand, chicken dinner, well deserved. I believe they got 12 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, and a chicken dinner to boot. That's 22 points. I mean, DK, that's not a bad shout. This is a team that's also had some pretty decent performances today, you know, and I think this shows that you cannot give up. You have to be consistent to some degree to just get your team across the line. We saw a couple of eliminations in this game as well, a couple of heals to follow through, 12 revives only. I mean, the revives, it looks like they keep getting lower and lower. In the previous game, I think we had 15, and now we have only 12. You know, the numbers are just dwindling away, but the damage still stays up, 12k, as opposed to, you know, what we had in the previous game. But again, the teams, they are not backing down, DK. They are just not backing down.
Yeah, each player that gets revives awards us 1,000 damage, right? Not really, but imagine that was the case. But what this tells me is that the teams are a lot more efficient, right? The follow through is there. They get the knock and then the confirmation, right? They don't allow too much of a bounce back opportunity for the team that they are rushing onto. So really good to see the teams being so efficient and closing it up. But speaking about closing it up, it is going to be Glixie all the way from Dose. That is going to be a strong contender here with regards to eliminations, getting the most elims out of all the players participating. It is going to be Baby T though, getting the longest hit as well as the most damage, and Kairos all the way there from Tribe traveling the greatest distance. And it makes sense if you look at the rotation they had, wrapping all around that western side, trying to squeeze in from the south. That's how they got there. They traveled a lot, a very, very long way. So a good breakdown here from our players. But of course, we want to look at this page over here to see where the teams find themselves. You can see MVP there walking away with their 4 points to close up our bottom 8 teams. But the big question is what is the situation over on the front end, right? How many points have our squads been able to secure? And again, it's very unfortunate to see Slime sitting where they are, right? Not a single point to show for this game, but MAZOR, though, a glorious 22-point match going their way.
22 points. Ooh, I probably count that as 2,200 USD. At this stage, but a couple of more points added onto the board for them as well. Death Dose, arguably their best performance ever since that chicken dinner they had on day one. And X-Force again, RJC adding points on the board, 15 points. Nonetheless, they continue to be consistent. Team Berserk also putting points on the board, 7 to be precise. Riz with 6. Astra also doing the best they could. Zeus and Tribe Warriors 4 on the board. At this stage, it's now a battle of how many points can we put, how well can we outperform the teams that are currently sitting above us. Can we catch up to them? How much more of that prize pool can we get? Because MAZOR and Death Dose, they really went at it into that final sequence. I really thought that Death Dose had the advantage there, you know, seeing as MAZOR lost one of their players to Baby T in that exchange. But unfortunately, Death Dose just couldn't capitalize. They were absolutely overwhelmed, and that showed in the way they approached that final, you know, that final sequence against MAZOR. MAZOR just had more confidence to press forward, you know, didn't commit all of their players at once, and I think that was just a mistake. And you can see Glixie was the one doing majority of, you know, the heavy lifting there. 5 eliminations, doing as much damage as possible there, still knocking on the door, still putting in the time and still putting in a shift. But it is still part of the story there for Death Dose. They have glimpses where they show why they were number 1 in Kenya, but nonetheless, it is all about a consistency. It's a consistency battle, and this time they just didn't win it.
Yeah, unfortunately they didn't, but you know what? They tried, right? At the end of the day, that's all you can do. You can try and see how far that gets you, but good to look at the breakdown here between Demonic and Glixie, both teams bringing very similar contributions from that battlefield. However, though, Demonic being quite efficient with the cleanup here, right? Getting the 4 knocks, following straight up with those eliminations as well. Both, of course, doing quite a bit of damage here. So good to see those numbers being represented. But that's just part of the excitement, right? There's going to be a continual shift with who's been doing what out on the grounds. But at the end of the day, we got to take a look and see just kind of where the teams find themselves, right? What that point situation is. Did we have any crazy major shifts? Is there anything potentially exciting happen? But I think more specifically is what did this mean for MAZOR, right? Were they able to advance themselves with regards to those rankings?
Exactly. That is what I'm looking forward to seeing, right? I want to see what that game means in this final, what their PMGC dreams could potentially be, you know, after that performance. It's a very solid performance, seeing as they've had a similar performance earlier today as well. So you can't just write them off. They have been quite a team to look out for. They have been quite resilient. They haven't given up, they haven't given it away just yet. And now this chicken dinner could boost their morale, you know, to finish even stronger, to see if they can get themselves into the top 5, into the top 3 even, because again, it's not that far-fetched. There's still a possibility, seeing as Elevate and AST have been letting it slip away from their hands. But we'll see how far it slips away, ladies and gentlemen. 5 games in, 1 more to go before we crown our champions. But until then, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back to bring you match number 12 of this final.
Our strongest opponent always has to just be ourselves, not what the other teams do. We decide our outcome. Hello, my name is Quilla. I play for Slime for KT from KENY, Nigeria. My other teammates are Faker, Kage, Hunter, CEO, and we just came first place in the PNNC Nigeria. For the PMGO Finals Africa, our strongest opponent always has to just be ourselves, because at the end of the day, whatever we do in a tournament is what we get, not what the other teams do. We decide our outcome. But we respect the other teams because we know these are the top from every region, from Kenya, South Africa, and Wildcard. These are the best of the best from this region. So we know it would not be an easy lobby or good one. We want to please ask the fans to support us from May 9th and 10th when we'll be playing the regional finals. We are very much ready to play the other teams, and we are confident that we could take the championship and represent Africa and Nigeria in Indonesia PMGO. Thank you.
the number one for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
Showtime, showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile Global Open, the African Finals. It is day 2, and we are about to head into our last game of the night. The pressure is on now. How does your team fare? The team you have been supporting all of this now, how well have they done? Have you been impressed or have you been disappointed? Well, all that has come to the culmination of this final game. PK, we are here. Last game of the PMGO Africa Finals. What are your expectations going into this game?
Some pretty high expectations, I gotta say, especially with the final match being up for grabs here. I'm looking to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and whether or not MAZOR are going to be able to get maybe another squad wipe, right? Because if you look at the squad wipe that they had in the previous game, it was incredibly clean, right? They made it look like business as usual, right? So that is exactly the kind of energy that you need for the new Note 60 series, right? With the active matrix lights starting to flash, you know that it's game over. Well, so it's time to do the pro suit up move, right? And take the trophy. And let's see whether or not MAZOR are going to be able to get the job done here today. Are they going to try and bounce back? Will they get the trophy? Maybe on the map, but not maybe for the event itself. That is still to be determined if anybody else is going to try and catch them. But of course, in the meantime, if you are interested in the Infinix Note 60 series, be sure to scan the QR codes on the screen there, and well, it'll take you right to the website. So a big shout out, big thank you going out to them as well for bringing all of this onto the battlefield. And one thing that we've been doing, and then one thing that we've been asked to do, of course, is make predictions as to what we think the outcome is going to be. So I said that, well, I'm going to be predicting that X-Force are probably going to be the team to win. Then AST would come in second place. And at the beginning of the show, right, because we were asked this before day 1 started, right? I was really hoping that Death Dose would be a team to surprise us, to blow us away with their performances. And I see you were on a similar track, you know, similar track to what I was suspecting to happen here. But you were also rooting for Slime 4KT.
You know, I got love from Nigerian brothers, you know, and seeing the way they performed in the tournaments in Nigeria, I was expecting more of the same. But unfortunately, you know, it is what it is. I was not expecting them to perform the way they did. You know, that name Slime 4KT carries a lot of weight, but I think the weight was just too heavy for this new set of players. And I think, you know, hopefully they stick together and just do a little bit better. I also was expecting the Death Dose, you know, who put in a masterclass in PMGO Kenya as well to do something, but unfortunately, you know, RJC, AST, Elevate, all of those teams were just too much for them. But you know, I'm pretty sure all of us were on the same boat on who was going to win this game, win this tournament. You know, all of us picked up X-Force Rejects because we all know ball. We watch the tournament. We know ball. You can't expect us not to know ball. So fair enough. But either way, I have been absolutely entertained by the performances of these teams.
Yeah, and I think X-Force they set a good standard for the teams, showing them the kind of pacing, the kind of approach that they need to bring to the battlefield here. And I mean, we were talking about this, right? the ASTRA Creatives, Elevate, Force Strength, all these squads show phenomenal capabilities, right? They already show like there's a lot of potential riding there. All they need to do now is adopt the meta, right? Shift into the international approach, because the reason why X-Force is such a formidable force here is because they've had that international exposure, right? And that gives them the advantage, right? So if the other squads want to compete, want to contest here, they need to try and adopt a similar approach. They need to step up their game, because otherwise they're going to be left behind in the dirt.
Absolutely, they will be left behind. I mean, and one thing I would love to commend X-Force Rejects for is the fact that they stuck together, right? That is one
Yeah.
thing that I know that this region, they don't really do that well, especially after, the kind of performance they had at PMGC last year. That is usually the kind of trigger that forces teams to say, oh, instead of fixing what went wrong internally, they tend to opt to get more players into the team, and then the team becomes a whole brand new team, and then they start building from scratch again, and it continues to become a vicious cycle. But RJC did not allow that to happen to them. Even after the performance they had in PMGC, they stuck together, they figured out their issues, they solved them, they got significantly stronger, significantly better, and now they are reaping, the rewards from that investment.
I mean, it's the instance of thinking you're the big fish in the pond, only to realize when you land in the ocean that there are very big fish out there, right? You really have to step it up, and so it's good for teams to bring a lot of that knowledge home and try and kind of spread that throughout the region. And I think an event like this is a great opportunity for teams to really assess where they are in comparison, right? How do their strategies kind of fare? Is it sufficient enough? Do they have the gun skill? Do they have the rotational knowledge and the zone awareness? Now, I would say for a lot of the teams that we've seen so far, for a lot of them, it is a yes, right? They have a lot of the knowledge. They have a lot of the gun skill. They have the aggression. Now it just needs that little bit of spice, right? That small little bit of fine tuning, and they would be phenomenal squads. So I'm really looking forward to seeing just how these teams are going to look to evolve. But speaking about evolving and evolutions, right? It is our final revolution as we move into our first zone on the last game here. It is going to take us right up towards the north. The teams now have to work quite a bit as Power Grid is going to be center zone. San Martin also going to be quite a bit of a focal point here, and Temper now going to be feeling the heat right out of the oven.
It's too hot. 1,000 degrees, they felt it. I mean, we saw this exchange happen between these two teams in the previous game. It's always going to be very interesting whenever I see stuff like this happen, when two teams land in the same spot in back-to-back fashion and they do it consistently. It's always going to fascinate me, right? Temper, they lost out in the last time as well, and it looks like that will not be the case this time around. 2 for 2, and Zeus had no idea there were two bodies in the cut now, but they will be pressing forward. And now Zeus, somehow, this has turned on its head, because they are now down to just one player. And Mikey, it looks like Temper will be coming out on top this time around, even though they have sacrificed 2 of their players. But you got to risk it nonetheless. Molotov in hand here. Can they press forward? Does it look like he really wants to commit into the angles there? Nope, he made a mistake, and he takes the hit immediately. S12K straight back to the lobby, and now it is a 1v1 scenario. I don't know why he allowed his teammate to suffer that. That exchange there. He was low on HP. I'm not really sure why he was the one that opted to go down the stairs, but unfortunately did not go out the way they were expecting to, the whole thing to plan out there. But Temper, I mean, like we said earlier on, big team with a big name, but I think the pressure of that name has just, forced them to capitulate under it, and unfortunately, it's not going to be the case for them to come out on top in this exchange.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're not going to have a phenomenal run here, but they could potentially still walk away with 4 eliminations. So it's not the worst day at the office for them. It's either them or Zeus, right? So either which way, one of these two teams are going to be having a squad wipe under their belt, and the other one is going to be the first team to take a seat in the lobby. But this is where a nade from the side of Zeus Maurice would have been a phenomenal play, but instead pushes forward S12K to save the day. Temper, unfortunately, getting taken out of here. 3 eliminations, though, not going to be too bad for them, but this is not the way that you wanted to wrap it up here.
Exactly. I was rooting for them a lot, but the pressure is just real. It's a whole lot of pressure. It is a whole lot of pressure. And that is what we have witnessed so far. A whole lot of teams as well. We do have some teams that are yet to make it into the play zone there. Fallen Ruthless making a quick work of the guys from Riz. I think it's Master that gets caught on transition there. Unfortunate scenes for him. But Fallen Ruthless back to full strength, showing their mettle, showing their abilities here as well. And, so far. They have secured, they're the only team to secure a couple more eliminations as well, as opposed to the likes of Zeus, who have added 4 to the mix. Ragnar is also trying his best to make something happen there. He did lose his teammates in the other exchange, but Ragnar might be getting caught out there. He's alone as well, and that could be something nasty. But fortunately enough, he can hold his own, and he does get the first drop there, almost getting swept away there. If he can get his HP up, he might be able to make something happen. And unfortunately, no dice, as he will be swept away. But Foley Ruthless do have 2 players knocked away. One cause also his HP is dribbling away, might be getting knocked away here. If he's not careful enough, Rusciano does not get picked up in that exchange. That's big trouble now. Doesn't make the right call, but the S12K is there to the rescue, and Clutch will be the last one left for the guys from Riz Esports, as Hacky will meet to the end at the Scar L. Shot out. End of the road for him. Riz down to 1. Fortunately, no Riz going forward from this phase.
Yeah, I think they've been out-rizzed, right? I think they've been out-rizzed, and that's not something that we see happen very often. So, you know, well played going over there to the side of Fallen Ruthless. But now, MVP, this is the opportunity to maybe try and find a little bit of something here. Again, as we know, MVP, they were pretty much in the contention at some point today. But now, things looking a little bit more troubling. But as I said before, there's still an opportunity for the teams to improve their PMGC points. That is something they need to take into consideration, because if you want to step in onto the international stage, you need the points to do so, right? That's the only way that you're going to get there. You need to earn those points, and, well, every single team here are going to be earning points, and all of it is going to count towards their potential PMGC participation. But so, let's see who is going to be the one to try and bag it up, as Tribe Warriors looking pretty decent though. 2 eliminations up. They've got a nice position just over on towards the western front of Hacienda and San Martin up on the hillside. And I think especially for a team, right, not being center zone, but just kind of being in that transitional phases, this is a decent setup, because it allows them a good vantage point as to what is happening in San Martin. They can hear all the noise, all the gunfights happening over there, but also they can scout out, right, and decide how they want to move up into that next phase, should there be a need for them to move out.
Exactly. That position gives them a whole lot of options, both offensively and defensively, and also proactively as well. So we're going to see how they utilize that position. But right now, Rush and Elevator look like they might be lacking because they know they've won. They know they've won. So now they're just dancing it away. They're dancing their way to PMGO Globals. They're dancing their way to that $500,000 prize pool sharing. And it looks like Elevate, they know that Elevate is getting absolutely cooked right now, and that is the team they will be keeping their eyes on. So far, Fabian was able to get a couple of eliminations on the board there, but it's not enough. Losing players this early in the game, it is never ideal, and I think it's going to hurt, you know, Elevate even more, because at this stage, I don't even think Elevate is in the top 3 anymore, DK. I'm not even sure they are.
I think they are. I think they are. So, yeah, I'm curious as to, you know, how the teams are going to look to respond to this final push, right? But there is, as we've been saying, as I've been repeating over and over, right? There is an opportunity here for the teams to increase their overall point share, right? I mean, maybe not on the leaderboard right now, but there's always an opportunity for teams to do better, to get more things going. So you can't let it go at any point, right? You have to keep it contentious. You need to keep the pressure alive, because at the end of the day, that same kind of consistency is what helps carry you forward.
You're absolutely right. I mean, consistency at this stage, at this level, at this, you know, this tumultuous type of competition where every point is important. It is always going to be about who is the most consistent at what stage, and that's what we love to see, those consistent teams step up to the plate and make it happen. But right now, MVP trying to be a little bit more consistent. They do have Adrian bleeding out. Hopefully he does get picked up. I think he's about to be, but Ogre on the other hand, Fallen Ruthless trying to cause some commotion onto their position. Shakid did get knocked away in that exchange. Will he be getting picked up? He's too far out. Wonka's also trying to make a roll up over to that right hand side, but the pressure is on. Doesn't look like they will be able to find a way through. They're trying to make sure they do not lose another player here. It is too early for Fallen Ruthless to be losing out. They know this. They cannot afford to make any mistakes going forward, but they have to make sure that every decision from here will lead to at least a fruitful poise if they can try to pick Shakid all the way back up, because he is too important a player to be getting flushed at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try and have all your eggs in one basket at this point, right? Or rather have all your eggs in a basket somewhere. Let's see how this is going to pan out, though, for Fallen Ruthless, as they are still fighting out in the blue. And again, this is one of those instances where, as exciting as Blue Zone fights are, it makes no sense, right? Because you are unnecessarily losing health. You're using up a lot of your resources that you need in those later stages of the game. So I think for Fallen Ruthless here to disengage and reposition, it's probably the best decision here that Rusciano can make. But now we need to see MVP also move out, right? If they want to stay relevant, if they want to stay in the competition, they need to up the ante.
Ooh, 2 airdrops. Is that a celebratory thing? Dropping 2 airdrops? Well, let's see what that means for the majority of the teams in here. Again, they've tried to be very proactive in the way they have, tried to hold on here. But Team Berserk playing it slow and steady. We've got a bunch of teams actually trying to hold inside of the zone. They know that every single point now matters on that leaderboard. You can be, you know, one elimination away from 100 USD. It could go so many different ways. So many ways this could go right now. Elevate have found themselves a little bit closer to the guys from Rush Esports. They have made their way into that northern side. We saw them lose, I believe, one of their players earlier on, so that gives them cause for concern, making their own rotations into that final third. But lest we forget, we are in stage 3 of the circle, about to head into the next phase of the zone, as Rush Esports still down to 1. The lonesome, it is Clutch, and Elevate with the sideline over to the top side. They will be spotting Rusciano, the last player from Fallen Ruthless. It is all about having the high ground at this stage, don't you think so, you know, DK? Because if you want to prioritize anything in Miramar, you always got to just make sure you have some high ground advantage, you know, going into stage 4, 5, and 6 of the next, you know, the final 3 zones. I think always being on the high ground position gives you a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at where the teams currently are situated, right? There's a lot of hills here, and Miramar is known for that sneak approach, right? Teams can move around and get themselves repositioned and not even be spotted because they are using the terrain, they're using the hills to maneuver and get themselves situated. So having an elevated angle really does give you that additional bit of awareness. So that is going to be prime real estate at this point, right? You don't want to get caught out in a compound. If you are at a compound, be on top of it or next to it, but don't be inside, because if a rush comes, like we saw in the previous Miramar, it becomes so difficult to get out, right? That is why those had a tough time, because they were trying to remove themselves from the compound as opposed to being outside, right? That is what MAZOR did. That's why it worked in their favor, because they were already outside. It's much easier for them to mobilize and, you know, attack the next angle. So let's see whether or not the teams are going to look to bring in a slightly different approach here. I like what MVP is doing. They are looking to poke the bear a little bit over here, all the way up in Power Station, and, you know, might as well try and end on a bang.
We're going to see if they will end on a bang. I mean, RJC, they're just playing this slow. We saw them do it. They're doing the exact same thing in the previous game. They will set their sights onto the guys from MVP. Now they know that they're aware. And that's the thing about RJC. You can't sneak up on them. You can't. You just can't sneak up on them. They will know where the enemies are coming from. There's a whole lot of intel being gathered around before they take their positions. And you see how RJC in a very nice split. All of the intel covered. Devil in a very, very nasty position there. I'm not sure they know about Reverb. I think they have discovered him, and he knows his position has been compromised. And what does he do? He retires and goes back into the defensive position and holds it quite nicely. They are deep in the south side as well. And the plan here is to keep MVP at arm's length, keep them out of the zone. And that is a smart call, very smart call. And they do have the utilities to make that happen. Four strengths much more centrally as well. And we do have a couple of teams also in the south side, Neon Outlaws and Team Berserk. It is really a matter of what team is going to make that right decision to go into the right place at the right time right now, because RJC, they have a lot of work to do getting out of this place into the next phase of play, because they know that MVP is going to try, you know, to hinder their progress from this particular position.
Yeah, but they are no strangers to a bit of a challenge, so let's see how this one is going to pan out for them. First objective, though, for Reverb, don't crash into too many things as you rotate out of the compound. But MVP, though, a good read, right? I like the fact that they moved ahead of RJC in anticipation of that disengage, but they didn't really take into account that Berserk could be lurking right here behind them as well. So a nice third-party opportunity coming through here for Berserk, but they are going to get third-party themselves as Neon now looks to move on through. We do say goodbye to Zeus, as they are going to be stepping out with 5 eliminations to their name, so not a bad run at all. But what is going to happen here? Who's going to be the victors of the Power Grid Hills, at least for the time being?
It's all about not to see, though, if that will be the case. MVP caught between a rock and a very hard place, caught between Team Berserk and RJC, and Neon Outlaws also wanting to get a piece of the action deep inside of this southern position. It looks like Reverb bit off a little bit more than he can chew there, but fortunately for him, he's in a very nice safe spot, and MVP still have their hands full trying to deal with Team Berserk as well, trying to hold off onto the sidelines there that they brought for themselves. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can actually manage it. But Neon Outlaws, we've seen them finish very strongly inside of Miramar games. Can they do that again this time around? That's a fantastic grenade from Wraith, but unfortunately it does not do what it is intended for. Playzone is starting to force these teams out into the open. Pew Pew is still on that MVP charge, and he's adding more eliminations onto the board for himself. But RJC now will trade back and forth as well. Adrian, the victim, he gets knocked away, and now the eliminations can come in. The confirmations can follow through. Devil set his sightlines over to that northern side again, and more sprays coming through. Berserk trying to hold it down, but they are caught between a very, very rough draft here, because they've got a bunch of teams on the other side trying to do something with them, and the grenades now will be forcing them to play even deeper. Sphinx plays forward, but almost getting pulled out, and he did get pulled away from his vehicle there, courtesy of Baby T, and that's a fantastic spray. RJC, once again, DK, they have put themselves into that position, and anybody that comes inside will be absolutely boxed in.
But I think the thing to look at here for RJC is just the way that they are navigating this engagement, right? They are not overextending. They are not full sending it. They're trying to keep them at arm's length. Why? Because they can fight better from that position, right? So Berserk trying to play the ridges, but that is where the utility comes into play. And Baby T quickly trying to swap seats, coming through with a push here as they rush forward onto Berserk. And now it is where everything starts to crumble. You can see Wrath and Rich all getting hit with excessive amounts of damage. So much so that the ticket gets punched, and that is the end of the run here for them. But a valiant effort from Berserk trying to defend.
Yeah, they put up quite a fight, but that moment that Baby T wrapped around, you know, it's a wrap for their round. It was a wrap for them, and he wrapped them back like a neat little gift and sent them back into the lobby. But MVP were lurking in the shadows while all this was going on, but there was no chance for them to engage either ways. The Neon Outlaws also have witnessed what just went down, but they are outside of the zone. It would not be a smart call to pick a fight with RJC when you haven't made a play inside of the zone, but they do have that guy in front. And Senna, just feeding all of that intel for them again, almost getting pulled out as well, courtesy of the guys from Death Throws, but this is not the most ideal position to hold for Neon Outlaws. They do have Exposed Weekend hanging behind them. Death Throws, on the other hand, have a little bit of reason to work out with there, but That's not a lot of. That's not a lot of protection that they've got in place.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of protection at all. And MVP now realizing that firsthand as well. That spot only working out for so long. But let's see how the teams are going to look to play their way through this open field. I mean, if not protection, you're going to have to try and utilize the terrain as cover, right? You're going to have to use these ridges, and they have plentiful of them right here. So this is the opportunity now for Shiva to try and just solidify that MVP position. But Revo getting ran over as the Beekeeper comes a buzzing on in. Beautiful work with the car. But can he now survive the response, right? The reaction coming through from the rest of the X-Force Reject squad. And I like this from Neon, right? Just keeping RJC on their toes, making it quite difficult for them to get a good and safe entry into this next phase.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that has pretty much picked up on one or two things when it comes to being much more tactically inclined on Outlaws. They did do a little bit of a trade-off there. Baby Zen, the victim of that exchange. Shiva immediately pulling up to the mix there, sends that guy back into the lobby, adds more and more eliminations for RJC, but Shiva almost getting pulled out as well. He takes a little bit of a hit, and all it takes is one shot, and somehow Beekeeper can't keep it in his pants as he loses control of his M4. It doesn't work in his favor, but Final Boss, on the other hand, losing his out, courtesy of the guys from Death Dose. I believe that was Sema with a couple shots across now. More pressure being mounted onto Beekeeper's position there. Look at the amount of grenades from Baby T continuously pummeling Beekeeper, and it doesn't allow him to peek any further. And they know that they can keep him at bay there and will not allow him to make any more advancements to that position. If he peeks now, all of the shots will be sent in his general direction. Playzone has shifted even further up northern side, but RJC will utilize the opportunity as well to keep things on the wraps. And take a look at that. More sprays, and a drive-by is complete. Baby T wraps it all up, completes the roll-up. Neon Outlaws, and he shoots the crate for good measure. Back on the road. End of the road for Neon Outlaws. What a performance from RJC.
Yeah, that was a sweet, sweet strike coming through there from RJC. But it just shows you, Baby T doesn't even need a co-driver, right? He doesn't need a passenger to help with the sprays. He just does it all himself. I mean, very exciting stuff coming through there from them. Meanwhile, for 4KT, we still have Quilla alive, just trying to stay in this match as long as they can, looking to play for the points. But at this stage, I mean, Slime, I don't know if the points are going to make much of a difference here, as they will need quite a few to catch up to the performance that Neon just brought to the battlefield, right? So there is going to be some expectation. Let's see, will they live up to it?
We're going to see if they do. You know, Tribe Warriors have tried the absolute best so far. This would be the best time to finish off with a bang. 5 eliminations, and not a lot of teams left, and they do have some pretty nice positions inside of the zone here, so this could be something special for them. But RJC setting their sights once again on to Death Ghost, and it is coming at a very alarming rate. The shots flying all the way through. They're up to 9 eliminations now. They're adding more and more and more as the minutes go by, as the clock continues to run out. Glitch goes down as well. They're getting torn apart from MAZOR as well, and MAZOR have been awfully quiet in this game, seeing as how well they performed in the previous game. But AST now setting sights onto the guys from Tribe Warriors. High ground position, but will it lead to a high ground advantage coming through from the guys from Tribe Warriors? I mean, do you think they can hold it on though, DK? Because AST have them in their sightlines, but it is going to be very hard when it is an uphill battle to fight.
I mean, I think the big thing here for Tribe Warriors that is working in their favor is this hill that they're hiding behind. It definitely allows them a bit of leverage, but they need to be prepared to defend it, right? Don't sit back and relax and think because you have a mountain, it's not going to cause teams to rush you. Because AST, that's exactly what they might do. So you have to have your wits about you, or maybe consider rotating down towards that southern side. It does seem like Tribe Warriors, at least for the time being, are weighing up their options here, looking down towards full strength to see if that could be a viable decision to make. But in the meantime, while the teams are focusing in on each other, right, RJC, they're just expanding their reach. They are looking to secure this whole southern reach for themselves. But you got to watch out for Cozy, because Cozy could definitely maybe still have a bit of an upset at hand available to them. So let's see if that play could work out for them. Now it's going to be Tribe Warriors looking to descend down onto 4 strength. Baby T with a quick bit of contribution here, just trying to poke and prod at them, but spots out the players up on the hill. Crusader, though, this is now where it all boils down to, and everything gets cooked as the Tribe Warriors are going to get wrapped up and shipped out. 5 elims, though, is what they have to show for the game. But the big question is, who is going to try and contest, right? Will we see ASTRA maybe look to do something? Because they've not secured a single point so far.
And that's why it's so surprising, right? No points so far at this stage of the game. Fortunately for them, though, they have the numbers. They have 4 players a lot. So hopefully that will lead them into something going into the final phase of the zone. But as opposed to the rest of the other teams in the lobby, you know, you've got RJC with 11, as high as that, and they've only got 2 players left. It still puts things into perspective how they've been able to manage this. But take a look at that Logic immediately pressing forward, and that is a grenade launched into the corner that he knows that he has to move out and he has to dodge a little bit of a threat here, and that grenade almost getting the job done. Glixie cannot survive another grenade, and he hops out immediately. First drop into the corner. Glixie gets the first drop again. S-K straight to the chest, and that will be the end of the road. Death Kills will be dealt out of the lobby courtesy of Elevate, and Elevate playing as a 3-man. A little bit of a split here, but RJC now setting their sights onto the guys from 4 strength. Cuse, the last one left in that MVP race. We've seen him. He has been absolutely on fire for 4 strength, but there's still a lot of ground to cover here. The smokes continue, but the grenade, he does not escape it. End of the road for him. RJC will pack him up and ship him as well, just as we saw them ship guys from Tribe Warriors.
Yeah, I think they've got an arrangement with someone somewhere, right? Because I don't think they're paying much for shipping, because they've been sending so many players back into that lobby. But in the meantime, Astra Creatives, pew pew. This is the opportunity for Astra now to lock in a few additional points. We do say goodbye to Slime for KT, as they are going to have to settle for a 5th place finish. At least, though, well within placement point territory. So it's not the worst day. 4 points going their way. Let's see how this is going to pan out for the remaining 4 teams. Elevate feeling a little bit of the pressure as they try to make a move, but they currently are quite separated, very spread out. So Paradox needs to try and do something, because if something else happens to Paradox, for instance, there's nothing that his team can do, right? Logic and the teammate there can't move up quick enough to assist, right? So they could be looking at just one of their players getting swept away. Meanwhile, we are going to look at Demonic grabbing a beautiful airdrop, just upgrading that gear a little bit more, making sure that they have a full fresh set, right? That is what you need for this final showdown. And RJC still looking to cook, right? They've got 13 eliminations, but only 2 players up.
And that is actually very interesting, you know, seeing as they've only got 2 players and they're still putting in work. But it looks like Paradox there's not enough to do here. Gets isolated immediately by Astra and sent back into the lobby as well. Elevate, on the other hand, fortunately for them, the other 2 players do have a little bit of play zone to work with. But MAZOR, they've utilized this opportunity as well to make something happen. That's a fantastic grenade, but they have to make sure that this is done and dusted, because they do have RJC breathing down their necks and they can feel the pressure on. Shiva, on the other hand, continuously pressing forward, and Baby T as well, all of them chasing this down, and they know that there's a chance that this could be turning around there. Balal also discovered, getting knocked away there. Baby T keeping a clear line of sight. Once Baby continues to apply pressure towards guys from AST as well, Balal goes down, and somehow AST that had the numbers advantage, it is not the case anymore. It is a battle of the duos right now, DK. There's 2 players on every single team, and that might be the end of the road. But it looks like Pew, unfortunately, his MVP dreams could have just come to an end.
Yeah, it's even footing across the board pretty much now, as we are down to our final 6 players. Baby T, though, getting met with a beautiful Nadia from Atrox. Oh, he's attempting the follow-up. Shiva not going to let that one go away for free, as he will look to contest and maybe bring his teammate back into contention. But We're in stage 9 now, right? So this is where it all boils down to. The game just a few mere minutes away from ending. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock. And I think what could be the upset here from MAZOR is going to be those utilities, right? A good awareness from there and good reach. But it is going to be X4 still in a position to get themselves wrapped on up here. Get those plays secured. Elevate trying to capitalize on the available opportunity as they start to move on forward. Logic has been found. Now it's up to Fabian to see if he can carry the torch moving forward. But this is where everything starts to turn now. Shiva out in the open, no coverage, and unfortunately down they go. X-Force though, walking away with 14 eliminations. A very good day in the office here for them. And with that, it is a wrap. It is going to be the side of MAZOR coming through with another exciting winner chicken dinner.
Back-to-back chicken dinners. Oh, if only they had started playing like this from the jump, right? If only they had played like this. If only they had gotten these chicken dinners when they needed them. I mean, we can't say they didn't need them now, but as opposed to how they could have performed over the course of this entirety, over the course of the entirety of this finals, it could have been so different. It could have been so different, but nonetheless, absolutely incredible performance from MAZOR getting that chicken dinner. But RJC, in all of that went down, I'm pretty sure RJC still got significantly more points than they did, even though they got the chicken dinner. And that's to tell you that these guys, they just know exactly what to do, how to do it, how to be consistent, and they take it upon themselves to finish very strongly.
Yeah, I mean, they just showed us that all you gotta do is stay calm. And, you know, that whatever the chicken dinner could be yours. But, well, MAZOR, absolutely phenomenal job what they've done here, walking away with their 5 eliminations. Not the craziest, biggest wooden chicken dinner that we've ever seen, but definitely a great dose of consistency coming through from MAZOR, right? They got 12 eliminations in the previous game, 22 points. This time around, walking away with 15, so that is definitely going to help them close some gaps. And I mean, they need to close quite a few of those gaps, as they were pretty contentious at the start of game number the previous match, right? At the start of match number 11. But no, now rather coming into 12, things are looking a little bit more positive here for the side of MAZOR. So I like this kind of pacing from them, and it might maybe upset a few teams ahead of them. But the big question is though, was Elevate able to do enough to keep themselves potentially out of that danger zone, right? As we know, there were several squads all vying, trying to get where they could. But at the end of the day, only one team is going to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. Quite a bit of aggression, though, being dealt out on the battlefield. We've hit 14,000 damage, so very exciting to see that be the case here. But again, very consistent with the eliminations and the knocks, right? Not a big disparity between those two, but we do see one more revive.
Yeah, much more. I mean, still it falls within the cage of what we've seen throughout the games of today's matches, but nonetheless, still a pretty decent performance across the board. But take a look at that. That tells you all you need to know at a glance. All the eliminations, Shiva was putting in the work. Pew again, unfortunately, instead of traveling with bullets, was traveling around the map looking for what was not lost. But Shiva in there dealing as much damage as possible. But Baby T also sharing bullets at long distances. RJC coming in clutch even down to the final game. You know, Shiva told me he wanted to do 200 points. I mean, how greedy can you get, right? But nonetheless, RIZZESPORTS, I mean, fortunately, finally, we get a game where all of the teams at least get something on the board, all the way down to RIZZESPORTS and Rush sharing a point apiece. Temper with 3, Team Berserk also getting some points on the board, 2 for them. MVP with 4, also 4 versus 4. Death Dose and Neon Outlaws sharing 3 apiece. At least they didn't leave without taking a little bit of something with them on the way there. But X-Force Rejects, as expected, they still finish on top. Even though they did not win the chicken dinner, they intricately outperformed that team by a difference of 4 more points. And that's what we absolutely love to see. 15 points for MAZOR though, from 22 to 15. I mean, that's roughly 37 points gained in just 2 games. Surely that puts them into a very competitive position in the top top draw. We elevate 12 points on the board for them as well. I think that they finally found their footing just a little bit there, adding something. ASTRA with 7. They played a little bit too slow for me going into these last sequence of games. You know, I think they played way too slow, didn't really have their hands on any of these games. And Tribe Warriors also, they showed a lot of glimpses in a lot of games, but they fell off really, really hard. Fuse as well. Slime 4KT never really got started at any point. And, you know, for Strength also very, very strong. They started very strong, but it just didn't look like it was going to break their way.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, but that is just the way the cookie crumbles at the end of the day. But you got to commend the efforts that MAZOR has been bringing through. Even though they waited for the final 2 games to do that, it's still a very commendable effort on their end. As you can see, the damage, though, considerably higher over on the side here for RJC, as they've just been cooking out, right? They've just been out there having a bit of fun, enjoying the sun, looking to see how much chaos, carnage, and mayhem they can bring on in. And there was quite a bit of it, right? But our MVP for this match is going to be none other than Shiva. And I believe, just based on this, right, we might have our MVP for the event confirmed as well, because I mean, Shiva has just been so active there, even in this game, bringing in nearly 1,300 damage.
I mean, he has been phenomenal, hasn't he? He has turned up the heat for RJC. He has shown exactly his levels, and that is what we know him. He is very, very capable for. Aatrox as well, though. You know, he went a little bit under the radar there, but he is one of those players to watch out for. He has put in an amazing performance for MAZOR. For me, arguably, he has been their best player so far. Demonic and the rest of the team also put in a shift as well, but Aatrox was just absolutely phenomenal for MAZOR, putting in a lot of work. A lot of eliminations that they got were through his, you know, it was through his individual brilliance, you know. But Shiva, you just can't deny MVP. You know, he was MVP PMAC 2025 as well, and that showed that he has leveled up his team even further. So that has been an amazing turnout for those teams. For RJC, I believe they have just gone a little bit high.
Yeah, I mean, we get to that point where we've got to announce a certain thing, right? To announce who's the team moving through. I don't think there's any surprise as to who it's going to be, right? But an interesting thing to look at here is, I would say, is what the actual point situation is and where these teams find themselves, right? How much were they able to change up the standings, and what is the final scoring? Because that is essentially what we need to take a look at, right? We need to know kind of where the teams find themselves with regards to the amount of PMGC points they got, what the share of the prize pool is that they're walking away with. But I got to say, at the end of the day, though, I'm very satisfied with the kind of performances that we are looking at, right? In general, there was a great uptake in just the overall aggression and the kind of pacing that the teams were bringing through, right? I remember back in the day where it was completely different. Get to this stage of an event and the teams really slow the pacing down quite a bit. Whereas today, for instance, that wasn't the case, right? They all kept on trying, kept on pushing, trying to get themselves into the positions that matter, trying to align those angles. And I just like the utility usage that we saw there, right? Astra Creatives being an absolute menace, not going to let anybody try and slide past them. Also, from what we saw from the side of Elevate, right? Really good angles that they were able to secure there, bringing in those 6 eliminations, really helping them capitalize on as much as they can. But at the end of the day, we have our big announcement to make. The team that is going to be representing the Africa region in the upcoming PMGO, the PUBG Mobile Global Open, is none other than... Drumroll, please. Take us away. The answer comes as no surprise. It is the one. It is the only. I need more words to fill in the time. But you know which way. It is going to be only one team that can do that. And we'll see their logos rotate in right then. And there we have it. That's what we've been waiting for. The team to represent our region. It's going to be none other than X-Force Rejects. Here we go. Bam! Absolutely exciting stuff. And it's going to be so exciting to see what they're going to be bringing in. The PMAC champions. No, the PMGO Africa Finals champions, keeping that torch burning all the way on their end. And I just love the advances this team has made, right? How they've developed and how they've just improved overall.
Absolutely. I have loved every single minute of it. This is a team that's come together. They stayed strong. They stayed true to the game, and they kept getting better. 179.5 chicken dinners. It doesn't get any better than that. They are 60 points clear of AS. 60 points clear of the second place team. I mean, the domination, you can't even begin to fathom. 5 chicken dinners, one more, and they could have done the 50% win rate, something that I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. But elevates 2 chicken dinners, but still not enough to catch up into that on the place position that ASP held really firmly. MAZOR was also in the conversations, 99 points, 92 for 4 strength. Tribe Warriors, Nigeria's best performing team. Big shout out to them. They stood up to the plate. They turned up, but Riz and MVP making their way into the campaign.
Yeah, some noticeable mentions right there. But, you know, another thing to look at is just the eliminations coming through from the side of X-Force is enough to put them in 4th place overall, right? So if those were the only points they had, they would have been in 4th place. So very aggressive showcase coming through on there. And of course, taking a look at our second page, we do see the rest of our teams. Death Throws, I like what they attempted here today, right? They really tried to bounce back. They tried to bring it all to the foreground. But I think especially that first day performance, right, where they ended up all the way in 10th place, it really made things quite difficult for them to try and bounce back. So if they can bring the kind of pacing that they had today from the first day, right? If they can start the finals like that, or start the competition like that, they would definitely find themselves in a much stronger position, exactly like what they did back in the regionals.
Exactly, right? And I was expecting the exact same thing. It's just unfortunate that I think the pressure of the finals just gets the majority of these teams, right? And I just think they just can't find their way around dealing with the starting phase of the game, right? I think it's just always going to be very different for them. And I think that's just something the majority of these teams need to be able to wrap their head around and understand the dynamics involved when it comes to playing in the final, especially a 2-day final. The pressure is up all through right from the jump. But you know, fortunately for them, it's all about learning, and lo and behold, 40 eliminations. Shiva is the MVP according to my prediction as well. You already know.
Hey, we all got it
for MVP though. Oh, we all predicted Shiva?
We all predicted Shiva, and we all were correct. Yes, every single one of us predicted Shiva, and Shiva stole the show. Shiva getting a unanimous vote, and of course the results to back it up. 40 eliminations, 7,274 damage, in addition to a lovely $300 that is going to be coming his way as well. But Baby T closing that one out there. Very strong performance on the side here of RJC, with Reverb also in the mix as well. So very good things being brought through. But I want to give a big shout out to Pew Pew and Cuse, right? Both these players have been absolutely phenomenal. I really enjoyed watching them perform out on the battlefield, and I look forward to seeing what they can be bringing to the table in the next season. Because remember, this is only the PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1, right? This is only the start of 2026. They still have another season, another opportunity to try and improve upon before stepping onto the battlefield again. So I'm super excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing in.
Exactly. I'm super excited to see as well. I mean, first season, first global open. RJC, they're gonna book their ticket to Indonesia. Gonna get on that flight from the 2nd to the 7th of June. They're gonna be in Jakarta representing Africa for a piece of that 500,000 USD prize pool and a shot at PMGC, and also the EWC that comes on later in the summer in the beautiful city of Saudi Arabia. So, or rather, the beautiful city of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, that has been an amazing performance from RJC. I'm proud to say I saw that performance, and I am looking forward to seeing how they fare in a lobby of their standing when it comes to PMGO, because I think they're going to be like in a, they're going to be set up in like a group stage, survival stage type of thing in PMGO. So I want to see if that fares, how they perform. Of course, Africa is going to be rooting for them. It's all on their shoulders now, right? And hopefully they will make us proud. But right now, I am very confident.
I think they're going to be a lot more prepared this time around, right? They've now had a taste in PMGC to see what the standard is on the international level, and we could see that being quite prevalent here throughout the event. And now looking at the opportunity at hand here, this is a perfect opportunity then for X-Force Rejects to go do their homework, go do their research, go through the training, and make sure that they can compete and make the region proud, because I'm going to be rooting for them. Right, based on what we've seen so far, they do show quite a bit of potential, and I'm very excited to see how they are going to be measuring up against all the other regions. So there's a lot to look forward to, but I think on that one, we are going to call it a wrap as well. So a big thank you going out to all the teams from all the regions that participated in the PMNC to make it all the way into the PMGO Africa Finals. Absolutely exciting. Loved all the action that you brought onto the battlefield. Priest, you even got to witness the Nigeria teams play live, right? You were there at the event in the heat with everybody else, enjoying the action they were bringing onto the battlefield. So much that we are appreciative of here. So big thank you to everybody that helped make this event possible. Big shout out going out to the production side. You guys are absolute legends. But on that, of course, big shout out going out to all our co-casters, right? We had Crowns in the mix here. We had Youngblood. We had Mitch Gaming in as well. I'm not forgetting anybody, am I? There was 5 of us. Right?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah,
and we had Torix in as well.
Oh yeah,
Torix was in as well.
Yeah,
and
Torix
you had another co-caster with you over at the live event in Nigeria.
You're my
as
shout
well.
out, you're my shout out, you're my yeah.
There we go. So big thank you going out to everybody part of the event here, and of course the big thank you going out to our viewers. Thank you so much for supporting the squads, even though you might not necessarily be happy with the outcome. It is the outcome that we have, and on that one, hope you all have a fantastic time. Be sure to go support the team over in PMGO when that comes up. And stay tuned and subscribe to PUBG Mobile for all the insane esports action they're going to be bringing on through. Until then, we'll see you all later. Have a fantastic evening.
2026 PUBG Mobile Africa Esports ecosystem will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. In 2026, PUBG Mobile will be upgraded to 2026 PMGO qualifier region, opening a new path to the global stage for African teams. Divided into two seasons S1 and S2, with one champion team determined in each season to advance to the top-tier global tournament PMGO. After the tournament officially launches, it will start with online qualifiers. Successfully qualified teams will proceed to their respective countries' standalone PMNC. Through the 2026 Africa PMNC, teams will advance to the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals. The champion of the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 1. The champion of the PMGO Africa Finals Season 2 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 2. So which team will advance to the 2026 PMWC and 2026 PMGC? This depends on the ranking points earned by the teams across the year. The team with the highest total points in the PMGO Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMWC, while the team with the highest total points across the PMWC and 2 seasons of PMGO will qualify for the 2026 PMGC. The entire world will jointly witness this thrilling moment. Let's wait and witness.